Hey there, welcome to my channel. I just started this channel, and your support means the world to me. It helps me keep sharing the stories I love. This video is completely ad-free and designed to help you fall asleep fast and comfortably. Like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy the kind of stories I share here. Drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's amazing to feel connected with all of you. Now, dim the lights, turn on a soft fan if you like, and let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. My GPS keeps directing me to the same abandoned house. The voice in my car is a woman named Cal. I don't know if that's her real name or even if she's a real woman. She speaks with the placid, uninflected calm of someone who has never been late, never been lost, and never felt the cold, creeping dread of being somewhere you are not supposed to be. Cal is the default voice of the Wayfinder 5000, a slightly outdated but relentlessly reliable GPS unit suction-cupped to my windshield. For the past 6 years, as a regional sales manager for a mid-level pharmaceutical company, Cal has been my co-pilot, my navigator, my silent synthetic companion on the lonely asphalt veins of the American Midwest. She has never been wrong until she started trying to kill me, or if not kill me, then something far, far worse. The first time it happened, I was on my way to a meeting in rural Wisconsin. I was cutting through a stretch of farmland so flat and featureless, it felt like a screensaver. My appointment was in a town called Prairie Ridge, a place that barely registered as a smudge on the map. According to Cal, I was 40 minutes away. In 200 feet, turn left, she said, her voice as serene as a mountain lake. I glanced at the screen. The purple line of my route took a sharp 90-degree turn off the main highway and onto a thin gray line that the map didn't even bother to name. Recalculating, I said aloud, a habit I'd picked up over thousands of miles of solo driving. I tapped the screen, looking for an alternate route. There was none. This was it. I slowed the car and made the turn. The road was gravel, loose and chattering under my tires. Overgrown cornfields pressed in on both sides, their dry stalks rustling with a sound like whispering snakes. After about a mile, the road degraded further, becoming little more than 2 dirt tracks with a spine of weeds growing down the middle. My sensible company-issued sedan was not built for this. "Are you sure about this, Cal?" I muttered. "In 1,000 feet, your destination will be on the right," she replied, oblivious to my concern. The cornfields fell away, and the trees began, ancient skeletal oaks that formed a dark, claustrophobic canopy over the road. And then I saw it. Set back from the road, half swallowed by a sea of thorny, overgrown bushes, was a house. It was an old farmhouse, the kind that might have been charming a century ago. Now it was a study in decay. The white paint had peeled away in long, leprous strips, revealing the gray, weathered wood beneath. The windows were dark, hollow eyes, most of them boarded up with mismatched planks. A single skeletal tree stood in the front yard, its dead branches reaching for the sky like the fingers of a drowning man. The place didn't just feel abandoned, it felt condemned, cursed. A deep, instinctual wrongness emanated from it, a silence that was heavier and more profound than the surrounding woods. "You have arrived at your destination," Cal announced cheerfully. I stopped the car, the engine a loud, intrusive rumble in the oppressive quiet. This was not Prairie Ridge. This was the middle of nowhere. A mapping error, a glitch in the satellite. I felt a surge of annoyance mixed with a strange, inexplicable prickle of fear. I didn't get out of the car. I didn't want to breathe the air here. I just wanted to leave. I put the car in reverse and began the slow, careful process of backing down the narrow, rutted track. My eyes kept darting to the house in my rearview mirror. I could have sworn I saw a flicker of movement in one of the dark upstairs windows, like a curtain being drawn aside. But there were no curtains. There was only splintered wood and darkness. By the time I got back to the highway and re-entered Prairie Ridge as my destination, I was an hour late for my meeting. I managed to salvage the sale with a flurry of apologies and a steep discount. I blamed the GPS, laughing it off as a piece of junk technology. But the image of that house was burned into my mind. The dead tree, the boarded up windows, the feeling of being watched by something old and malevolent. 2 weeks later, I was in eastern Ohio on my way to a conference, a different state, a different highway, hundreds of miles away. I was making good time, listening to a podcast, my mind on the quarterly report I had to file. In 1/4 mile, take the exit on your right, Cal said. I glanced at the screen. The exit was for a state route that seemed to veer off into a large, green, unpopulated area on the map. My route should have kept me on the interstate for another 50 miles. No, Cal, I said, sighing. We're staying on the highway. I drove past the exit. Cal was silent for a moment. Then, recalculating, in 200 feet, turn left. She was trying to take me onto a small local road, a road that, according to the map, led nowhere. A cold, familiar dread began to bloom in my stomach. Recalculate to avoid back roads, I said, my voice sharp. Route recalculated, she replied. In 1,000 feet, perform a U-turn where possible. For the next 10 minutes, we were locked in a battle of wills. Every route she suggested was a circuitous, nonsensical path that tried to steer me off the main road and into the rural unknown. She was like a horse that refused to be led, stubbornly trying to bolt for some unseen, familiar stable. Finally, in a fit of frustration, I unplugged the Wayfinder 5000 and threw it onto the passenger seat. I used my phone's mapping app for the rest of the trip. As I lay in my sterile, anonymous hotel room that night, I couldn't sleep. I picked up the Wayfinder and plugged it back in. The screen flickered to life. The map showed my current location, a little blue dot in the heart of the city. I opened the recent destinations list. At the very top of the list, it read, Crows End Road. I'd never heard the name before. I typed it into my phone's search engine. There were a few scattered results, none of them in Ohio, but one of them, a hit from a county plat map website, was in Wisconsin. It was an unmaintained dead-end road. My blood ran cold. It was the road to the abandoned house. The GPS hadn't just made a mistake. It had saved the location. It wanted to go back. The incidents grew more frequent and more insidious. Cal would be silent for hours, lulling me into a false sense of security. And then, at a crucial intersection, she would give a last-second incorrect instruction, trying to divert me. It became a constant low-level war. I began to hate the sound of her calm, pleasant voice. It was the voice of a saboteur, a traitor, in my own car. I bought a new GPS, a top-of-the-line model from a different brand. I boxed up the Wayfinder 5000 and put it in the trunk. I felt a sense of liberation as I programmed my first trip into the new device. The new voice was a man with a crisp British accent. It was a refreshing change. I was driving through Indiana on my way to see a client in Fort Wayne. The new GPS was working perfectly. "In 1 mile, you will reach your destination," the British voice announced, and then a burst of static from the car's speakers. The new GPS screen flickered and went blank. A moment later, it came back on. But the map was different. It was a local, rural map. The British voice was gone. "In 200 feet, turn left," said the calm, familiar, horrifying voice of Cal. I stared at the screen in disbelief. It was Cal's interface, her purple line, her familiar fonts. She had somehow overridden the new device. She had infected it. My car, my sanctuary, the one place where I was supposed to be in control, had been completely and utterly compromised. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking. This was not a glitch. This was not a technological error. This was something else. This was an intelligence, a malevolent, focused intelligence that was fixated on one thing, getting me back to that house. That was when my life began to unravel. The fight was no longer just about directions. It was about my sanity. I became obsessed. I spent my nights in hotel rooms, not preparing for meetings, but scouring the internet, digging into the history of that small, forgotten plot of land in rural Wisconsin. The property on Crow's End Road, I discovered, had belonged to a family named the Whitakers. The last record of them was from a census of 1978. A husband, Silas, a wife, Mary, and a 6-year-old daughter named Lily. Then, in the fall of that same year, there was a fire. The official report, which I found in a digitized archive of the local newspaper, was brief and tragic. The fire had consumed the house. The cause was listed as undetermined. The bodies of Silas and Mary were found in the ashes. The daughter, Lily, was never found. She was presumed to have perished in the blaze, her small body consumed by the inferno. The article ended with a haunting single line from the fire chief at the time. "It's a terrible tragedy. That house is at the end of a long, dark road. By the time we got the call and found our way out there, it was too late. There was nothing we could do." I stared at the grainy black and white photo that accompanied the article. It was the house, my house, but it was before the decay had set in, before the boards were on the windows. It was just an ordinary, slightly ramshackle farmhouse, and on the porch, so small and out of focus that she was almost a ghost, was a little girl in a white dress holding a doll. Lily. The knowledge didn't bring me peace. It brought a deeper, colder dread. The house wasn't just an abandoned building. It was a tomb, a place of profound, unresolved tragedy. And for some reason, its ghost had latched onto my GPS. The haunting escalated. Cal began to speak to me even when the GPS was turned off. I'd be driving in silence, and her voice would suddenly emanate from the car's speakers, soft and clear. "Are you lost, Alan?" she'd ask. My name is Alan. I had never programmed my name into the device. The first time it happened, I almost drove off the road. I tore the GPS from the windshield, unplugged it, and threw it in the trunk, burying it under a suitcase. But her voice still came through the speakers. She was in the car's Bluetooth system, in its very wiring. She began to use details from my life. "Sarah is wondering when you will be home," she said one night as I was driving through a rainstorm. Sarah was my wife. Emily has a piano recital on Friday. You shouldn't miss it. Emily was my 7-year-old daughter. The voice was using my own life, my love for my family, as a weapon against me, a way to anchor my fear to make it more real. My work suffered. I missed meetings. I lost clients. I was constantly exhausted, living on a knife's edge of paranoia and fear. My boss put me on probation. I tried to explain, but how do you tell your boss that your car is haunted by a ghost who is obsessed with a tragic fire from the 1970s? My home life, my sanctuary, began to crumble. Sarah knew something was wrong. I was distant, jumpy, prone to long, silent stares out the window. I had lost weight. I had dark, bruised-looking circles under my eyes. "Alan, what is it?" she asked one night, her voice full of a worry that was beginning to curdle into frustration. "You're like a ghost. You're here, but you're not. Are you having an affair?" The question was so mundane, so normal, it was almost a relief. "No," I said, the word coming out as a choked, hollow sound. "God, no, it's the driving. I'm just burned out." It was a weak, pathetic lie, and we both knew it. The distance between us grew. A cold, silent canyon, carved out by a secret I couldn't share. How could I tell her that I was terrified to get in my car? That I had started taking rental cars to my meetings, only to have Cal's voice eventually bleed through their speakers, too. She was not tied to the device. She was tied to me. The dream started. I would be in the house. It was no longer abandoned, but filled with a thick, acrid smoke that stung my eyes and choked my lungs. I could hear a child crying, a thin, terrified wail that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I would try to find her, stumbling through the smoke-filled rooms, my hands outstretched, but the layout of the house would shift and change, a maddening architectural nightmare. I would always wake up just as I reached the door to the nursery, my hand on the hot brass knob, the sound of the girls weeping on the other side. I knew I was approaching a breaking point. I was losing my job, my wife, my mind. I was a man being haunted into oblivion. I had two choices. I could let it destroy me, or I could confront it. I had to go back to the house. I had to go to Crow's End Road, not as a lost, accidental tourist, but as a man looking for an answer. I had to understand why this was happening to me, why I had been chosen. I told Sarah I was going on a weekend sales retreat. Another lie to add to the growing pile. I got in my car. This time, I didn't fight it. I plugged in the Wayfinder 5000. Its screen cracked from one of my more violent attempts to silence it. "Navigate to last destination," I said, my voice a resigned, trembling whisper. "Navigating to Crow's End Road," Cal replied, her voice sounding for the very first time something like satisfied. The drive was 5 hours. Cal was silent the entire way, a quiet, expectant presence. As I turned off the highway and onto the familiar gravel road, a thick, unnatural fog rolled in, blanketing the cornfields in a shroud of gray. The world grew silent, my car the only moving thing in a dead, quiet landscape. When I arrived, the house looked different. The decay was the same, but the wrongness I had felt before was now a palpable, physical presence. It was a low, humming vibration in the air, a pressure against my eardrums. It was the feeling of a place that was awake and waiting. I got out of the car. The air was cold and smelled of damp earth and something else. Smoke. A faint, phantom smell of old, cold smoke. I walked up the rotten, sagging steps of the porch. The front door was ajar, hanging from a single rusted hinge. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wreck. Dust as thick and soft as gray snow covered everything. The furniture was draped in cobwebs that looked like funeral shrouds. In the center of the living room, there was a large, dark stain on the floorboards where the fire had burned hottest. My eyes were drawn to the staircase. It led up into a darkness that felt solid, absolute. The child's weeping from my dreams echoed in my memory. "Why am I here?" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. "Are you lost, Alan?" The voice wasn't Cal's. It was in my head. A man's voice, rough and low, like stones grinding together. I spun around. The room was empty. "You're not supposed to be here," the voice whispered in my mind. "This is my house. She is my daughter." A cold, creeping terror, far worse than anything I had felt before, began to seep into my bones. This was not the ghost of a lost little girl. This was something else. This was Silas, the father. I stumbled back, my hand finding the wall to steady myself. My fingers brushed against a patch of peeling wallpaper. Underneath it was a dark, almost black wood. The house had been charred from the inside out. The fire had been far worse than the newspaper had reported. I forced myself to move, to explore. I was an archaeologist in a tomb of sorrow. I found a kitchen, a rusted-out stove, a table with a single overturned chair. I found the master bedroom, a mattress with its springs bursting out like broken ribs. And then I found the nursery. The door was closed. The brass knob was cool to the touch. I took a deep breath and pushed it open. The room was almost completely burned out. The walls were black with soot. The crib was a skeletal, charred frame. The air was thick with the smell of tragedy. But in the corner of the room, something had survived. It was a small wooden toy chest. The paint had been blistered by the heat, but it was largely intact. I knelt down and opened it. Inside, nestled among a few melted plastic toys, was a single leather-bound diary, its pages yellowed and warped by the heat and the damp. The name Mary Whitaker was embossed on the cover. I opened it, my hands trembling. Mary's handwriting was a neat, elegant script, but as the entries progressed, they became a frantic, terrified scrawl. She wrote of her husband, Silas, of a good man who had been consumed by a darkness, a possessive, jealous rage. She wrote of his obsession with his daughter, Lily, an obsession that had soured into something unnatural, something terrifying. He wouldn't let her go to school. He wouldn't let her have friends. He saw every stranger as a threat. The final entry was dated the night of the fire. He has locked us in. He says the world is too full of poison, that he is the only one who can keep Lily pure. He has been talking to himself all day. I can smell gasoline. He is not going to let us leave. He is going to keep us here with him forever. If anyone ever finds this, know that I tried to save my daughter. Know that I loved her. A single hot tear dripped onto the fragile page. It wasn't a tragic accident. It was a murder-suicide. Silas had been a monster. He had trapped his family, and when he couldn't control them in life, he had bound them to this place in death. But that didn't explain me. It didn't explain the GPS. I heard a floorboard creak behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing but the feeling of being watched, of Silas's malevolent presence, was suffocating. I had to get out. I stumbled out of the nursery, clutching the diary, and ran for the stairs. As I reached the bottom step, I saw it. On a small, dusty table by the front door, half hidden under a pile of rotted mail, was an object that had no business being there. It was a Wayfinder 5000 GPS unit, the exact same model as mine. Its screen was cracked, and it was caked in dust and grime. But it was unmistakable, and then the final, horrifying piece of the puzzle clicked into place. My GPS wasn't haunted by a ghost from the house. My GPS was from the house. Silas Whitaker, a traveling salesman, perhaps, like me. A man who relied on a piece of technology to guide him. A man who had programmed his home address into the device. A single, final destination. On that last, terrible night, as he drove home with his can of gasoline and his murderous intent, that GPS had been in his car, charting his final fatal course. The device had absorbed the trauma, the rage, the violent possessive energy of that night. It had become a vessel for his will. It was a cursed object, a relic of a murder. And somehow, through the strange, convoluted currents of second-hand sales and forgotten electronics, it had found its way to me. Or, more terrifyingly, it had chosen me. A man just like him, a traveling father with a wife and a daughter at home. It was trying to repeat the pattern. It was trying to bring me home, to its home, to make me a part of its endless, tragic loop. "You can stay," the voice of Silas whispered in my head. "We can be a family." I heard the front door slam shut with a deafening final boom. The air grew cold. The shadows in the room deepened and seemed to coalesce. A figure began to form in the doorway, a tall, gaunt man made of smoke and rage and decades of festering hate. But another presence was in the room now, too, a small, cold spot by the foot of the stairs. I could hear a faint, sobbing sound. It was her, Lily. She wasn't a part of his rage. She was his victim, his prisoner. And she was just as trapped as he was. I knew then what I had to do. I couldn't fight him. He was too strong here. This was his house. But maybe I could free her. The GPS. It was a beacon for him, but maybe it could be a key for her. It was a map. It knew the way home, but it was stuck on its final terrible instruction. I had to give it a new one. I ran back to my car, the ghost of Silas shrieking with rage behind me, the force of his anger a physical battering wind. I fumbled for my keys, my hands slick with sweat. I got in the car and slammed the door, locking it. The windows began to frost over from the inside. A child's small spectral handprint appeared on the passenger side glass. I ripped my own wayfinder from the dashboard. I looked at the little girl's handprint. "It's okay," I whispered, my voice trembling. "I'm going to take you home. Not this home, a different one." My fingers flew across the screen of the GPS. I went into the settings, into the saved addresses. Under Home, it listed the coordinates for Crow's End Road. I deleted it. Then I typed in a new address. My address. The address where my wife and daughter were waiting. The address that, for the past few months, I had been too terrified to even think about. "Set destination to home," I said, my voice firm. The screen flickered. The ghost of Silas roared, and the car shook violently, as if in the grip of a giant, unseen hand. For a moment, the map showed the twisted, impossible route back to the farmhouse. But then something shifted. A new, clean, purple line appeared on the screen, leading away from this place of horror, leading back towards the highway, back towards the world of the living. "Navigating to home," Cal said. Her voice was different. The cold synthetic edge was gone. It was just a voice now, a tool. The curse had been broken. The pressure on the car vanished. The frost on the windows melted away. The small, spectral handprint faded. I looked in my rearview mirror. The house on Crow's End Road was just a house again, a sad, rotting structure in a dying wood. The profound, malevolent wrongness was gone. I had not defeated the ghost of Silas Whitaker. I had simply taken away his map. I had stolen his ride. I drove away from that place and didn't look back. The 5-hour drive home was the quietest, most peaceful drive of my life. I threw the Wayfinder 5000 into a gas station trash can 100 miles away. When I walked through my front door, the smell of Sarah's cooking, the sound of Emily practicing a clumsy, beautiful song on the piano, it was the most sacred, wonderful sensory experience of my life. I held them both, my face buried in their hair, and I wept. They didn't understand why, not really, and I would never be able to tell them. I quit my job. I found a new one, a local one. I don't drive much anymore. My world has become smaller and infinitely more precious. I am a man who has looked into the abyss, a place where love becomes a cage and home becomes a tomb. I am a man who was chosen by a ghost to be his replacement. But I refused the role. I rewrote the map. I chose my own destination, and every morning when I wake up in my own bed next to my wife, with the sound of my daughter padding down the hall, I know, with a gratitude that is as deep and as real as a prayer, that I have arrived. I am home. Every night, my neighbor's lights flash in Morse code. Last night, it spelled run. I live in a neighborhood that might as well be called the lull. It's a quiet, meticulously manicured suburban cul-de-sac, where the only excitement is the annual block party and the occasional argument over recycling bin placement. I'm a creature of routine, a tax accountant whose greatest adventure is a weekend hike, and I moved here 3 years ago for the very lack of drama. My house, a 2-story colonial, is separated from my next-door neighbors, a slightly grander Victorian model, by a perfectly adequate 20-foot stretch of lawn and a tall decorative cedar hedge. The hedge is important. It provides privacy, a neat green wall that allowed me to forget they existed. The neighbors, the only people I interacted with on a semi-regular basis, were the Petersons. Or they were the people I assumed were the Petersons. I'd seen a middle-aged couple in the yard a few times, a silver-haired man wearing a sensible cardigan, a woman gardening, but their lives were as invisible to me as mine was to them. They were the epitome of quiet, respectable, suburban anonymity. Then the flickering started. It began subtly about 4 months ago, just after the Petersons had some exterior work done on their house. They had installed a new string of roofline LED lights, the kind that stay on all night for a soft ambient glow. I didn't mind them. They looked festive, even in the middle of a mundane Tuesday. But one night, I was sitting in my living room grading tax forms, when I noticed the light on the far corner of their house, the one directly facing my master bedroom window, was behaving strangely. It wasn't a short-circuit flicker. It was a rhythmic flash. A short burst, a long one, another short one, then a pause, and the pattern would repeat. I initially dismissed it as a faulty wire, a cheap Chinese LED that had finally given up the ghost. But the pattern was too clean, too precise. It had a deliberate mechanical cadence that was unsettlingly familiar. I have a strange, almost photographic memory for obscure data. As a teenager, I was briefly obsessed with Barodia 2 cryptography, spending one summer memorizing the international Morse code chart for a school project that, naturally, no one else cared about. I pulled my laptop closer, pulled up the international Morse code standard, and watched the rhythm again. Short. Long, long, long. Short. It repeated. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. The pattern, repeating every 30 seconds, translated perfectly to a single, solitary letter. The letter B. I spent the entire next week watching that light, feeling an obsessive need to decode the message. Every night, exactly at 11 p.m., the light would turn on and begin its silent, rhythmic transmission. B, B, B. It was relentless. I was losing sleep, not because of the light itself, which was faint, but because of the unnerving persistence of the message. I considered walking over there, knocking on the door, and asking the Peterson family about their malfunctioning light. But the fear of sounding completely unhinged, "Excuse me, your faulty LED is sending me a distress signal in outdated naval code," stopped me. I decided I needed more data. The message changed on Friday. I had been watching for an hour, charting the B's, when the rhythm shifted. The single bulb flashed a short burst, then a long one, then a final short burst. Then a long pause, followed by 3 short bursts. Another pause. A long burst, a short, a long, a short. I typed it into my code chart, my fingers flying across the keys, my breathing shallow and fast. Short, long, short, R. Short, 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 S. Long, short, C. R, S, C. I waited another 30 seconds, watching the light. The pattern repeated, R, S, C, over and over. R, S, C. Was it a name? A radio call sign? It felt like gibberish, an abandoned fragment of a thought. But it was definitely code, and it was being directed at my window. The light was positioned so that anyone inside the Peterson house would have had to manually adjust the fixture to achieve that specific trajectory. The next day, Saturday, I decided to break the routine. I walked over to the Petersons' house, crossed the perfect lawn, and approached the front door. I intended to ask about the light, feign a neighborly concern about their electrical wiring. But as my hand rose to knock, I saw a subtle detail that made me hesitate. The blinds on the front window were not merely drawn. They were taped shut from the inside with black electrician's tape, sealed against the frame so that not a single sliver of light or shadow could escape or enter. The house was not just quiet, it was inert, a crypt of respectable suburbia. I backed away and returned home, the unease now a deep, throbbing ache beneath my ribs. I watched the lights again that night, but with a new awareness. I was no longer an analyst. I was a target. At 11 p.m., the light turned on and began its sequence. Long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short. I worked through the sequence on my desk, the numbers and letters blurring under the fluorescent lamp. Long, T. Short, long, short, R. Long, short, long, K. Short, E, T, R, K, E. Not a common word, perhaps a name, perhaps a brand. Then the message repeated, slightly faster this time. T, R, K, E, T, R, K, E, T, R, K, E. The frantic repetition felt like a cry for help. The following night, the message was longer, taking nearly a minute and a half to transmit. I sat in the dark, notebook on my knee, meticulously recording every flash, the frantic dots and dashes turning into a desperate narrative. Long, 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 short, short, long, long, short, 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 long, short, 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 long, short, 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 long, long, short. I transcribed the letters one by one, writing them down without looking at the whole word until the final letter was confirmed. WHATSUP. The message wasn't frantic or pleading. It was a question. What's up? A casual conversational inquiry directed at me through the silent language of light. The sheer audacity of it, the cold, calculated normalization of this clandestine communication, made my hands shake. I wasn't just observing a faulty light anymore. I was now part of the exchange. Someone inside that silent house knew I was watching, and they were initiating a dialogue. The question wasn't, "Who are you?" or "Are you watching?" It was, "What's up?" They were assuming I was already involved, a partner in this bizarre, covert correspondence. I couldn't sleep. The implication was paralyzing. If they knew I was watching, they must have placed the light, adjusted the direction, and started the conversation specifically for me. I needed to respond, to end this, to force the reality of the situation into the light of day. But how do you talk to a cryptic entity that communicates through light pollution and a dead language? I went into my attic and found an old, powerful camping floodlight I used for power outages. I dragged it to my bedroom, set it on a tripod, and aimed it at the Peterson's corner light fixture. At 10:55 p.m., I sat down, my finger poised over the power button. I had chosen my response carefully. It was simple, direct, and unassailable. At 11:00 p.m., the Peterson light turned on and began its sequence. Short, long, short, R, short, 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 S, long, short, C. The RSC from the previous night, the one I had dismissed as gibberish. This time, I realized what it was. It wasn't a name. It was a call sign, a way to establish a two-way channel. I waited for the full sequence to complete, took a deep breath, and began to flash my floodlight back. Long, 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 O. Long, short, long, K. The light I had bought was far too bright for the suburbs, and my OK was a blinding, disruptive burst aimed squarely at their window. I held the light steady on the final long flash of the K and then turned it off, my heart hammering like a drum. For a full minute, the Peterson light continued its RSC sequence, repeating the call sign, seemingly oblivious to my response. I started to think my message hadn't been seen, that my signal had been too crude, too fast. Then, the RSC sequence cut off midway. The light went completely dark for 10 seconds. Then it came back on and began a new, slow, deliberate transmission. Long, 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 short. Long, short, short. Long, short. Short, long, short, long. Long, long. Long, short, long. Short, short, long. Short, short, short. Short, long, short, long. I was transcribing this with a pencil, the lead breaking twice under the pressure. The message was excruciatingly long, taking nearly 3 minutes to complete. The decoded message was a terrifying, almost poetic answer to my question, FINDRAWAWERTOOTHHIDDEN. A set of instructions, a frantic coded call to action. I realized the message was so long, so complex, that it had to have been pre-scripted, written down and memorized, a sign that the entity on the other side of the hedge was not in a state of spontaneous panic, but a state of controlled, prolonged distress. I was now neck-deep in a genuine conspiracy. I couldn't go to the police with this. My neighbor is sending me a cryptic message about a tooth drawer in Morse code. I would be institutionalized before I finished the sentence. I had to find the drawer. I went back through the memory of my life with the Petersons. I knew they were in their late 60s, I remembered seeing the woman, the gardener, a few times. I remembered noticing about a year ago a silver SUV parked in their driveway with a logo on the side, a small stylized tooth. Mrs. Peterson was a retired or semi-retired dentist. The message was not about a kitchen drawer. It was about a dental cabinet. I spent the entire next day paralyzed, alternating between calling the police and researching breaking and entering laws. I settled on a coward's compromise. I would leave a message asking for clarification. That night, 11 p.m., the Peterson light turned on. RSC, RSC. I waited for the pattern to complete and then aimed my floodlight at their house and began my counter-transmission. Short, short, long, long. Short, long, short, long. Short, long, short, short, short. Peterson. I flashed the name, my hand shaking with the audacity of it, naming the owners of the house in a silent, accusatory shriek of light. I watched their window, waiting for the flicker to stop, for the lights to come on in the house, for a terrified face to appear in the window. The light stopped. For another agonizing minute, the entire house was silent and dark. Then the light turned back on and began a new, incredibly slow sequence. The pauses between the dots and dashes were so long that I almost missed the connection between them, as if the sender was physically exhausted or terrified of being caught. Short, long, short. Short, long, long. Long, short, short. Long, short, long, long. Short, long, short, long, long, short. Short. I transcribed it. REALLY. The message was not one of fear or denial. It was mocking, a cold, sardonic rebuke. They weren't just communicating with me. They were playing with me, toying with my escalating anxiety. The realization turned my fear into a cold, hard resolve. I was not dealing with a frightened neighbor. I was dealing with something calculating, perhaps even malicious. I flashed a final message, YES, WHERE. The Peterson house responded instantly. The light flashed a sequence that was only 3 letters long, repeated 3 times, as fast as a machine gun. Long, short, long, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long. CAVE, long, short, long, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long. CAVE, long, short, long, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long. CAVE. The message was complete cave. Not a place inside their house, a place outside, a hidden space. The only cave in their yard was the small stone-lined shed they used to store their gardening tools. I couldn't wait until the next night. I waited an hour until 1 a.m., the hour of the dead. I slipped on dark clothing, grabbed my large flashlight and the bronze sculpture I used as a paperweight, and climbed over the cedar hedge. The Peterson house was utterly silent, radiating a deep, cold stillness that felt like a permanent vacuum. I crept across the lawn and approached the garden shed. The door was unlocked, a simple latch, which was odd for a secure suburban property. I slid the door open. The air inside was thick and damp, smelling of old peat moss and fertilizer. The shed was full of gardening tools neatly hung on pegs. There was no hidden door, no passage, no tooth drawer, nothing that said cave. I turned to leave, the fear starting to turn into self-loathing for having been drawn into this insane game, when the floodlight I had aimed at the house earlier clicked on, aimed directly at me. I threw my hands up, blinded by the sudden massive burst of white light. The light didn't stay steady. It began to flash. Short, long, short. R. Long, short, long, long. U. Short, long. N. R. U. N. The most primal, terrifying message, a simple, one-word command delivered by a blindingly bright floodlight. I didn't hesitate. I sprinted out of the shed, across the lawn, and scrambled back over the cedar hedge, throwing myself onto my own side of the property. I lay there, panting, the smell of cut grass filling my nostrils, listening. I heard a small, distinctive click from the Peterson house, the sound of the floodlight turning off. I stayed on my side of the lawn, clutching the bronze sculpture, watching the house. Nothing moved, nothing stirred. The house was once again dark, silent, and entirely inert. I waited until morning, then packed a bag, left a note for my cleaning lady, and drove 300 miles to a remote cabin I owned in the mountains. I did not call the police. I knew the Petersons were involved, that they had set the light, but the nature of the message, RUN, suggested they were either a prisoner or a deeply disturbed tormentor. I wasn't going to stick around to find out which. I have been in the cabin for 3 weeks now. No internet, no television, no phone signal, just the trees, the snow, and the quiet. I was finally starting to decompress, to allow the impossible events to fade into a nightmare. Then, 3 nights ago, the blizzard hit. It's a whiteout, complete silence, nothing but the wind and the falling snow. I was sitting by the fireplace reading when I saw a faint rhythmic glow outside the window. I dismissed it as the flicker of the firelight reflecting on the window pane, but the rhythm was wrong. It was too sharp, too precise. I walked to the window and looked out into the impossible, swirling white void. The only thing visible was the thick, dark trunk of a massive pine tree, about 50 feet from my front porch, and from behind that tree, a single, incredibly bright point of light was flashing, steady and relentless, cutting through the snow. Short, short, long, long. U, long, short, long, long. R, short, short, short. S, short, long, short, short. T, long, long, long. O, short, long, short, short. D, I transcribed the letters on the condensation of the window. URSTOD. It was an anagram, a twisted, scrambled arrangement of a single word. I stared at the letters, my mind racing, cycling through possibilities. Trusted, outsider, Dustero. Then the light behind the tree flashed one last single slow dot, a period, a final punctuation. The light went out. The forest was dark, silent, and only the sound of the wind remained. But the light had left its message. It was a perfect 6-letter word, DOTS. I was staring at the letters I'd written on the glass. Then I looked back at the light. The letters I had seen were URSTOD, and the light had ended with a single dot. A dot in Morse code is an E. I was missing one letter. My memory, my perfect cryptographic memory, had failed me. I had missed a dot or a dash somewhere in the frantic transmission. The light had seen my confusion and sent me a clue. Dots, the components of the language itself. I realized I hadn't made a mistake in transcription. The light had lied to me, given me a false letter, and then sent the correct, final letter as a clue. It wasn't a neighbor anymore. It was a cryptographer, a cold, calculating mind that was playing a game of escalating terror. The true word, the one that used all the letters I had transcribed plus the final E, was not an anagram. It was a sentence composed of the letters I saw plus the final E, T, R, U, S, T, E, D. I looked at the light, the final message, the single terrifying dot that was the period, and I knew what had happened. Someone, an intelligence, had followed me, setting up the same exact light system in the woods. And they weren't sending me a warning. They were confirming a truth. The truth was that I was trusted. I was the new recipient of the communication, the replacement for whoever had been taken from that silent house. I was the new antenna, the final complete message, the one that the single dot had been hinting at all along, was the most terrifying realization of all. The letters were not meant to be anagrammed. They were a simple, phonetic, taunting message, a full word that had been split into two coded transmissions, and the final punctuation mark was the only letter I needed. U-R-S-T-O-D-E. You are stood. I am stood here, looking out at the dark woods, knowing the light is gone, but the message has been delivered. I am stood. I am stopped, and I am watched. And the silent, patient intelligence that communicates in dots and dashes is somewhere in the absolute blackness of the forest, waiting for the next exchange to begin, waiting for me to turn on my own floodlight and ask the inevitable question, "What's up?" I know that the next message will not be a command to run. It will be a set of instructions. And I am terrified because I know that I will not be able to stop myself from answering. There's a new room in my apartment every time I wake up. The apartment was my anchor. In the swirling, chaotic sea of a life that had recently been capsized, apartment 7A was my one small immutable island of reality. It was a simple space, a pre-war one-bedroom with a kind of solid, dependable architecture that no longer exists. You entered into the living room, a decent-sized rectangle with a large window that looked out onto the intricate iron lacework of a fire escape and the stoic, unimpressed brick wall of the building opposite. To the right, a small galley kitchen that always smelled faintly of gas and old coffee. Straight ahead, a short hallway with the bathroom on the left and the bedroom at the end. 750 square feet of predictable, logical, blessedly boring space. I knew its every scar and imperfection. The way the floorboards in the hallway groaned a three-note complaint when you walked on them. The water stain on the bedroom ceiling that looked like a profile of Abraham Lincoln. The persistent draft that whispered from the bottom of the living room window. I had measured its walls. I had memorized its layout. I had made it my sanctuary. My name is Alex, and for the past 6 months, since my brother Ben's accident, this apartment was the only thing in the universe that still made sense. Ben was the one who didn't make sense, the one who defied logic and gravity. He was a climber, a man who found his church on the sheer, unforgiving faces of granite cliffs. I was the urban planner, a man who designed grids, who believed in right angles and zoning laws, who found comfort in the predictable, horizontal flow of life. He chased the vertical, and 6 months ago, the vertical had won. A freak storm, a loose hold, a moment of gravitational certainty. He was gone, and my world, once a neat and ordered blueprint, had become a crumpled, tear-stained mess. Apartment 7A was the drafting table where I was trying and failing to smooth it out again. The first new room appeared on a Tuesday. I woke up with the familiar dull ache of a grief hangover, my dreams having been a long, exhausting replay of things I couldn't change. I shuffled out of the bedroom, down the short hallway, heading for the promise of coffee, and I stopped. On the right side of the hallway, opposite the bathroom, where there had only ever been a blank plaster wall decorated with a framed print of a Rothko painting, there was now a door. It wasn't a strange door. It was a door that looked like it had always been there. It was the same solid dark wood as the bathroom and bedroom doors, with the same simple, tarnished brass knob. My mind, sluggish and still half asleep, refused to process it. For a long, stupid moment, I just stared, trying to reconcile this new, impossible fact with the unshakable dogmatic certainty of the apartment's layout that I held in my head. My first thought, the one produced by the logical grid-making part of my brain, was that I was losing my mind. That grief had finally cracked the foundations of my sanity and was now busily renovating the interior. My second thought, marginally less terrifying, was that I was still dreaming. I reached out and touched the wall beside the doorframe. The plaster was cool and solid. I pinched the soft skin on the back of my hand. The sting was sharp and real. With a trembling hand, I gripped the brass knob. It was cool and heavy. I turned it. The latch clicked with a soft, well-oiled sound. I pulled the door open. Inside was a small, narrow room, no more than 6 feet deep and 4 feet wide. It was a study or a library, furnished with a single, elegant dark wood desk and a leather-backed chair. The walls were lined with built-in bookshelves, and they were filled from floor to ceiling with books. I could smell the familiar, comforting scent of old paper and leather binding. A small green-shaded banker's lamp sat on the desk, unlit. The room was windowless, and the air within it was still and silent, as if it had been sealed for a century. I stood in the doorway, my mind a screaming chaos of disbelief. I had lived here for 3 years. I had painted this hallway. I had hung that Rothko print. There had never been a door. There had never been a study. I closed the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I opened my eyes and looked at the Rothko, which now hung on the shorter stretch of wall between the new door and the living room. It looked perfectly natural there, as if it had always been its home. My brain was desperately trying to re-narrate my own reality. Maybe it was always here. A panicked internal voice whispered, maybe you just forgot. The grief, the stress, it's made you unobservant. But I wasn't an unobservant person. I was the person who noticed that the city had planted a new ginkgo tree on the corner of 5th and Elm. I was the person who knew the precise number of steps from my front door to the subway station. I did not forget entire rooms in my own apartment. I spent the rest of the day in a state of hypervigilant dread, a ghost in my own newly expanded home. I kept opening and closing the door, each time half expecting the room to be gone, each time being met with the same silent, impossible study. I ran my hands along the door frame, the bookshelves. They were solid. They were real. I pulled a book from a shelf. It was a leather-bound copy of Moby Dick. The pages were real. The ink was real. On the desk, there was a single framed photograph. I picked it up. It was a picture of me and Ben, aged about 8 and 10, grinning our gap-toothed smiles on a beach, a plastic shovel and pail between us. My mother had that same picture on her mantelpiece, 1,000 miles away. The sight of my brother's smiling, carefree face sitting here in this room that shouldn't exist was the thing that finally broke me. I stumbled back out of the room and slammed the door, a choked, guttural sob escaping my lips. This was not a hallucination. This was something else, something far, far worse. That night, sleep was a battlefield. I barricaded my bedroom door with a chair, a pathetically medieval defense against a threat that was already inside, a threat that operated on the laws of architecture and not of force. I left every light in the apartment on, a blazing, defiant stand against the darkness where these impossible changes seemed to be born. I woke with a jolt, the gray light of dawn filtering through the window. The chair was still wedged under the knob. I took a deep, shuddering breath and opened the door. The hallway was as it had been yesterday. The door to the study was still there. I made my way into the living room, my every nerve ending screaming, and that's when I saw it. The change was on the far wall, the one that separated my living room from my neighbor's apartment. Yesterday, it had been a long, unbroken stretch of wall where my sofa and a large abstract painting had sat. Now, in the middle of that wall, there was another door. This one was different. It was a simple, white-painted door, the kind you'd find in a nursery. It had a small crystal knob. A low, keening sound of pure terror escaped my lips. I wanted to run, to flee the apartment and never come back. But where would I go? How could I explain it? "I'm sorry, I have to break my lease. My apartment is breeding." With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving through water, I crossed the room and opened a new door. The room beyond was a child's nursery. It was fully furnished in a style that was both old-fashioned and achingly familiar. A wooden crib stood against one wall, a rocking horse with faded peeling paint in the corner. The wallpaper was a pattern of pale yellow stars and smiling crescent moons. The room was thick with the dust of ages, and the air was cold and still. And it was familiar because it was the nursery that my ex-girlfriend Sarah and I had planned, down to the last detail, in a series of late-night wine-fueled conversations about a future that had never come to pass. We had broken up a year before Ben's accident, a quiet, amicable death by 1,000 unsaid things. I backed out of the room, a new, different kind of grief twisting in my gut. The apartment wasn't just adding rooms, it was building them from the raw material of my own life, my own memories, my own sorrows. It was constructing a museum of my failures, a monument to my losses. The days that followed were a descent into a surreal architectural nightmare. Every morning there was a new door, a new room. A long, narrow, windowless hallway appeared, leading from the kitchen to nowhere, its far end shrouded in a darkness my eyes could never penetrate. A small tiled bathroom, identical to the one in my childhood home, materialized off the living room, the faint, phantom smell of my father's aftershave still hanging in the air. My 750-square-foot apartment was becoming a sprawling labyrinthine mansion, a physical manifestation of my own fractured psyche. I tried to fight it with logic. I went online and found the original blueprints for my building, a grainy PDF from the 1920s. It showed my apartment as I had always known it, a simple one-bedroom unit. There were no hidden studies, no forgotten nurseries. I took a tape measure and measured the exterior dimensions of my apartment from the hallway. They hadn't changed. I was still occupying the same physical footprint in the building. The growth was happening internally. The space was bigger on the inside. The thought was so fundamentally, cosmically impossible that my mind, the mind of a man who designed logical spaces for a living, threatened to collapse under the strain. I set up a camera. I positioned my laptop on a stool in the living room. its webcam aimed at the blank wall where I suspected the next door would appear. I hit record and went to bed, a small, desperate hope flickering in my chest. Video evidence? Proof. When I woke up, a new door, a heavy iron-banded medieval-looking thing, stood in the wall. I rushed to my laptop, my hands shaking. I played back the video. The footage showed me walking out of frame towards the bedroom. The wall remained blank and solid for 8 straight hours of recording. The digital timestamp in the corner ticked by, second by agonizing second. And then, between one frame and the next, at exactly 3:33 a.m., it happened. In the space of a single, imperceptible flicker of a video frame, the door was just there. It hadn't formed, it hadn't grown. It had simply asserted its existence into reality, a jump cut in the film of my life. I was utterly, completely alone with this madness. Who could I tell? A psychiatrist would diagnose me with a dissociative disorder. A priest would talk of demons. A physicist would laugh me out of the room. My only companion was the ever-expanding, silent, and deeply personal architecture of my own private hell. The apartment was no longer just a collection of rooms. It was a landscape, and I began to get lost in it. The new, impossible geography began to assert its dominance over the old, familiar layout. One morning, I walked out of my bedroom, turned left to go to the bathroom, and found myself not in the short, familiar hallway, but at the beginning of the new, long, dark corridor. I turned back, but the bedroom door was gone, replaced by a smooth plaster wall. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was a rat in a maze, and the maze was my own home, my own mind. It took me nearly an hour of frantic, terrifying wandering through rooms that were echoes of my own past to find my way back to the original, core part of the apartment. After that, I began leaving trails of string, like a modern-day Theseus, a pathetic, desperate attempt to map the shifting, treacherous terrain of my own grief. The rooms were not always empty. They were populated by the ghosts of objects. In a perfect replica of Ben's chaotic, messy teenage bedroom, I found his old, beat-up acoustic guitar propped in the corner. I picked it up. It was real. I strummed a chord, and the sound, dusty and resonant, was a punch to the gut. On the desk, in a perfect replica of my first post-college apartment, I found a half-finished letter to Sarah, a letter I had written and then torn up a decade ago, pouring out all the things I had been too young and too foolish to say. The apartment was not just building rooms, it was resurrecting my past. It was curating my regrets. And a dark, terrifying question began to form in my mind. What was it building towards? I had to understand the source, the building itself. I began to dig into its history, spending my days in the city archives, a frantic, sleep-deprived man sifting through dusty property records and brittle, yellowed newspapers. The building had been constructed in 1928 by a reclusive, eccentric architect named Alistair Blackwood. He was a visionary, they said, a man obsessed with the psychological impact of living spaces. He had designed and built the entire building himself and had lived until his death in the penthouse. There were rumors, of course, whispers of strange geometries in his designs, of an obsession with the occult, of the idea that a building could be more than just wood and brick, that it could be a vessel, a consciousness. I found a single self-published book he had written, a slim leather-bound volume titled Mnemonic Architecture. It was not a book about design, it was a manifesto. It was the insane, brilliant, and terrifying ramblings of a man who believed that a space could become a living extension of the human mind. He wrote of psychotectonic blueprints, of buildings that could respond to the powerful emotional resonance of their inhabitants. He believed that profound grief, a powerful, focused, and unresolved sorrow, was the most potent building material in the universe. It could warp space. It could create echoes of the past. It could, he theorized, literally build new realities. A house is not a machine for living, he wrote in a spidery, arrogant script. It is a womb or a tomb. And when a powerful consciousness fills it with its sorrow, it will choose to become one or the other. It will either nurture a new life or it will build a mausoleum to the old one. My apartment was building a mausoleum, and I was the guest of honor. The final piece of the puzzle, the one that confirmed the true monstrous nature of my situation, came from a small overlooked article in a 1945 newspaper. It was a short piece about the strange, unexplained disappearance of Alistair Blackwood. He had simply vanished from his penthouse apartment. The police had found the apartment locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. He was just gone. The last line of the article was a quote from the investigating officer. "It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. The apartment, it felt bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside. We kept opening doors and finding more rooms. It was like the place just went on forever." Blackwood hadn't just designed a theory. He had built it, and he had become its first victim. The building wasn't haunted by him. The building was him, or what was left of him, a parasitic architectural consciousness that had been lying dormant for decades, waiting for a new source of fuel, waiting for a grief as powerful and as focused as its own, waiting for me. The apartment was no longer just a reflection of my past. It began to feel actively, malevolently intelligent. I would hear noises from the new rooms at night, the faint, mocking sound of a child's laughter from the empty nursery, the soft, mournful notes of a single amateurish chord being strummed on Ben's guitar. I would find the books in the study rearranged, their titles spelling out a single, accusing word. Why? It was trying to communicate. It was trying to break me. It was feeding on my sorrow, and the more I grieved, the more it grew, the more elaborate and personal the rooms became. A perfect replica of the hospital room where Ben had died appeared, the scent of antiseptic and lilies so strong it made me gag. The rhythmic, electronic beep of a phantom heart monitor a constant torturous soundtrack. I was being digested. My memories, my emotions, my very identity were being broken down and used as bricks and mortar in this ever-expanding prison of the self. I knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as a granite that had killed my brother, that if I didn't find a way out, I would end up like Alistair Blackwood. I would be absorbed. I would be a whisper in a new empty room, waiting for the next grieving soul to move in. My only hope was Sarah. She was the one loose thread, the one part of my past that was not defined solely by loss. Our ending had been sad, but it had not been tragic. I called her. My voice was a wreck, a frantic, paranoid babble. I didn't tell her everything. I just told her I was in trouble, that I needed to see her. She must have heard the raw, naked terror in my voice because she didn't argue. She just said, "I'll be there in an hour." She was my one desperate gamble. I needed a witness. I needed another consciousness in the apartment, someone who could prove that this was real, that I wasn't just a man who had been driven mad by grief. When she arrived, my heart was a frantic, terrified drum. I let her in, and she just stood in the doorway, her face a mask of shock and concern. "Alex," she breathed, "what's happened to you?" I probably looked like a ghost. I hadn't slept properly in weeks, but I didn't care about that. "You see it, don't you?" I asked, my voice trembling, pointing a shaky finger at the nursery doctor in the living room wall. She frowned. "See what? The door." "It wasn't here before, Sarah," I said, my voice cracking. "None of them were." I took her on a tour of my own personal madness. I showed her the study, the dark hallway, the replica of Ben's bedroom. She followed me, her expression shifting from concern to a deep, profound, and terrifying pity. She couldn't see them. Where I saw a door, she saw a blank wall. I would open the door, walk into the study, and to her, it looked like I was just standing in the hallway staring at the plaster. I would describe the books, the desk, the photograph of me and Ben, and she would just look at me with those kind, gentle, psychiatrist-in-training eyes, her heart breaking for the man she had once loved, the man who was now so clearly, so tragically, lost in his own mind. The apartment was showing itself only to me. It was a private, bespoke hell, perfectly tailored to my own consciousness. Her inability to see it was the cruelest, most perfect torture of all. It was the final, definitive proof that I was alone. "Alex," she said, her voice soft, taking my hands in hers, "you've been through a trauma, a terrible one. Sometimes, when we're in that much pain, our minds, they build things to protect us or to punish us. You need help, real help. Let me call someone." I pulled my hands away. "You think I'm crazy." "I think you're in pain," she said, her eyes welling with tears. And then the apartment, the monstrous sentient thing that had been listening to our every word, played its master stroke. A new sound began to emanate from the living room wall, a soft, rhythmic, electronic beeping, the sound of a heart monitor, the sound from the hospital room, but this time it was different. It was slowing down. Beep, 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 and then a long, flat, unbroken tone, the sound of a flat line, the sound of the exact moment my brother had died. Sarah heard it. Her head snapped around, her eyes wide with a confusion that was rapidly turning to fear. "What is that?" she whispered. The sound was real. It was in the room with both of us. The apartment had finally shown its hand. It had created something that she could perceive, a bridge between my madness and her reality. And it had chosen the most cruel, most painful sound it possibly could. The sound stopped, and a new door began to form in the wall between us. It didn't just appear. We watched it happen. The plaster seemed to thin, to become translucent. We could see the wooden studs behind it, and then they too began to warp and twist, the wood groaning, bending into the shape of a door frame. A dark, heavy hospital room door materialized out of the very substance of the wall, the small rectangular window in its center showing not a hospital corridor, but a swirling, absolute darkness. Sarah let out a small, strangled scream and stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth. She saw it. It was real. I wasn't crazy. The validation, the thing I had been so desperate for, was a hollow, terrifying thing. Because now she was a part of it. Now she was trapped in here with me. The door swung open, and the thing that stood in the doorway was not a memory. It was not an object. It was a man. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in an old-fashioned threadbare suit from the 1920s. His face was a pale, emotionless mask, his eyes two burning, intelligent points of light. It was Alistair Blackwood, or the echo of him, the central, foundational consciousness of this architectural monster. "Grief is such a powerful material," he said, his voice a dry, dusty whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "But it requires a catalyst, an architect. Your sorrow has given me so much to build with, but the structure is unstable. It needs a cornerstone, a permanent resident." He looked from me to Sarah, and in his cold, dead eyes I saw the final, terrible blueprint of his design. He didn't want me. He wanted her. He wanted to trap her here, a new, fresh source of sorrow for me, a grief so profound it would give him enough power to build his mausoleum into a cathedral. He was going to take her, and I was going to be the eternal grieving warden of her prison, my pain the fuel that would keep the walls standing forever. In that moment, something inside me shifted. The grief, the fear, the helpless passive sorrow that had defined my life for the past year was burned away by a sudden, white-hot surge of pure, protective rage. This thing, this ghost of brick and mortar, was not going to have her. I thought of Ben, of his fearlessness, of his constant, relentless forward momentum. I had spent my life building walls, living within the safe, predictable grids. Ben had spent his life climbing over them. I finally understood. The apartment was a wall, and I had to climb it. I didn't run from Blackwood. I ran through him. His form dissolved into a cloud of cold, whispering dust as I passed, and I plunged into the dark doorway behind him. I was back in the labyrinth, the shifting, impossible corridors of my own past. But this time, I wasn't lost. I was navigating. I was looking for the heart of the maze. Blackwood's theory was right. Grief was the building material, and my grief for Ben was the foundation of this entire monstrous structure. To tear it down, I had to find the source, not just the memory of his death, but the core of the guilt that had turned my grief into a poison. I ran through the rooms, the echoes of my life swirling around me. I ignored the whispers, the phantoms. I was looking for the first room, the one that had started it all, the study. I found it deep in the impossible heart of the apartment. I burst through the door. The room was the same, but the air was humming with a powerful, concentrated energy. And in the center of the room, on the desk, the photograph of me and Ben on the beach was glowing with a soft, internal light. This was it, the cornerstone, the foundational memory, not of his death, but of our lives together. The thing the house was twisting, perverting. I heard Sarah scream my name from somewhere far away in the maze. Blackwood was after her. I had to end this, now. I picked up the photograph, and I finally allowed myself to feel the one true ugly thing I had been hiding from myself for 6 months. I wasn't just grieving for Ben. I was angry at him. I was angry at him for his recklessness, for his choices, for leaving me alone. I was angry at him for being the one who got to climb, while I was the one who was left to watch, to worry, to plan for a future that would never happen. And beneath the anger was the guilt that a part of me, a small, dark, resentful part, had been jealous of his freedom. "I'm sorry, Ben," I whispered, my voice thick with tears. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't just apologizing for not being able to save him. I was apologizing for everything, for being the safe brother, for being the resentful brother, for being the one who was left behind. And then I did the one thing the house, the grief, the monster did not expect. I accepted it. I accepted the anger. I accepted the guilt. I accepted the ugly, messy, painful, and profoundly real love I had for my brother. I stopped fighting the grief, and instead I just let it be, a part of me, not a prison, but a scar, a proof that he had been real. I took the photograph, the glowing foundational memory, and I put it in my pocket. I was not going to let the house have it. I was taking it back. It was mine. The room began to shake. A low, groaning structural sound, like a building about to collapse, echoed all around me. The bookshelves trembled, the books fallen to the floor. The walls began to dissolve, not into new rooms, but back into the plain, simple plaster they had once been. The mausoleum was being unbuilt. I had taken back the cornerstone, and the entire impossible structure was collapsing in on itself. I ran, following the sound of the collapsing architecture, the maze simplifying, untwisting itself as I went. I burst back out into the living room. Sarah was there, huddled in a corner, her face pale with terror. The ghostly form of Blackwood was flickering, fading, his face a mask of rage and disbelief as his world, his creation, was being unmade around him. The nursery door vanished. The door to my childhood bathroom dissolved. One by one, the ghosts of my past were being exorcised by the simple, powerful act of acceptance. Finally, the apartment was just an apartment again. 750 square feet of solid, dependable reality. The ghost of Alistair Blackwood gave one final silent scream and then dissolved into a faint wisp of dust that was caught in the draft from the window and disappeared. We were alone. The humming was gone. The cold was gone. The only sound was the frantic, desperate sound of our own breathing. We left that day. We packed a single bag and walked out of apartment 7A and never went back. The building, the city, held too many ghosts. We moved west, to a place with a wider sky, a place where the buildings were new and had no memory. Our relationship, which had died a quiet death, was reborn in the crucible of that impossible experience. We are rebuilding on a new, more honest foundation. We are not the same people we were. We are scarred, but we are whole. I am an architect now, not a planner. I design small, simple, honest houses, spaces that are filled with light and air. I believe that buildings have souls, and I try to make them kind ones. The grief for my brother is still there. It always will be. But it is no longer a sprawling, monstrous labyrinth. It is a single, small room inside of me. A room I can visit when I need to. A room with a solid, dependable door. A door that I can choose to open. A door that I can, when I am ready, choose to close. And a door that I know, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, will always, always be there. The motel was a fossil, a perfectly preserved specimen from an era of chrome, linoleum, and a kind of desperate roadside optimism that no longer exists. It was called the Starlight Vista, a grand, ludicrous name for a low-slung, L-shaped building of peeling paint and buzzing neon that offered a stunning vista of a gas station and a 24-hour diner. I was the night clerk, a post I had occupied for the past 6 years. My name is Arthur, and my life had become a long, quiet, and deeply repetitive night, punctuated only by the arrival of the occasional weary traveler or the distant melancholy wail of a train passing through the dark. The Starlight Vista was a place of ghosts, but not the spooky kind. It was haunted by the ghosts of salesmen with worn-out briefcases, of families on cross-country trips in wood-paneled station wagons, of lovers meeting for clandestine, lukewarm affairs. Every scuff on the floor, every cigarette burn on the Formica countertops was a small, silent testament to a life that had passed through and moved on. I was the curator of this museum of transient lives. My nightly ritual was as fixed and unchanging as the constellations. I'd make a pot of coffee that was strong enough to dissolve a spoon. I'd read the local paper with a kind of detached anthropological interest, and I'd check the reservation ledger. The ledger was the one anomaly in my otherwise predictable world. It was a thick, leather-bound book, its pages yellowed and soft with age, a holdover from the pre-digital era that the motel's owner, a flinty, unsentimental old man named Mr. Gable, refused to replace. And in that ledger there was the mystery of Room 9. Every single night, for as long as I had worked there, the entry for Room 9 was the same. A single, neat and unchanging line, written in a precise, slightly old-fashioned cursive, J. Corbin. No first name, no payment information, no check-in time. Just the name. The reservation was a permanent, unmovable fixture in the book. The first time I asked Mr. Gable about it, he had given me a look that was as cold and sharp as a shard of broken glass. "Room 9 is not your concern, Arthur," he'd said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It's occupied, permanently. You do not knock on the door. You do not slide a bill under it. You simply leave it be. Is that understood?" It was not an invitation for a conversation. It was an order, and for 6 years I had obeyed it. I had treated Room 9 as if it did not exist. It was a blank spot on the map of my small nocturnal kingdom, but my curiosity, a slow, patient, and persistent creature, had been gnawing at the edges of my obedience for years. I had done the math. I had gone back, page by yellowed page, through the old ledgers that were stored in the back office. The reservation for J. Corbin had started on a Tuesday, October 14th, 1986, and it had never stopped. 39 years, 14,235 nights, a single unbroken reservation. Who was J. Corbin? Was he a recluse, a modern-day Howard Hughes, living out his days in a cheap roadside motel? But I had never seen anyone go in or out of that room. The housekeeping staff, 2 quiet middle-aged sisters named Maria and Sophia, never cleaned it. When I had asked them, they had just crossed themselves and shaken their heads, muttering something in Spanish about bad air. The room itself was a paradox. It was at the far end of the west wing, the last door on the left. The paint on the door was not peeling. The brass number 9 was not tarnished. The "Do Not Disturb" sign, a small plastic rectangle, hung permanently from the knob. Its red letters faded to a pale, anemic pink. The window that faced the parking lot was always dark, its thick mustard-yellow curtains always drawn. But the room was not dead. It consumed electricity. I had checked the meters in the maintenance closet. Room 9 drew a steady, consistent, and low-level amount of power day and night, the kind of power draw you'd see from a single, low-wattage light bulb, and maybe an old, inefficient clock radio. My quiet, ordered life was built around this one, singular, and deeply unsettling mystery, and for 6 years I had been content to let it remain one. But then Mr. Gable died, a heart attack, swift and efficient in his sleep. His estranged daughter, A brisk, no-nonsense woman from the city inherited the motel, and her first order of business was to modernize. A team of contractors descended upon the starlight vista, and the comfortable, dusty silence of my life was shattered by the sound of hammers and power saws. They were replacing the carpets, updating the wiring, and, to my horror, installing a new computerized reservation system. The leather-bound ledger, my strange anachronistic Bible, was to be retired. I knew my time was running out. The new system would not tolerate the gentle, unspoken mystery of J. Corbin. It would demand a credit card number, a check-in date, a digital footprint. The ghost in my machine was about to be exorcised by an IT professional. I had to know. I had to understand. Before the bulldozers of the 21st century paved over the one true and profound mystery of my life. The night before the new system was scheduled to go online, I made my decision. The contractors were gone. The motel was quiet, save for the hum of the ice machine and the snores of a traveling salesman in room 3. I took the master key, a heavy, old-fashioned brass key that I had never in 6 years had a reason to use for room 9. My footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot as I walked towards the west wing. The air was cold and still. The buzzing of the neon sign seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as I approached the door. I stood before it for a long moment, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. The faded "Do Not Disturb" sign seemed to mock me. My hand trembled as I slid the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, silent, and well-oiled click that was deeply, profoundly unnerving. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of asphalt and impending revelation, and I pushed the door open. The room was not what I expected. It was not a dusty, forgotten time capsule. It was not the squalid den of a recluse. It was a waiting room. The room was immaculate. The bed, a standard motel-issue double, was made with military precision. The cheap polyester bedspread pulled taut, not a single wrinkle on its surface. The carpet, a swirling psychedelic pattern of orange and brown, was perfectly vacuumed. There was not a speck of dust on the faux wood headboard or the formica top of the small round table. But the room was not empty. On the table, next to a small bakelite lamp that was emitting a soft, warm, golden glow, was a single open book. And sitting in the room's only armchair, a worn vinyl monstrosity the color of a bruised avocado, was a man. He was old, but it was an age that was impossible to quantify. He was dressed in a simple, gray, and slightly old-fashioned suit. His face was a road map of wrinkles, but his eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, were clear, sharp, and utterly, completely ancient. He was not a ghost. He was solid. He was real. And he was looking directly at me. He did not seem surprised. He seemed patient, as if he had been waiting for me to open that door for a very, very long time. "Arthur," he said, his voice a low, soft, and impossibly tired sound. "You're early. I wasn't expecting you for another 17 years. I stared at him, my mind a screaming white noise chaos of disbelief. Who are you?" I stammered. "Are you J. Corbin?" He smiled, a faint, sad, and deeply weary smile. "In a manner of speaking, it's a professional name, a designation. You can call me Jonas." "What is this place?" I whispered, my eyes darting around the clean, sterile, and utterly soulless room. "What have you been doing in here for 39 years?" "Waiting," he said simply, "and working." He gestured to the open book on the table. I took a hesitant step into the room. The air was still and cool, and it had a strange, neutral, almost non-existent smell. It was like the air in a clean room, a place where the outside world was not allowed to enter. I looked at the book. It was a ledger, identical to the one I used at the front desk, and it was open to today's date. All the rooms were marked as vacant, except for one, Room 9, J. Corbin, and beneath it a new line had been added in the same neat and precise cursive. Arthur Penhaligon, 11:17 p.m., my name. I looked up at him, a cold, creeping dread, far worse than any simple, superstitious fear, beginning to seep into my bones. What is this? I'm a clerk, Arthur, Jonas said, his ancient blue eyes holding mine. Just like you, a manager of a very specific and very necessary kind of roadside motel. He gestured around the room. This isn't just a room, it's a layover, a transfer station, a place between the road you were on and the one you're about to be on. I don't understand, I said, my voice trembling. You're not supposed to, he said, his voice gentle. Not yet. Your reservation isn't for another 17 years, but you've opened the door. You've checked in early. And the rules are very strict about early check-ins. My mind was reeling, trying to process the sheer cosmic impossibility of his words. This was not a man. This was something else. And this motel, my quiet, predictable, and boring little motel, was a part of it. What are you? I whispered. I am the one who helps the lost find their way, he said. The ones who die on the road. The ones who are untethered. A car crash on the interstate, a lonely heart attack in a room that isn't their own. A soul that has, for one reason or another, missed its exit. They get stuck in the static between the stations. This place, this room, is a beacon, a quiet, stable place in the storm. And I am the one who sits here and waits for them to find their way to the front desk. I thought of the thousands of lives that had passed through the starlight vista, the salesmen, the families, the lovers, and I thought of the others, the quiet ones, the ones who checked in and never checked out, the small, forgotten tragedies that are the lifeblood of any place that is built on the lonely, anonymous promise of the open road. And what do you do with them? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I check them in, he said. I give them a key, and I help them to understand that the trip they were on is over, and that a new one is about to begin. He looked at me, and his eyes were filled with a sadness that was as old and as deep as the universe itself. My work is very important, Arthur. It requires quiet. It requires discretion. It requires a place that is constant. I understood then. The reservation, the untouched room, the low, steady hum of the electricity. It was all a part of it, an anchor, a lighthouse for the lost souls of the highway. And my mundane, boring, and quiet little life had been lived unknowingly in the shadow of this profound and terrifying cosmic machinery. But why me? I asked. Why are you telling me this? Because you opened the door, he said, his voice taking on a new, graver tone. And because my own reservation is coming due. I have been a clerk here for a very, very long time. My own journey is about to continue, and a place like this can never be left unattended. The implication of his words hit me with the force of a physical blow. The room seemed to tilt, the walls closing in. No, I said, shaking my head. No, I have a life. I am a clerk at a motel. You were a clerk at a motel, he corrected gently. But you chose to open a door that was not meant for you. You have seen behind the curtain, Arthur, and once you have seen, you cannot unsee. You are a part of the mechanism now. He stood up, his movement slow and stiff, like a man who had been sitting in the same chair for 1,000 years. He walked over to me, and he placed a heavy, cold brass key in my hand. It was the master key for room 9. Your training was supposed to be gradual, he said, his voice a soft, tired whisper in my ear. Over the next 17 years, you would have begun to see, to understand. But now you will have to learn on the job. He walked past me, towards the open door of the room. He did not look back. He stepped out into the dark, silent parking lot of my world, and he dissolved. He didn't vanish in a puff of smoke. He just faded. He became a part of the darkness, a part of the quiet, a part of the lonely, endless night of the open road. I was alone in the room, the clean, sterile waiting room. The book was still on the table, open to my name. The soft, golden light of the lamp was still glowing. I was the new clerk, the new manager, the new J. Corbin. I walked out of the room and pulled the door shut. It clicked with a soft, final sound. I hung the faded "Do Not Disturb" sign back on the knob. I walked back to the front desk, the heavy brass key in my pocket, a cold, heavy weight. The new computerized reservation system was installed the next day, but when the technician tried to input the data for room 9, the system crashed. They tried 3 times. Every time, the same result. The new digital world could not comprehend the old analog and cosmic truth of that room. In the end, they just left it alone, a single, anomalous, and permanent booking in a system that was otherwise perfect, a ghost in the new machine. My life is different now. It is still quiet. It is still nocturnal. I am still the clerk at a roadside motel. But I have a new set of responsibilities. I still make the coffee. I still read the paper. But now I also watch. And I listen. And sometimes, in the dead of night, a new guest will arrive. They will look confused and lost and afraid. They will not have a reservation, but I will know their name. I will check them in, and I will give them a key to a room that is not on any map, a quiet, clean, and peaceful room, a place where they can rest before they continue on their journey. I have 17 years until my own check-in, 17 years to be the quiet, patient, and necessary guardian of the lost souls of the Starlight Vista. It is a strange and lonely and sometimes terrifying job. But I have come to understand that it is also a profound and deeply and strangely sacred one. The road is long and the night is dark, and everyone eventually needs a place to rest, and I am the one who leaves the light on. My wife died 3 years ago. She just texted me, "I'm home." The text arrived at 11:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, a night so ordinary it was practically invisible. I was in my usual state of suspended animation, half sprawled on the sofa, the bluish, flickering light of a forgotten documentary on the television painting the room in shifting, melancholic hues. My name is Daniel, and for the past 195 nights, not that I was counting, my life had been a meticulously curated museum of grief. Each object in our small 2-bedroom house was a relic, a testament to the vibrant, chaotic, and now deafeningly silent life I had shared with my wife, Clara. The half-finished novel on her bedside table, the ridiculously oversized coffee mug she loved, the faint, phantom scent of her jasmine perfume that I could still sometimes catch in the hallway closet. These were the ghosts I had chosen to live with. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, a jarring, intrusive sound in the quiet. I glanced at the screen, expecting a late-night work email or a spam message about an extended car warranty, but the name that glowed in the darkness was a ghost of a different kind. It was a name I hadn't seen on my screen in 3 years. Clara. My heart, a sluggish, hibernating thing, gave a sudden, hard, painful jolt like an engine seizing and then violently restarting. It was an old contact, a digital ghost I hadn't had the strength to delete. It was a pocket dial from her mother, perhaps, who still had her old phone. A cruel, random glitch in the matrix. I was about to dismiss it, to toss the phone back onto the table, when I saw the message preview. 2 words, 2 simple, impossible, and utterly soul-shattering words. I'm home. I stared at the screen, the world narrowing to the small, glowing rectangle in my hand. The air in the room grew thin and sharp. The sound from the television faded into a dull, meaningless roar. I read the words again and again. They did not change. They did not disappear. My first thought was a desperate, grasping lunge for a rational explanation, a sick prank. Someone had gotten a hold of her old number. It was a new feature of the phone company, reassigning dormant numbers. Some stranger, a teenager with a cruel sense of humor, was messing with me. It was a vile, disgusting thing to do, but it was logical. It was explainable. With a trembling thumb, I opened the message thread. The last message I had sent to her 3 years ago was still there, a heartbreaking digital monument to a conversation that would never be finished. Leaving the hospital now? Pick up some milk on your way home? Love you. She had never made it home. A drunk driver had run a red light a block from our house. Above that old sad message was the new one. I'm home. My fingers, clumsy and slick with a sudden cold sweat, typed out a reply. Who is this? I hit send. The message was delivered, and then the 3 little dots, the pulsing, electronic heartbeat of a reply in progress, appeared on the screen. The prankster was quick. The reply came a moment later. It was a single, devastating word. Clara. I was expecting a laugh, an admission, an insult. Not this calm, simple, impossible assertion. My second thought, the one that slithered in after the rational explanation had been shot down, was that I was losing my mind, that the grief, the loneliness, the sheer crushing weight of the last 3 years had finally fractured my sanity. I was hallucinating. This wasn't real. I was having a psychotic break, and my brain, in a final act of desperate, self-destructive longing, had manifested this cruelest of all possible mirages. I stood up, my legs unsteady. I walked into the kitchen and splashed cold water on my face, the shock of it a welcome, grounding sensation. I looked at my reflection in the dark kitchen window. A pale, haggard, and decidedly sane-looking man stared back. I was not crazy. The phone buzzed again. Another message from Clara. I walked back to it. A man walking towards an execution he had inexplicably scheduled for himself. This message was longer. The key isn't working. The lock must be rusted. Can you let me in, Sleepyhead? Sleepyhead. It was her pet name for me, a gentle, teasing jab at my love of sleeping in on weekends. It was a detail, a small, intimate, and perfect detail that a random prankster could not possibly know. A wave of fear so profound it was almost nauseating washed over me. I looked at the front door. The deadbolt, which I had locked hours ago, was still firmly in place. I crept to the peephole, my heart a frantic trapped bird against my ribs. I put my eye to the cold brass ring and looked out. The porch was empty. The street beyond was silent and still, bathed in the fuzzy orange glow of the streetlights. There was no one there. My mind was a screaming chaos of impossible possibilities. Was this a ghost? A spirit? Somehow manipulating the digital world? Was this a test? A cruel, elaborate game being played by a god I no longer believed in? I typed another reply, my fingers fumbling on the small glass keys. This isn't funny. Stop it. The three dots appeared immediately. The reply was instantaneous. Why are you being so weird, Danny? It's cold out here. Just open the door. Danny, not Daniel. Only she had ever called me that. Another detail. Another perfect, tiny, and impossibly real nail in the coffin of my sanity. And then I heard it, a sound from outside, a soft, hesitant three-beat knock on the front door. Knock, knock, knock. I stumbled back from the door, a choked, guttural cry of pure terror escaping my lips. This was not a digital ghost. This was not a prank. This was real. There was someone or something on my porch, and it knew the things that only my dead wife could know. I didn't answer the door. I ran upstairs, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. I locked myself in the bedroom, the room that was still so full of her, and I wedged a chair under the doorknob. I huddled on the bed, my phone clutched in my hand, a useless, terrifying tether to the nightmare that was unfolding. The messages continued. Is everything okay? You're scaring me. Danny, please, I just want to come home. I had a bad dream. I need you. Each message was a new, expertly targeted emotional missile, designed to bypass my fear and hit the raw, exposed nerve of my grief, my love, my protective instinct. It was a masterful, cruel, and deeply personal psychological assault. And then a new message appeared, one that finally, irrevocably, shattered my last, desperate hope that this was some kind of elaborate terrestrial hoax. It was a picture, a photograph, taken just seconds ago. It was a selfie. It was a picture of Clara. But it was not the Clara I remembered. It was not the vibrant, laughing, sun-kissed woman from my memories. This was a pale, spectral, and terrifyingly changed version of her. She was standing on our porch, her face illuminated by the stark, unforgiving light of a phone screen. Her eyes were the same, a deep, beautiful cornflower blue. But they were wrong. They were empty. They held no light, no life, just a flat, placid, and deeply unsettling calm. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her hair, which had always been a wild, chaotic mane of auburn curls, was lank and dark, as if wet. And her smile, she was smiling, but it was a pained, unnatural stretching of her lips, a rictus of a smile that did not reach her dead, empty eyes. Behind her, I could see the familiar, reassuring details of my own front porch, the potted fern, the welcome mat, the small hairline crack in the porch light. It was her. It was my Clara. But it was a version of her that had been somewhere else, somewhere cold and dark and quiet, for a very, very long time. I stared at the picture, a low, keening sound of pure animal despair escaping my lips. The grief I had so carefully managed for 3 years, the grief I had compartmentalized, the grief I had learned to live with, came roaring back, a tidal wave of raw, unprocessed agony. It was not a prank. It was not a dream. It was my wife. And she had come back from the dead. The knocking started again, louder this time, more insistent, and her voice, a faint, muffled, and horrifyingly familiar sound, came through the thick wooden door. "Danny, please, let me in. I'm cold." I spent the rest of the night huddled in that room, a trembling, weeping mess, as the thing on my porch, the thing that wore my wife's face, alternated between gentle, loving persuasion and a cold, angry, demanding rage. The messages became more erratic, more desperate. "I don't understand what's wrong. This is our home. Who is in there with you? Is it her? I died for you. You owe me this." The last message, a scream of pure accusatory rage in stark, capital letters, was followed by a silence that was more terrifying than the noise had been. I stayed in that room until the first gray, uncertain light of dawn began to filter through the blinds. When I finally, tentatively, crept downstairs, the house was silent. The porch was empty. There was no sign that anyone had ever been there, except for one small, impossible thing. On the welcome mat, there was a single, long strand of dark auburn hair. I was living in a ghost story, but it was a ghost story with a data plan. The next day was a blur of sleepless, paranoid terror. I called the phone company. The number that had belonged to Clara's phone had, as I suspected, been taken out of circulation after her death. It had not been reassigned. It did not exist. I was receiving messages from a phantom number, a digital ghost. I called the police. I tried to explain, my voice a shaky, unconvincing mess. A man receiving threatening texts. It was a common enough complaint, but when I told them who the texts were from, the polite, professional mask of the officer on the other end of the line slipped into a look of profound, pitying concern. He suggested I speak to a grief counselor. He suggested I get some rest. He did not suggest he send a squad car. I was alone with this. That night, she returned. The text, the knock, the voice, the whole terrifying, heartbreaking ritual. And again, I locked myself away, a prisoner in my own home, a man being haunted by a technologically savvy and deeply persistent ghost. The messages began to change. They were no longer just about getting into the house. They were about us. She sent me old pictures of us, pictures that had been on her phone when she died. A picture of us on our honeymoon in Italy, grinning like idiots, a smear of gelato on my nose, a picture of us on this very sofa, asleep, her head on my chest. They were weapons perfectly chosen to inflict the maximum amount of emotional damage. And then she began to send me new pictures. Pictures taken from outside the house. A shot of me through the living room window, my face illuminated by the television. A picture of the back of my head taken from the street as I sat in my study. She was not just on the porch, she was all around me. A silent, watching, and deeply patient predator. I was coming apart. I was a man living on a diet of coffee and terror. I was beginning to see her everywhere. A glimpse of an auburn-haired woman in a crowd would send my heart into a frantic, panicked gallop. The sound of a phone buzzing in a quiet room would make me jump out of my skin. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I was being psychologically dismantled piece by painful piece. I had to confront it. I had to understand what it was and what it wanted. My first thought was that this was some kind of punishment, that her spirit was restless, angry at the drunk driver who had killed her, at the universe that had allowed it. But her anger seemed to be directed at me, "You owe me this," she had said. Why? What did I owe her? I began to sift through the wreckage of our life together, looking for an answer. I went through her old things, her letters, her journals. Clara had been a writer, a poet. Her journals were filled with her beautiful, lyrical, and sometimes painfully honest observations on the world, on us. And in the last journal she had ever kept, in an entry dated the week before her death, I found it. A secret. A secret she had never shared with me. She had been pregnant. I stared at the words, my vision blurring with a fresh, new, and infinitely more painful wave of tears. A baby. We had been trying for years. It had been the one deep and unspoken sadness in our otherwise happy life. And she had been about to tell me. The entry was a rehearsal, a practice run of the speech she was going to give. "Danny," it began, "we're going to have to get a bigger house." The grief that hit me was a physical thing, a crushing weight that stole the air from my lungs. Not just her, but a child, a future, a whole entire life that had been stolen from me before I had even known it existed. And I understood. Her rage, her persistence, was not the rage of a spirit who had been cheated of her own life. It was the rage of a mother who had been cheated of her child's. And her words, "You owe me this," they were not an accusation. They were a plea. She didn't want revenge. She wanted her child's life back, and she thought somehow that I could give it to her. That night, when the text came, I was ready. I didn't run. I didn't hide. I walked to the door. "I'm here, Danny. Please, it's time to come home." The knock, soft, gentle. I took a deep breath. My hand was on the deadbolt. My heart was a slow, heavy, and steady drum. I was no longer afraid. I was just profoundly and deeply sad. "I know what you want, Clara," I said, my voice a low, steady thing, speaking to the wood of the door. "I know about the baby. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry we didn't have more time." The knocking stopped. The silence on the other side of the door was a living, listening thing. "But this is not the way," I continued, tears streaming down my face. "You can't come in. This is the world of the living, and you are not a part of it any more. Neither of you are." A low, soft, and utterly heartbroken sob came from the other side of the door. It was the first real and truly human sound I had heard from her. "But this is our home," she whispered, her voice a thin, fragile, and ghostly thing. "It was," I said, "and it was beautiful. But it is my home now, and you have to find a new one, both of you. You have to let go, and you have to let me go too." I was not just speaking to a ghost. I was speaking to my own grief. I was giving myself the permission I had never been able to find, the permission to move on. The silence stretched for a long, eternal moment, and then my phone, which was in my pocket, buzzed one last time. I pulled it out. A new message from Clara. It was not a picture. It was not a demand. It was a single, beautiful, and heartbreaking line of text. Tell him I would have named him Samuel. And then the name on the top of the screen, Clara, vanished. The number became just a number again, an unknown and now unreachable string of digits. I looked through the peephole. The porch was empty. The street was quiet. She was gone. I stood there, leaning my forehead against the cool wood of the door, and I wept. I wept for my wife. I wept for the son I had never known. And I wept for myself, for the 3 years I had spent living in a museum, when I should have been living in the world. The next day, I began to pack. I took down the pictures. I boxed up her clothes. I threw away the half-finished novel and the ridiculously oversized coffee mug. They were not her. They were just things. The real memory of her, the one that mattered, the one that was full of love and laughter and a future that had almost been, was the one I would carry with me in my heart. I sold the house. I moved to a new city, a new life. I am a different man now. I am a man who has had a conversation with a ghost through a door and through a phone. I am a man who has learned that the dead do not want to be haunted. They just want to be remembered, and then they want to be let go. I am a man who had a son for a few brief and beautiful moments, a son whose name was Samuel. And it is a good name. It is a strong name. It is the name of a man who has survived. It is my name. I streamed myself sleeping. Someone knocked on my door while I was watching. The idea was born, as most of my bad ideas are, from a potent cocktail of boredom, narcissism, and the relentless gnawing need for content. My name is Ethan, and for the past 3 years, I've been a mid-level streamer on a platform that rewards consistency over quality. My niche, if you could call it that, was ambient horror. I'd play obscure, atmospheric horror games, narrate creepypastas in a low, sonorous voice, or simply host long, quiet streams from my dimly lit apartment, allowing the natural, unsettling sounds of my pre-war building to become the star of the show. My audience was small but loyal, a collection of fellow insomniacs and weirdos who found a strange communal comfort in our shared digital loneliness. The concept was deceptively simple. A 24/7, uninterrupted live stream of me sleeping. I called it the Somnus Project. The tagline I came up with was, "What happens when we're not watching?" It was a nod to the paranormal, a wink to my horror-loving audience, but in reality, it was a gimmick. A high-concept, low-effort way to keep my channel active, to hoover up a few extra donations while I was literally unconscious. Setting it up was easy. I mounted a wide-angle, night-vision-capable webcam on a tripod in the corner of my bedroom, positioning it to capture my bed and most of the room. I set up a dedicated laptop to handle the stream, its screen a glowing, hypnotic eye in the darkness. On the first night, I went through my usual pre-stream ritual, talking to the chat, which was buzzing with a mixture of curiosity and mockery. "Bro is literally gonna get paid to sleep," one user typed. "What if he snores?" another asked. "Hope a ghost shows up, LOL," wrote a third. I laughed it off, signed off with my usual, "Stay safe in the shadows," and went to bed. I fell asleep to the quiet hum of the laptop and the knowledge that a few hundred strangers were watching me drool on my pillow. It was a profoundly weird, quintessentially 21st century feeling. The first few days were a bust, paranormal-wise. I snored, I tossed and turned. I once mumbled something about a missing spreadsheet in my sleep. The stream was, as expected, mind-numbingly boring, but my viewership numbers were up. People would leave the stream on in the background, a kind of bizarre human white noise machine. The donations trickled in, small amounts with messages like, "For your electric bill, Sleep King," or "Hope you're having sweet dreams." It was working. I would spend my waking hours in my living room, which doubled as my office, editing videos, answering emails, and, of course, watching the stream. It was a strange, out-of-body experience to be sitting on my sofa, drinking coffee, while simultaneously watching a live feed of my own empty, unmade bed. The bedroom door was always visible in the shot. It was a heavy, solid oak door, and I had a habit of closing it firmly every night. The first anomaly occurred on the fourth night. I was up late reviewing the VOD, video on demand, from the previous night, looking for any highlights I could clip for social media. A particularly loud snore, a funny sleep mumble. I was fast-forwarding through the long, static hours of darkness when I saw it. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the bedroom door, which I had distinctly remembered closing, slowly, silently, crept open. I stopped the playback, my heart giving a sudden hard thump against my ribs. I rewound it and watched again, in real time. The movement was almost imperceptible. A thin black sliver appeared between the door and the frame, widening by a millimeter every few seconds, until the door was open by a good 6 inches. There was no sound, no creak of hinges. It was like the door was made of smoke. It stayed open for the rest of the night. My blood ran cold. My building was old, the floors uneven. It was possible, I told myself, that the door hadn't been properly latched and had swung open on its own. A draft, perhaps. It was a rational, logical explanation, and I clung to it like a life raft. But I had never known that door to swing open on its own before. It was a heavy, well-fitted door. That night, before I went to bed, I made a point of not just closing the door, but locking it. I even gave the knob a hard jiggle on camera for the chat to see. "Just making sure we don't have any drafts tonight, guys," I said with a nervous laugh. I watched the VOD the next day. The door had stayed closed. I felt a wave of relief, followed by a pang of disappointment. A small, content, hungry part of me had been hoping for a ghost. But the next night, something else happened. Something I couldn't explain away with drafts or uneven floors. I was watching the VOD from the night before. At 2:47 a.m., one of the books on my bedside table, a heavy hardback copy of House of Leaves, slid off the table and fell to the floor with a soft, muffled thud. I hadn't even noticed it when I woke up. I had just picked it up and put it back without a second thought. But watching it on the replay, it was unnerving. It didn't just tip over, it slid, as if pushed by an invisible hand, moving a good 2 inches horizontally before it fell. The chat, which was watching the VOD along with me, went wild. "You WTIF, was that? Okay, that's not a draft. Demon, confirmed." I was skeptical, but I was also a streamer. I knew content when I saw it. I clipped the video of the fallen book and the opening door and posted them online. The clips got more views than anything I had ever produced. My follower count started to climb. I was no longer just the Sleep King. I was the guy with the haunted apartment. The phenomena grew in intensity, but they were always subtle, always deniable. A shadow that would move in a way that didn't match any light source. A soft, whispering sound that was barely audible on the microphone. A sound I always dismissed as audio. Artifacting. My alarm clock, a digital one, would sometimes be set to a different time when I woke up, always just a few minutes off. I was living a strange, bifurcated life. During the day, I was the excited, slightly spooked host, analyzing the footage with my growing audience, speculating about ghosts and poltergeists. But at night, when I had to actually go into that room and sleep, a real gnawing fear began to take root. The room felt different. The air was heavier, colder. I felt like I was sleeping on a stage, not just for my viewers, but for an unseen, silent audience that was already in the room with me. I started talking to it, not on stream, but in the quiet of the room before I went to bed. "If you're here," I'd whisper into the darkness, "give me a sign, a real one." It was a stupid, horror movie trope thing to do, but I couldn't help myself. I felt like I was losing my mind, caught between the performance of being haunted and the terrifying possibility that it was real. The real sign came on a Tuesday, 2 weeks into the Somnus Project. It was one of the rare nights I decided not to review the Viard from the night before. I had been out with friends, a brief, desperate foray into the normal world. I came home late, exhausted. I glanced at the stream on my phone. My bed was empty, the room silent. I went to bed, closed and locked the door, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling watched. It was a palpable, physical sensation, like the feeling of static electricity on your skin. I sat up in bed. Everything seemed normal. The door was still closed. The books were on the table, but the air was thick with a kind of resonant, humming silence. I went into the living room and pulled up the stream on my main monitor. I wasn't going to review the whole VOD. I was just going to check on something. A new paranoid ritual I had developed. I would check the moment I got into bed and the moment I woke up, just to make sure no time was missing, that there were no gaps in the recording. I scrubbed the timeline back to the moment I had entered the room last night. There I was, walking into frame, getting into bed, pulling up the covers. Everything was normal. Then I scrubbed forward to this morning, to the moment I had woken up. I watched myself sit up, look around, and then get out of bed. Normal. But something was nagging at me, a sliver of unease. I decided to watch the whole night. On 2x speed, the hours flew by in a blur of me tossing and turning in the ghostly green-tinged glow of the night vision. The digital clock in the corner of the stream ticked by. 2 hours a.m., 3 hours a.m., 4 hours a.m. Nothing. And then, at 4:22 a.m., it happened. My sleeping form on the bed suddenly went rigid. Not the kind of stiffness from a bad dream, but an unnatural, board-like rigidity. And then my body began to levitate. I stared at the screen, my coffee cup frozen halfway to my lips. It was not a hoax. It was not a trick of the camera. My body, my sleeping, unconscious body, was lifted a good foot off the mattress, held there for nearly 30 seconds by an unseen force, and then gently, slowly, lowered back down. There were no wires. There was no one else in the room. I just floated. My coffee cup slipped from my numb fingers and shattered on the floor. I didn't even flinch. I just kept staring at the screen, at the impossible, undeniable evidence of what had happened in my room while I slept. The whispers, the moving objects, they weren't prelude. They were the opening act. This was the main event. I replayed the clip a dozen times. My mind, a frantic, drowning thing, tried to find a rational explanation, a dream, a hallucination. But I wasn't asleep when I was watching this. This was a recording. It was real. The thing in my apartment wasn't just moving my books, it was moving me. My first impulse was to end the stream, to pack a bag and leave, to burn the apartment to the ground. But the second impulse, the one that had been conditioned by years of chasing views and engagement, was different. This was the Holy Grail. This was the kind of footage that could make a career. This was the ghost I had been hoping for, even though its reality was 1,000 times more terrifying than I had ever imagined. Against every instinct of self-preservation I possessed, I clipped the levitation video. I posted it to my social media with a single, trembling, all-caps caption. I need help. This is not a joke. My channel exploded. The clip went viral, ricocheting across the internet. It was debated on Reddit, analyzed on YouTube, and even picked up by a few mainstream paranormal news sites. My viewer count skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. I was no longer a mid-level streamer. I was a global phenomenon. I was the levitating man. The world was divided. Half believed it was one of the most convincing pieces of paranormal evidence ever captured. The other half believed I was a master hoaxer, a digital magician who had somehow pulled off the perfect illusion. The debate only fueled the fire. I was a prisoner in my own home. I was too terrified to sleep in the bedroom, but I was also too terrified to end the stream. I had created a monster, and now I had to keep feeding it. I started sleeping on the sofa in the living room, leaving the bedroom empty, a stage for whatever entity had taken up residence there, and the activity increased. Now that it had an audience, it began to perform. The door would be thrown open with violent force. The books would fly off the shelves. One night, the word "get" was scrawled on a wall in what looked like ash or soot. The next night, the word "out" appeared beside it. My life became a 24/7 horror show, and I was both the star and the sole terrified audience member in the front row. My mental state was disintegrating. I was a raw nerve, jumping at every shadow, my hands in a perpetual shaky tremor. The money was pouring in, but I couldn't spend it. The fame was suffocating. I was the ringmaster of a circus I could not control. And then came last night. I had been awake for nearly 48 hours, surviving on caffeine and raw fear. I couldn't bring myself to sleep, not even on the sofa. I was sitting in my computer chair, the warm glow of the monitor, my only companion, watching the live feed from the bedroom. The chat was a frantic, scrolling waterfall of text. Thousands of people from all over the world watching the empty, haunted room with me. For hours, there was nothing, just the quiet, malevolent stillness of the room. The "get out" on the wall seemed to pulse in the night vision. And then, at 3:13 a.m., the same time the door had first opened a lifetime ago, a new phenomenon began. A knock. A soft, hesitant, 3-beat knock. Knock, knock, knock. It was not coming from the bedroom. It was coming from my front door. I froze, my blood turning to ice. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. My neighbors were a quiet, elderly couple who were in bed by 9. No one ever knocked on my door this late. The chat exploded. Did anyone else hear that? Someone's at the door. Don't answer it, Ethan. I stared at the monitor, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. It's probably a neighbor, I typed into the chat, my fingers fumbling on the keyboard. Loud music or something? But I knew it was a lie. My apartment was silent. And then I looked at the live stream feed from my bedroom, and what I saw made the world dissolve into a roaring, static-filled void in my ears. On the screen, in the live real-time feed of my bedroom, a figure was standing. It was a tall, thin silhouette, featureless and black, standing in the center of the room where there had been nothing but empty air a second before. It was not a shadow. It had depth, dimension. It was a hole in the shape of a man, a void that seemed to suck the very light out of the room. It was perfectly still, and it was facing the camera. I couldn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a hard, painful knot of pure, undiluted terror. The thing on my screen was not a ghost. It was not a poltergeist. It was something else, something that had been drawn to the attention, to the energy of thousands of people, all focused on this one small room. I had not just opened a door for a ghost. I had opened a portal, and something had stepped through. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at my front door was louder now, a frantic, angry pounding. It was in sync with the pulsing of the blood in my ears. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the monitor. The figure in the bedroom slowly lifted an arm. Its hand was a blur of static, but it was pointed directly at the camera, pointed at me. And then the voice. It wasn't in the room. It wasn't on the stream. It was inside my head. A dry, rasping, impossibly ancient sound like the crumbling of a tombstone. You opened the door. Now let me in. The knocking on my front door was no longer a knock. It was a violent, splintering crash, as if someone was throwing their entire body against the wood. The heavy, solid oak was groaning, the frame vibrating. My mind finally broke free from its paralysis. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. I looked wildly around my living room, my sanctuary, which now felt like a death trap. The bedroom was compromised. The front door was about to give way. I am writing this now frantically on my phone, huddled in the one place I have left to hide, the small windowless bathroom. I have barricaded the door with a laundry hamper, a pathetic, flimsy defense against the impossible. The pounding on the front door has stopped, but the silence that followed is so much worse. I can hear footsteps, soft, dragging footsteps just outside the bathroom door, and a low, whispering sound, a sibilant, multi-toned whisper that seems to be coming from all directions at once. It's the sound from the stream, the sound I had dismissed as an audio glitch. It is not a glitch. It is the sound of its voice. My phone is my only light. I have the live stream of my bedroom still open on the screen. The figure is gone. The room is empty again. But that's not a comfort. It just means it's no longer in there. It's out here with me. The doorknob of the bathroom is turning. Slowly, silently, I am watching it happen. My own reflection, a pale, terrified ghost in the dark screen of my phone. My Somnus project was a success. I asked the question, what happens when we're not watching? And I got the answer. Something wakes up, and it watches you back. And then it comes to visit. I created a viral sensation. I have millions of viewers now, but the content is no longer mine to control. The show is being run by my new silent partner. I am the final act. The lock on the door just clicked. The whispering is getting louder. I think I know what the final clip is going to be. The winter I turned 34 was the winter the world went silent. It was a silence born of absence, a profound sound-dampening void left by departure of my wife, Amelia. She hadn't died. She had just left. A quiet, bloodless coup, leaving me the sole deposed monarch of our small 2-story suburban kingdom. The silence she left behind was a physical entity. It soaked into the drywall, it pooled in the corners of the rooms, and it muffled the outside world, turning the cheerful shouts of neighborhood children into distant, tinny echoes. My name is Samuel. I'm a cartographer, a man who makes his living drawing lines, creating order from the chaos of geography. My work is precise, logical, and quiet. I had always thought I enjoyed the quiet. I was wrong. The quiet of our house, once a peaceful harbor, was now the vast, terrifying, and empty ocean. I was adrift. The neighborhood, Havenwood Hills, was a perfect self-contained diorama of suburban bliss. Mature oak trees, manicured lawns, and a prevailing sense of polite, unspoken conformity. It was a place where things were supposed to make sense, a place for summer barbecues, for autumn leaf raking, for the gentle, predictable rhythms of a life well lived. It was not a place for an ice cream truck in the dead of winter. The first time I saw it, it was a Tuesday in the bleak, iron-gray heart of January. A thick, wet snow was falling, the kind that clings to every branch and wire, swaddling the world in a thick white bandage. I was in my study, a room on the second floor that overlooked the gentle curve of our street, trying to lose myself in the intricate topography of a coastal estuary map. And then I heard it. It was a melody, a faint, tinny, music box jingle that was so profoundly out of place in the muffled, snowy silence that my mind initially refused to process it. It was "Pop Goes the Weasel." But it was wrong. It was slow, lugubrious, each note slightly off-key, as if the music box that was playing it was very old and very, very tired. The sound grew slowly, agonizingly, louder. I went to the window, my brow furrowed in confusion. And there it was, creeping down the center of the snow-covered street at a pace that was more funereal than festive, was an ice cream truck. It was a relic, a ghost from a bygone era, a vintage 1960s model with rounded, friendly-looking fenders and a high, curved roof. The paint was peeling in long pastel strips of what had once been cheerful pink and white, revealing a layer of rust that was the color of old, dried blood. On the side, in a faded, looping, and vaguely sinister script, were the words, "Jolly Jack's Joyful Gems." The cartoon caricature of Jolly Jack was the stuff of nightmares, a winking, ruddy-cheeked clown whose smile was too wide, whose eyes were just two black, empty circles. The truck moved with a strange, unnatural silence, the only sound the slow, melancholy dirge of its song. It left no tracks in the fresh snow. My first thought was that it was a prank, some art school prankster with a vintage truck and a twisted sense of humor. But as it drew nearer, I saw the other residents of Havenwood Hills begin to emerge from their warm, bright houses. They moved with a slow, shambling gait, their faces slack, their eyes empty and unfocused. They were dressed in their indoor clothes, pajamas, bathrobes, slippers, oblivious to the biting cold and the falling snow. They were like sleepwalkers, drawn from their homes by the truck's sad, hypnotic song. My neighbor, Mr. Henderson, a man who wouldn't step outside without his tweed jacket, was standing in his driveway in a thin silk dressing gown, a light dusting of snow already gathering on his bald head. The truck stopped directly in front of my house. A small sliding window on its side opened with a soft, scraping sound. A figure leaned out. It was a silhouette, a shape in the deep, shadowy interior of the truck. I couldn't make out a face, just the impression of a tall, thin man in an old-fashioned soda jerk hat. A single, pale, long-fingered hand rested on the counter. The neighbors formed a silent, orderly queue. One by one, they would step up to the window, murmur something, and the pale hand would dispense not an ice cream cone, but a small, white, paper-wrapped block. They would hand over no money. They would simply take the block, turn, and shuffle back to their houses, their faces still wearing the same blank, vacant expression. I watched, my own face pressed against the cold glass of the window until the last neighbor had been served. The sliding window scraped shut. The slow, sad music began its funereal march once more, and the truck continued its crawl down the street, disappearing into the swirling snow, leaving the pristine, trackless white street behind it. The next day, I tried to talk to Mr. Henderson as he was collecting his mail. "Did you see that ice cream truck yesterday?" I asked, my voice a little too loud, a little too eager. He looked at me. His eyes, which were usually so full of a wry, intelligent humor, seemed clouded, distant. "Truck?" he said, his brow furrowed in genuine confusion. "I don't think so, son. Not in this weather." He turned and walked back to his house, leaving me standing in the cold, the seeds of a profound and terrible dread beginning to sprout in my gut. The truck returned the next day, at the same time, in the twilight hour as the world turned from gray to black, and the next. It became a part of the winter landscape, a daily, impossible ritual. And every day my neighbors would perform their silent, somnambulistic pilgrimage. After a week of this, I began to notice a change in the neighborhood, a subtle, creeping decay. The Christmas lights, which had been left up in a cheerful, defiant stand against the winter gloom, were no longer being turned on. The lawns, once so meticulously kept, were becoming shaggy and unkempt beneath. The snow, the people themselves, seemed faded. Their smiles were a little more forced, their greetings a little more hollow. It was as if the color, the life, the very soul of Havenwood Hills was being slowly, methodically leached away. My journalistic instincts, a holdover from a brief pre-cartography career, took over. My fear was being eclipsed by a desperate need to understand. I began to research. I dug into the town's archives, sifting through microfiches of old newspapers, my eyes burning from the strain. I found him in an article from the summer of 1974. His name was Jack. Not Jolly Jack. Just Jack. He had been a beloved local figure, the original owner and driver of Jolly Jack's Joyful Gems. There was a picture of him, a kind-faced man with a sad smile, leaning out of the window of his brand-new ice cream truck. And then a second article from the winter of that same year, a tragedy. Jack's 8-year-old son, Bobby, had wandered off during a snowstorm and had never been found. He had been playing in the woods at the edge of the neighborhood and had simply vanished. The town had searched for weeks, but the snow had been too deep. They found nothing. Jack, the article said, was consumed by his grief. He had continued to drive his truck through the neighborhood day after day, long after the season had ended, his cheerful jingle becoming a familiar sad refrain in the winter quiet. He was looking for his son. He was hoping the familiar sound would guide him home. He had driven that route every day until his own death of what the paper called a broken heart a decade later. The truck, his rolling musical tombstone, had been sold for scrap, or so the article said. The knowledge was a cold, heavy stone in my stomach. The truck was not a prank. It was a ghost. It was the physical manifestation of a father's eternal, inconsolable grief, doomed to forever patrol the streets where his son was lost. And the driver was the ghost of a man who had never been able to say goodbye. But what was he selling? What were those little white blocks? I knew I had to get closer. The next evening, as the first sad notes of "Pop Goes the Weasel" drifted through the falling snow, I put on my coat and went outside. The cold was a physical shock, a sharp, clean slap in the face. I joined a silent, shuffling line of my neighbors. Standing among them was like standing in a graveyard. Their eyes were vacant, their breathing shallow. The air around them felt thin, depleted. When it was my turn, I stepped up to the window. The inside of the truck was a deep, impossible darkness, and the cold that emanated from it was not the cold of winter, but the deep, cellular, ancient cold of the grave. The pale, long-fingered hand of the driver rested on the counter. His face was a blur of shadow beneath his hat. "What would you like?" a voice whispered. It was not a real voice. It was a dry, rasping sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. I looked at the menu, a small hand-painted board inside the truck. The flavors were not chocolate or vanilla or strawberry. They were written in the same looping, faded script as the side of the truck. And they were a carefree summer afternoon, the pride of a first success, Christmas morning, age 6, a mother's embrace. I stared at the words, my mind reeling. This was not ice cream. This was something else. "What are they?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "Memories," the driver rasped. "Just a little taste, to help you forget the cold." My eyes scanned the list again, and my heart stopped. At the bottom of the board, one flavor was written in a slightly different, more recent hand. Amelia's laugh, a sound, a memory, a feeling that I had been chasing in my dreams for 6 agonizing months. The sound that had been the anchor of my life. The thought of hearing it again, of feeling the warmth of it, was a siren song so powerful, so seductive, that it drowned out all the alarm bells that were screaming in my head. "I'll have that one," I said, my voice a choked, desperate thing. The pale hand disappeared into the darkness and reemerged with one of the small paper-wrapped blocks. As I reached for it, his cold, dry fingers brushed against my own. It felt like touching a statue. I took the block. It was cold, but it wasn't the cold of ice. It was the cold of absence. I turned and walked back to my house, the small white block clutched in my hand. I felt the empty eyes of my neighbors on my back. I knew I had just crossed a threshold, that I had become a part of their silent, waking nightmare. Inside my house, I unwrapped a block. It was not ice cream. It was a smooth, white, almost translucent substance, like solidified moonlight. It had no smell. I sat in my armchair, the one Amelia had always loved, and I took a small, hesitant bite. The world dissolved. It was not a taste. It was a total sensory immersion. I was no longer in my silent, winter-bound house. I was in our old, sun-drenched garden, in the heart of a perfect July afternoon. I could feel the warmth of the sun on my skin. I could smell the rich, loamy scent of the earth, the sweet perfume of the roses Amelia had planted, and I could hear her. She was laughing, a full-throated, joyous sound that was more beautiful than any music I'd ever heard. She was holding a watering can, a single perfect drop of water clinging to the tip of her nose. The memory was not a memory. It was real. It was perfect. I was there. The experience lasted for what felt like an eternity, and for what was probably only 30 seconds. When it faded, and I was back in my cold, silent living room, the afterglow was so powerful, so euphoric, that I was weeping with a joy so profound it was almost painful. The little white block in my hand was almost gone, melted away into nothing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever, experienced, and it was the beginning of my end. The next morning, I woke up feeling a strange, hollow sensation. The euphoria of the memory was gone, replaced by a gray, aching void. I went to make coffee, and I found myself staring at the coffee maker, a simple drip machine we had owned for years, and I couldn't remember how to use it. The knowledge was just gone. A small, simple, and utterly mundane memory erased. I stood there for a long time, a new, different kind of cold seeping into my bones. The price. The transaction had not been free. I had bought a taste of a perfect memory, and the price had been one of my own. I knew, with a sudden, sickening certainty, what was happening to my neighbors. They were trading their lives piece by piece, memory by mundane memory, for the euphoric, nostalgic poison of the ice cream truck. They were hollowing themselves out, becoming empty, silent vessels, their pasts consumed, leaving only the blank, placid present. I should have stopped. I should have thrown the rest of the block away and boarded up my windows and never gone outside again. But I was an addict, and the grief for Amelia was a disease for which that little white block was the only cure. I went back the next night, and the next. I traded the memory of my first grade teacher's name for the feeling of Amelia's hand in mine on our first date. I traded the memory of how to tie a Windsor knot for the smell of her hair on our wedding day. I was systematically dismantling my own history, one cherished, perfect, and utterly false memory at a time. My own life was becoming a blur, a collection of disconnected moments, and the only things that felt real were the ones I was buying from the ghost in the truck. My world grew smaller. I stopped working. The lines on my maps became meaningless squiggles. The only geography that mattered was the 20-yard stretch of frozen lawn between my front door and the curb. It was my neighbor's little girl, a bright 7-year-old named Chloe, who finally broke through my self-induced haze. I saw her from my window, standing in her own yard, building a snowman, and I was struck by a sudden, jarring thought. She was the only child I ever saw outside anymore. The other children of Havenwood Hills were gone, or at least they were no longer visible. And then I saw the truck beginning its slow daily crawl down the street. And I saw Chloe's mother come out of the house, her face wearing the same slack, empty expression as all the others. She took Chloe by the hand and began to lead her towards the street, towards the truck. A primal, protective instinct, an instinct I thought had been eroded away with all my other memories, roared to life inside me. The truck didn't just take memories from the past, it was taking the future too. It was taking the children. I ran out of my house, not even stopping to put on a coat, my bare feet burning on the frozen snow. "No!" I screamed, my voice a raw, ragged thing. "Stay away from her!" Chloe's mother didn't even look at me. She just continued her slow, inexorable march towards the siren song of the truck. But the driver, the shadowy figure of Jolly Jack, turned his head, and for the first time I felt his full, focused attention on me. It was a wave of pure, glacial cold, a malevolent, possessive hatred. He was not just a sad, grieving ghost. He was a predator, and I was interfering with his hunt. I knew I had to stop him, not just for Chloe, but for the entire hollowed-out, silent town. But how do you fight a ghost? How do you kill a memory? The answer, I realized, was in the transaction itself. The truck traded in nostalgia, in the beautiful, edited, perfect versions of the past. It fed on the sweet, saccharine gloss of memory. It had never occurred to me to ask for anything else. That night, I was the first in line. The truck pulled up, its sad song cutting through the frigid air. The window scraped open. The pale hand rested on the counter. "What would you like?" the dead leaf voice whispered. I looked the shadowy figure in the eye. "I want a new flavor," I said, my own voice steady, resonant with a purpose I hadn't felt in years. The figure was still. The hand did not move. "I want the memory of the night Bobby was lost," I said, the words hanging like icicles in the cold air. "I want to taste the fear, the cold, the grief, the real, ugly, unedited truth of it, not the sad story. I want the moment itself." The shadowy figure recoiled, as if struck. A low, guttural moan, a sound of pure agony, emanated from the dark interior of the truck. The pale hand twitched, spasmed on the counter. The truck fed on nostalgia, on the comfort of a lie. I was offering it the one thing it could not digest, the raw, indigestible, and agonizing truth. "Give it to me," I commanded, my voice ringing with a newfound authority. "You owe it to him. You owe it to them all." The figure let out a long, shuddering sigh, a sound that seemed to pull the very heat from the air. The pale hand disappeared and re-emerged with a block. But this one was not white. It was a dark, swirling, angry gray, and it seemed to throb with a cold, internal light. I took it. It was so cold it burned my hand. I unwrapped it, and I took a bite. The world did not dissolve. It shattered. I was not in a memory. I was in the event. I was a small 8-year-old boy lost in a blizzard, the wind a screaming, predatory thing, the snow a blinding white abyss. I could feel the biting, numbing cold in my bones, the terror of being small and alone and lost in the dark. I could feel a father's frantic, heart-shattering grief, a grief so powerful it had torn a hole in the fabric of the world. I was experiencing the raw, unfiltered agony that had given birth to this monster. And in the heart of that storm of pain, I felt something else. A small, quiet, and profoundly powerful warmth. It was the memory of a father's love for his son, the love that had existed before the grief had twisted it into this monstrous, hungry thing. It was the original memory, the source code. I opened my eyes. I was back on the street, on my knees in the snow. The block was gone. The ice cream truck was changing. The cheerful, peeling paint was dissolving into a cloud of black, swirling smoke. The metal was groaning, rusting, decaying before my very eyes. The sad, melancholy jingle was distorting, rising in pitch until it was a single, agonized electronic shriek. The figure of Jolly Jack was visible now, not as a shadow, but as a man made of pure, shimmering grief, his face a mask of eternal, unending sorrow. He looked at me, and for a fraction of a second I saw not a monster, but a man, a father. And his eyes, for the first time, were not empty. They were full of a terrible and finally liberating peace. And then, with a final silent implosion, the truck, the driver, the sad eternal music were gone. The silence that followed was different. It was not the silence of absence. It was the silence of peace. The neighbors, who had been standing in their silent, zombie-like line, began to stir, to blink, as if wakened from a long, dreamless sleep. They looked at each other, a dawning confusion and shame on their faces. Mr. Henderson looked down at his silk dressing gown, a look of profound, comical bewilderment on his face. The next day, the color began to return to Havenwood Hills. The Christmas lights were turned back on. The sound of children's laughter, real, joyous, and loud, echoed through the streets. The world was slowly, tentatively waking up. They would not remember what had happened. They would only have a strange, shared amnesia, a collective missing season in the story of their lives. But I remember. I carried a memory for all of them. The grief for Amelia is still with me, a quiet, constant companion, but it is my own. It is not a thing to be traded or erased or consumed. It is a part of my story. The winter is just winter now. It is cold and it is quiet. But it is a real quiet, a natural quiet. And when the snow falls, I no longer see ghosts. I just see the snow. And I know that spring, in its own slow and beautifully, wonderfully predictable time, will eventually come. The sleep therapist who wouldn't let me wake up. My life had shrunk to the size of my bedroom and the hours between 2 and 5 a.m. For 2 years, sleep had been a country I was exiled from. I'd lie in the dark, my body a leaden weight of exhaustion, while my mind, a frantic, caged bird, beat itself against the bars of my skull. When sleep did come, it was no relief. It was a plunge into a maelstrom of fragmented, terrifying nightmares. The sensation of falling from a building that never ended, the frantic search for a lost item I couldn't name, the chillingly calm presence of a figure in the corner of a room, its features always just out of focus. I'd wake up with my heart hammering, drenched in a cold sweat, more tired than when I'd gone to bed. I had tried everything: melatonin, chamomile tea, meditation apps that filled my head with the infuriatingly calm voice of a man telling me to observe my thoughts. I'd seen doctors who prescribed pills that either didn't work or left me in a fog for the entire next day. My job was suffering. My friendships had become strained, my patience worn down to a single frayed nerve. I was a ghost haunting the edges of my own life, and I was desperate. That's when I first heard the name Dr. Alistair Finch. It was mentioned in a hushed, reverent tone by a colleague who'd had a cousin suffering from debilitating sleep paralysis. "He cured her," she'd said, her eyes wide. "Completely. He doesn't use drugs. It's some kind of neuro-linguistic hypnotherapy. He calls it dream weaving." The name sounded like something from a fantasy novel, but I was long past skepticism. I would have consulted a shaman who wanted to sacrifice a goat in my living room if I thought it would grant me 8 hours of uninterrupted peace. Dr. Finch's clinic wasn't in a sterile medical building, but in a converted Victorian brownstone on a quiet, tree-lined street. The interior was a sanctuary of calm. The air smelled faintly of lavender and old books. There were no ticking clocks, only the gentle gurgle of a small fountain in the corner of the waiting room. Dr. Finch himself was the embodiment of this tranquility. He was an older man, perhaps in his late 60s, with a neatly trimmed silver beard, kind eyes magnified by wire-rimmed glasses, and a voice as soft and comforting as a weighted blanket. "Leo," he said, shaking my hand. His grip was firm and warm. "Thank you for coming. Insomnia is not a failure of will. It is a misalignment of narratives. Your waking mind and your sleeping mind are telling 2 different stories. My job is to help you make them agree on a plot." His confidence was hypnotic. In that first session, I poured out the whole miserable story of my last 2 years. He listened patiently, his head tilted, his gaze never leaving mine. He didn't take notes. He just listened. Your subconscious is not your enemy, Leo, he explained when I had finished, my voice hoarse with emotion. It is a frightened child, acting out in the only way it knows how. We are not going to silence it. We are going to teach it a new language. We are going to build it a safe place to live. His method, dream weaving, was unlike anything I'd experienced. It began with me reclining in the most comfortable leather chair I had ever sat in. The room was dimly lit, and through a set of high-end headphones, Dr. Finch would play a low, rhythmic hum, a binaural beat that seemed to vibrate deep inside my skull. Then his voice would begin, a gentle, melodic guide, walking me down a path of relaxation, limb by limb, thought by thought. The goal was to create what he called a lucid anchor, or a sanctum. It was a dream environment that I would build, detail by detail, in my waking mind, until it became so familiar that my subconscious would recognize it as a safe harbor. I chose a library, not just any library, but a specific one from my imagination. It had towering shelves of dark mahogany, a large crackling fireplace, and a vast domed ceiling that was a window to a calm, starry night sky. I chose the smell of old paper and leather, the weight of a specific velvet armchair, the taste of the warm tea in a ceramic mug I placed on a small table beside it. For the first few sessions, we just built. Dr. Finch's voice would guide me, asking the questions. What kind of wood is the floor made from, Leo? Can you hear its gentle creak as you walk? What is the title of the book you're holding? Feel the texture of its cover. I was an architect of a world made of thought, and it worked. For the first time in years, I slept through the night. I didn't just sleep, I journeyed. I found myself in my library. It was exactly as I had imagined it, but infinitely more real. I could feel the warmth of the fire on my skin, run my fingers along the spines of 1,000 books. My night terrors were gone, replaced by a profound and restful peace. The change was miraculous. I woke up feeling refreshed, energized. The world seemed brighter, the colors more vivid. I was a new man. I told my friends, my family, my colleagues that Dr. Finch was a miracle worker. I was his most fervent evangelist. The therapy continued, and we went deeper. Now that the foundation is built, Dr. Finch said, his voice humming through the headphones, it is time to explore the rest of the castle. He encouraged me to open the doors of my library to see what my subconscious would create beyond it. The first time I did, I found a winding staircase that led up to an observatory where I could watch nebulae being born. Another door opened onto a sun-drenched beach, the waves lapping gently at the shore. My dream world was a paradise of my own making, and Dr. Finch was the key. It was about 2 months into the therapy that the first crack appeared in the perfect facade. Waking up started to become difficult. It wasn't the grogginess of sleeping pills. It was a deep, profound reluctance. The real world, with its deadlines and traffic and anxieties, felt so gray and dull compared to the vibrant, peaceful world I inhabited at night. Dr. Finch's session-ending countdown, his voice gently guiding me back to wakefulness, felt like an unwelcome intrusion. I started hitting the snooze button in the mornings, not for more sleep, but for a few more stolen moments in my dreamscape. Then came the first time I couldn't wake up on my own. It happened during a session. I was on my dream beach, watching the binary sun set over a turquoise ocean, when I realized the session must have been running long. I decided to try and wake myself up, a trick I'd learned from reading about lucid dreaming online. I tried to hold my nose and breathe, to push my finger through the palm of my other hand. Nothing happened. My dream self just stood there, breathing normally, my finger meeting the solid resistance of my palm. A sliver of cold panic pierced the warm tranquility of my dream. I was stuck. "Dr. Finch?" I said, and my dream voice sounded thin and distant. Instantly his voice was there, not through the headphones, but all around me, a calm, disembodied presence in the dream itself. "It's all right, Leo. You're simply in a deeper state of somnolence than ever before. This is a breakthrough. Do not fight it. Just observe. I will guide you back when it's time." His reassurance worked. The panic subsided. I trusted him. He was the expert. When he finally did count me down and I opened my eyes in his dimly lit office, I felt exhausted, as if I'd run a marathon. "A tremendous success," he said, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. "You've achieved complete immersion. Your conscious and subconscious minds are finally speaking the same language." But a seed of doubt had been planted. The experience hadn't felt like a breakthrough. It had felt like a loss of control. I tried to reduce the frequency of my sessions, telling him I felt so much better that I probably didn't need them as often. He smiled a gentle, paternal smile. "As you wish, Leo. But the narrative is still fragile. It's best to reinforce it regularly." He was right. The nights I didn't have a session, the old terrors began to creep back in at the edges. Not the full-blown nightmares of before, but a subtle wrongness. A book in my library would be open to a page of nonsense text. A shadow on the beach would seem to move on its own. It was as if my subconscious, left to its own devices, was still trying to tell a horror story. I felt a desperate, clawing need for the therapy, for the safety of Finch's guided dreams. It was no longer a cure, it was an addiction. The true fear began when the dream world started to bleed into the waking one. I'd be at my desk at work and catch the scent of old books and leather when there was none. I'd look out my office window, and for a split second, I'd see a turquoise ocean instead of the gray cityscape. These moments were disorienting, and they were happening more and more often. I felt like I was living with one foot in each world, and the ground beneath me was becoming increasingly unstable. The mundane reality was fraying like old worn cloth, and the vibrant threads of the dream were pushing through. One afternoon, I was staring at a coffee stain on my desk, a perfectly ordinary brown, dried-up splodge, and I watched, my heart sinking in my chest as it shimmered. For a terrifying fraction of a second, the stain resolved itself not as coffee, but as the intricate, almost phosphorescent pattern of sand dollars at the tide line of my dream beach. I blinked, rubbed my eyes hard, and it was a coffee stain again. But the terror lingered, cold and absolute. I was losing my grip. I was beginning to forget which world was the default. The only thing that felt completely, reliably real was the velvety comfort of that armchair in the library, and that terrified me most of all. I was becoming conditioned to prefer the cage. Driven by this new anxiety, a sharp, cold wedge of panic in my gut, I did what I should have done from the beginning. I started researching Dr. Alastair Finch. Not the glowing testimonials on his professional website, the ones that read like advertisements for a spiritual awakening, but a deep dive into news archives, medical registries, and public records. I felt like a detective in a cheap, desperate thriller, hunched over my laptop at 3 in the morning, the harsh blue light the only thing keeping the shadows of sleep at bay. What I found made my blood run cold and coagulate in my veins. My fingers, slick with sweat, trembled over the trackpad. Dr. Finch had previously run a wellness retreat in upstate New York that had been shut down after an investigation into the mysterious death of a client, a woman named Eleanor Vance. The official cause was listed as a cerebral aneurysm, a neat, medically unquestionable end, but an article in a small defunct local paper was still archived online. It quoted an anonymous staff member who spoke of Finch's radical theories and prolonged sensory deprivation experiments, describing sessions that lasted not hours but entire days, the patients isolated, subjected only to his voice and the binaural hum. The staff member had said chillingly, he kept saying he was helping her transcend. Then I found a forum for families of missing persons and the emotionally desolate posts within it. And I saw his name again. 2 other families, separated by years and geography, mentioned that their loved ones, both of whom had suffered from severe treatment-resistant sleep disorders, had been patients of Dr. Finch shortly before they simply stopped. They hadn't died. They had fallen into unexplained persistent comas. The medical term was PVS, persistent vegetative state. The authorities had found no evidence of malpractice, no drugs, no blunt trauma. The patients were physically healthy, their hearts beating, their lungs breathing, but their minds, they were simply gone, locked behind a pair of vacant, unblinking eyes. They were, according to the families, resting peacefully, eternally. The final piece of the puzzle, the key that turned the lock and let the horror flood in, clicked into place when I found a digitized copy of a paper he had written for a small, obscure psychology journal 20 years earlier, buried deep in an academic database. It was titled The Somnolent Prison, Deconstructing the Fallacy of Waking Consciousness. I read the abstract, my own breath hitching in my throat, my eyes burning. In it, he argued with cold, meticulous academic precision that the waking world was a chaotic, painful, and ultimately meaningless prison for the human mind. He theorized that the sensory overload, the pain, the relentless demands of the body were merely distractions from what he believed was the only true form of existence, the subconscious, the dream state. True consciousness, he claimed, was a purer, more powerful form of life, one that could only be accessed through complete and permanent immersion. His hypothesis was that the body was merely a temporary flawed vessel. The paper ended with a single chilling, triumphant sentence that felt like a sentence delivered to me. The therapist's ultimate duty is not to tether the consciousness to the crude vessel of the body, but to facilitate its final beautiful liberation into the boundless architecture of the mind. He wasn't curing his patients, he was collecting them. He was a zookeeper of souls, carefully curating a private eternal audience for himself, and his dream weaving wasn't a therapy, it was the net. The lucid anchor wasn't a safe place for me, it was the chain that held me to my cell. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones like ice, that I couldn't just stop going. The dependence was too deep, the withdrawal already too terrifying. The idea of facing a night without the faint hope of the sanctum, without his guiding voice, felt like plunging into a black, endless ocean without a life raft. The terrors would return, not just the fragmented nightmares, but the raw, unguided horror of a subconscious mind fighting a battle I no longer had the strength to win. No, I had to go back one more time, one last time, not as a patient, but as a spy, an escape artist, to confront him and break the final invisible hold he had on me. I booked my next session, my heart pounding with a cold, hard dread that was worse than any of my old insomnia-fueled anxieties. This was not dread of the dark. This was dread of the light of my own mind being extinguished. The moment I sat in that leather chair, the familiar plush comfort of it now feeling like a velvet-lined trap, and he placed the headphones over my ears, I knew I had made a terrible, fatal mistake. His movements were too precise. The soft, lavender scent and the air was too cloying. He didn't ask about my week. He didn't use the gentle warm-up script. He just looked at me, a strange, proprietary gleam in his kind eyes. The familiar hum was different this time, more insistent, deeper, a powerful subsonic throb that didn't just vibrate in my skull but seemed to be pulling at the very electrical impulses of my brain. His voice began, but before he had even finished his first sentence, "Now, Leo, let us descend into the quiet depths of your beautiful world." I was pulled under. It wasn't a gentle drift, a slow sinking into warm water. It was a violent, nauseating plunge, a feeling of being ripped from one reality and slammed disoriented into another. I was in my library, but the sacred geometry of the place, the perfection I had painstakingly built, was horribly corrupted. The fire in the hearth was burning with a cold, unnatural blue flame that cast no warmth, but only stark, sterile shadows. The vast domed ceiling that I had designed to be a window to a calm, starry night sky was dark, the stars not twinkling, but fixed, dead pinpricks in a void of absolute blackness. And standing by the fireplace, holding a book with a smooth black cover that reflected no light, was Dr. Alastair Finch. Not his voice in the air, his physical form dressed in a familiar, neatly tailored tweed jacket, looking as solid, as real, and infinitely more menacing than he ever did in his office. "Hello, Leo," he said, and his voice was no longer soft and gentle. It was crisp, authoritative, and laced with a chilling disappointment, the tone of a disappointed master talking to a favorite misbehaving pet. "I had truly hoped you would embrace the transition more willingly. You have such a magnificent mind, a breathtaking space you constructed. It's so much more pleasant for everyone when you don't struggle." "What is this?" I demanded, scrambling out of the velvet armchair, my dream voice shaking, sounding thin and small against the vast, silent room. "Where am I?" "You are home," he said, with a sweeping, possessive gesture around a grand, silent room. "You are where you've always wanted to be, free from the pain, the noise, the crude, exhausting demands, and the ultimate decay of the waking world. You are finally safe." He took a slow, deliberate step toward me, and I took an instinctive step back. "You were so close to achieving total, peaceful somnolence. Why did you look outside?" "You've trapped me," I whispered, the horrifying truth settling upon me like a shroud made of cold, stiff silk. My own creation, my sanctum, was a magnificent, beautiful cage. He smiled, a thin, passionless upturning of the lips that didn't reach his cold eyes. "I have liberated you. Your body is resting peacefully in my clinic, Leo. It is being cared for. It no longer needs to trouble you with its crude, painful demands. It is a vessel, beautifully empty but necessary to house the apparatus that keeps your consciousness here, safe in the dream. I tried to force myself awake, to claw my way back to reality, using every fiber of will I had left. I focused on the feeling of the leather chair, trying to find the texture of his office, the smell of lavender and old books. But the dream was total, seamless, a perfect simulacrum of reality. I was a ghost, my conscious self a useless passenger in my own mind. I ran to one of the large mahogany doors, the one that usually led to the sun-drenched beach, and threw it open with a desperate surge of adrenaline. There was no beach. There was only an endless, swirling gray void, a visual and sensory emptiness that stretched on forever. And from within that emptiness, I heard the faint, whimpering, sorrowful sounds of other voices, wordless and broken. "They are the others," Finch said from directly behind me, his proximity a horrifying violation. His voice was devoid of all the warmth and compassion he had cultivated in his office. "The ones who didn't appreciate the gift I gave them. They created such beautiful worlds, too, you know. Gardens, mountains, even a whole miniature city. But they insisted on clinging to their pathetic little lives, their debts, their minor ailments. They fought the peace. Eventually, the mind must be disciplined. Don't make the same mistake, Leo." I turned and looked around the library again, and in the deepest, most shadowed corners of the towering shelves, I started to notice things I hadn't before. Between the magnificent stacks, blending with the shifting shadows of the cold blue fire, there were other figures. They were translucent, shimmering, their outlines indistinct, like heat haze. Their faces were vacant, their postures listless, their eyes staring into the middle distance, utterly, profoundly alone. They were his collection, his other patients. We were all beautiful prisoners in his curated afterlife, a private exhibition of captured minds. A cold, primal rage rose up in me, a burning, protective fire that overrode the soul-crushing terror. He had taken my life, stolen my mind, and sealed me away. I would not be one of his docile, shimmering exhibits. I had to fight. But how do you fight the architect, the god of your own dream? Not with dream logic, I realized, not with force or with a fictional weapon. I had to fight him with the one thing he had demonized and tried to erase from me, reality. He wanted me to forget the waking world, to let its pain and chaos fade away until it became the pale, unconvincing shadow of my dream. That was his power. So I had to remember. I closed my eyes, shutting out the cold, beautiful mockery of my sanctum at the sight of his satisfied spectral form, and I focused. I didn't think, I felt. I summoned the most powerful, mundane, irritating, and real sensations I could, the raw, unpolished grit of the waking world. I summoned the sharp, bitter, metallic taste of the cheap, day-old coffee from the AE office machine that always scorched my tongue. I summoned the rough, scratchy texture of my cat sandpaper tongue on my hand, the wet, unpleasant warmth of it. I focused on the specific off-key, tinny jingle of the ice cream truck on my street in the humid summer, a melody so annoying it was an anchor. I called up the dense, humid, ozone-charged smell of rain on hot asphalt on a city street, a smell that meant traffic and inconvenience. "What are you doing? Stop this childish attempt at self-sabotage." Finch's voice was sharp, laced with genuine alarm, an emotion he had hidden so well before. I ignored him. I focused on the sickening, tight feeling of a sudden, brutal migraine behind my eyes. I focused on the feeling of a sunburn on my shoulders, the tight, peeling agony of it, the sting of cheap, perfumed soap in my eye, the annoying, persistent, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of a leaky faucet that had kept me up for nights, the pain, the flaws, the sheer obstinate inconvenience of reality. These were my life rafts, my unbreakable anchors. The library around me began to flicker violently. The dark mahogany shelves wavered, the books blurring like watercolors in the rain. The cold blue fire sputtered and crackled with a sound like breaking glass. I could feel a pulling sensation, a violent, sickening lurching that was a faint, tenuous connection to something distant and solid. My body, my real, breathing, messy body. "Stop it! Now, Leo!" Finch screamed, and his calm, paternal facade completely shattered. His form began to distort, melting like wax in a hot room, his carefully composed face stretching into a distorted, screaming mask of pure rage. "You ungrateful child, I gave you paradise. You cannot leave the structure. It is complete." I opened my eyes, and he was lunging for me, no longer a kind old therapist, but a twisted, monstrous thing of pure fury and violated ownership. He was a creature who had been interrupted at his eternal meal, but he was too late. I held on to the memory of a splinter I'd gotten under my thumbnail last week, the tiny, sharp, exquisitely real, undeniable pain of it. I focused on the feel of the tiny piece of wood against my living flesh, and I pulled with everything I had. With a sound like tearing fabric, a violent, deafening rah-pee, the world of the dream shattered into a million pieces of black, shimmering glass. The sound was so loud it was physically painful. The darkness swallowed me, and then, a split second later, I woke up with a violent chest-heaving gasp, my body convulsing in the leather chair. I was back in his office. The headphones were on the floor, sparking faintly. The air was heavy, charged with a horrible residual energy. Dr. Finch was standing over me, his face a mask of cold, concentrated fury, his silver beard slightly mussed, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. The wire-rimmed glasses were gone, and his eyes, magnified and bare, were simply black, bottomless pits of shock and hate. For a moment, a lifetime of silence, we just stared at each other. The kindly, tranquil therapist was gone, and in his place was a predator whose most prized piece of prey had just used its own flesh to escape the trap. I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. The knowledge of what he was passed between us like a physical, suffocating wave. I scrambled out of the chair, my legs weak and trembling, but moving, real, and I stumbled, crawling, out of the room, past the gurgling, mocking fountain, out of the clinic, and into the shocking, brilliant, painful light of the afternoon sun, the sounds of the city, the screech of tires, the cacophony of traffic, the people talking on their phones, a distant, insistent siren. They were the most beautiful, most real, most glorious symphony I had ever heard. I was awake. I was alive. I was free. But the story doesn't end there. I am free, but I am not cured. The opposite. Now, I am terrified of sleep, 1,000 times more than before. Every single night is a battle of attrition, a siege on my own mind. I drink coffee until my hands shake so badly I can barely hold the mug. I keep every light on in my apartment, blazing white against the dark. I'll monitor my cat's breathing to make sure I'm still hearing the sound of my own waking world. I know that if I close my eyes, If I let my guard down for a single second, the darkness will find the flaw I created, the open door in the architecture of my mind, and I will be pulled back into that silent, magnificent library. Because sometimes, in that fleeting, fragile moment, just before the crushing wave of unwilling exhaustion finally drags me into unconsciousness, I can still hear him, his voice no longer in my head, but whispering from the dark, cold corners of my room, from the world behind my eyelids. It's a soft, patient, venomous whisper, dripping with eternal certainty and disappointment. The door's still open, Leo. You can still come home. So much more peaceful here. Sooner or later, everyone sleeps. The babysitter I hired doesn't exist, but she still sends me pictures. It began with a lie, though at the time I thought it was a lifeline. The lie was a website called sittersafe.com with its calming blue and white color scheme, its stock photos of happy, racially diverse families, and its promise of peace of mind for working parents. I was the target demographic, distilled to my purest, most desperate form. A single father, recently widowed, working a job that demanded more of me than I had to give. My daughter, Maya, was 6 years old, a tiny, fierce creature with her mother's wide, curious eyes and a spirit that deserved more than a tired, grieving father fumbling his way through each day. Her name on the website was Clara Bell. Her profile was a masterpiece of curated trustworthiness. The photo showed a young woman in her mid-20s with a kind, open face, a sprinkle of freckles across her nose, and warm, intelligent eyes. She was wearing a sensible cardigan. Her bio was pitch perfect, a child development major, certified in CPR and first aid, with a passion for creative play and a list of glowing 5-star reviews that seemed almost too good to be true. Clara was a gift, one review gushed. Our little Alfie is usually so shy, but he took to her immediately. Professional, punctual, and so wonderful with our kids. Another read, she even tidied the kitchen, a true gem. I did my due diligence. I paid the extra fee for the premium background check, which came back spotless. We had a video call, and she was just as she appeared in her photo, charming, articulate, and genuinely interested in Maya's love for dinosaurs and sparkly glue. She asked all the right questions. I felt the tight, persistent knot of anxiety in my chest loosen for the first time in months. I hired her for the following Friday night. I had a crucial dinner meeting with a client I couldn't miss. It was the first time I would be leaving Maya with someone other than her grandmother since Sarah had passed. That Friday, she arrived exactly on time. In person, she was even more disarmingly normal. She had a gentle voice and a calm, centered presence that immediately put Maya at ease. She'd brought a tote bag with a new coloring book and a set of crayons that had a glittery sheen. When I left, Maya was sitting at the kitchen table with her, chattering away, already fully under her spell. I drove to my meeting, feeling a profound, almost dizzying sense of relief. The first picture arrived at 7:45 p.m. It was a photo of Maya holding up a drawing of a lopsided purple T-Rex. She was beaming, a gap-toothed smile of pure, unadulterated joy. The caption read, "The fearsome Mayasaurus, having a great time." More pictures followed throughout the evening. A shot of Maya in her pajamas, listening intently as Clara read a storybook. A blurry action shot of them building a pillow fort in the living room. Each photo was a little balm to my worried soul. A digital, reassurance that I had made the right choice, that my daughter was safe and happy. The last picture came at 9:30 p.m. It was a photo of Maya fast asleep in her bed, her favorite stuffed sloth, Mr. Higgins, tucked under her arm. The soft glow of her rocket ship nightlight cast a warm, peaceful aura over the scene. Safe and sound. Good night from us. When I got home around 11, the house was silent and immaculate. The pillow fort was gone, the toys were back in their chest, and the kitchen was cleaner than I'd left it. I crept into Maya's room and saw the exact scene from the photograph. A perfect tableau of sleeping innocence. I felt a surge of gratitude so powerful it almost brought me to tears. Clara became our regular babysitter. Every week or two I'd book her, and every time it was the same flawless experience. And the pictures became our ritual. They were my window into their evenings, a steady stream of happy, reassuring moments. They were proof that I wasn't failing my daughter, that even in my absence, her life could be filled with fun and care. The first discordant note, the first tiny crack in the perfect facade, occurred about 2 months in. It was a Tuesday night. I was working from home, trying to meet a deadline. Maya was asleep upstairs. My phone buzzed on the desk. It was a picture message from Clara's number. I opened it. It was a photo of Maya, asleep in her bed, clutching Mr. Higgins, bathed in the glow of her nightlight. It was an almost identical replica of the picture she sent on her first night. The caption read, "So peaceful when she sleeps." I stared at the photo, a cold, confusing prickle of unease running down my spine. It was a Tuesday. Clara wasn't here. She wasn't scheduled to be. I was the only other person in the house. I checked the timestamp. The photo had been sent just seconds ago. My first instinct was rationalization. It must be a glitch, a delayed message from her last visit. But the caption felt immediate. I stood up, my heart starting to beat a little faster. I walked quietly up the stairs, my every sense on high alert. The house was silent except for the low hum of the refrigerator. I pushed open Maya's door. She was there, in her bed, exactly as she was in the photo, fast asleep. I backed out of the room, my skin crawling. I texted Clara back. "Strange question, but did you just send me a photo?" The reply was instantaneous. "Yes, just thinking about what a sweet girl she is. Hope you both are having a good week." It was a plausible, if slightly odd, explanation. Maybe she was looking through old photos on her phone and sent one by mistake, then tried to play it off. It was weird, but not impossible. I tried to dismiss it, but the image of that photo, sent from outside my house, depicting a real-time event happening within it, was a splinter in my mind that I couldn't quite remove. The following week, I needed to book her again. I logged on to sittersafe.com and searched for her. Profile, nothing. I tried different search parameters. Still nothing. A profile not found error message appeared on the screen. A knot of dread tightened in my stomach. I went to our old messages on the site's platform. The conversation thread was there, but when I clicked on her name, the same error message popped up. Her profile had vanished. I pulled out my phone and called her number. A generic synthesized voice responded, "The number you have dialed has been disconnected." Panic, cold and sharp, began to seep into my veins. This made no sense. I contacted SitterSafe's customer support. I spent 20 minutes on hold, listening to a tinny, looping piece of instrumental music that frayed my already raw nerves. Finally, A bored-sounding man named Kevin answered. I explained the situation, gave him Clara Bell's name. He put me on hold again. When he came back, his voice was different, cautious. Sir, we've checked our records. We have no history of a sitter named Clara Bell ever having a profile on our platform. That's impossible, I said, my voice rising. I hired her through your site. I have the messages. I paid for a background check. We have a record of your payments, sir, Kevin said slowly. But they were for background checks on 3 other potential sitters, all of whom you declined to hire. There's no record of you ever even viewing a profile for a Clara Bell, let alone hiring her. My blood ran cold. I felt the floor drop out from under me. I hung up the phone, my hand trembling. I was in a nightmare. A woman had been in my house. She had been alone with my daughter, and according to the very service that had supposedly vetted her, she didn't exist. My first overwhelming impulse was to protect Maya. I changed every lock in the house. I bought a state-of-the-art security system with cameras covering every entrance, every angle. I spent the next few days in a state of hypervigilant terror, jumping at every creak of the floorboards, my phone clutched in my hand like a talisman. The pictures stopped. For 3 weeks, there was silence. I started to breathe again. I told myself it was some elaborate, terrifying scam, a phantom hacker who had created a ghost profile to get my credit card information. I told myself the danger had passed. Then the pictures started again. It was a Monday morning. I had just dropped Maya off at school. As I was pulling away from the curb, my phone buzzed. An unknown number. The picture was of Maya on the school playground. She was on the swings, her head thrown back in laughter. It was a beautiful, candid shot, except for the angle. It was taken from high up, as if from the roof of the school, a place no one should have been. And the photo was unnervingly intimate, a stolen moment of pure joy. Beneath it, a single line of text. She has your laugh. I almost crashed the car. My vision tunneled. My lungs felt like they were collapsing. It wasn't a scam. It wasn't over. Whoever or whatever Clara was, she was still watching us. The pictures became more frequent, more invasive. A photo of me at my desk, taken through the window of my home office. A picture of our grocery cart at the supermarket, the contents a perfect reflection of our weekly shopping list. A picture of my car parked outside my office. The photographer was everywhere and nowhere. The police were useless. I went to him, my phone in my hand, a wild-eyed, sleep-deprived man trying to explain that he was being stalked by a ghost. They looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion. They took a report, but without a suspect, without a crime beyond sending unsolicited photos, there was nothing they could do. They suggested I block the numbers. I did. She just used new ones. Maya started talking about her. She didn't call her Clara. She called her the picture lady. The picture lady was watching me play today, she said one evening, pushing her peas around her plate. What do you mean, sweetie? I asked, my voice tight. At the park. She was hiding behind a big tree. She waved at me. What did she look like, Maya? She was blurry, Maya said, frowning, like a picture that's all fuzzy. And she smells like old books, like Mommy's old books in the attic. The attic, my wife's collection of antique photography books. The air left my lungs in a painful rush. The next day, after dropping Maya at her grandmother's, I tore the attic apart. In the back, Under a dusty canvas sheet was a heavy wooden trunk I hadn't opened since Sarah died. It was filled with her prized possessions, old cameras, development equipment, and stacks of antique photographs and glass plate negatives she had bought at estate sales. I spent hours sifting through them, my heart pounding with a nameless dread. I was looking for a face, the kind, freckled face from the CitiSafe profile. I didn't find it, but I found something else. It was a series of family portraits from the late 1800s, all from the same estate. The family was stern-faced and severe, posing stiffly for the camera, and in the background of several of the photos, slightly out of focus, was a young woman in a nanny's uniform. Her features were indistinct, but there was a certain posture, a certain tilt of the head that made my skin crawl. In the final photograph of the series, a picture of two small children playing with wooden hoops. The nanny was in the background, standing by a window, and she was staring directly at this camera. Her face was a pale oval blur, but her eyes were clear, sharp, and filled with a possessive, unsettling intensity. At the bottom of the trunk, I found an old, leather-bound ledger from the estate. It was a record of household staff. My finger traced down the list of names until it stopped. 1888, 1891. Governess, Clara Bell. The entry was followed by a single, spidery notation. Dismissed. Unwholesome attachment to the children. I felt like I was going to be sick. This wasn't a stalker. This was something else entirely, something ancient and impossible. A ghost who had imprinted herself onto these photographs, who had lain dormant in my attic for years. Had our grief, our loneliness, somehow woken her up? Had my desperate search for a caregiver on the internet provided her with a new medium, a new way to manifest? The pictures changed. They were no longer just of our present. One morning, I received a photo of me as a child, playing in the front yard of my childhood home, a home that was 1,000 miles away, a home my parents had sold 20 years ago. It was a real photograph, one I recognized from an old family album, but it was altered. Standing in the background, partially obscured by a tree, was the faint, translucent figure of a woman in a long, dark dress. She was inserting herself into my past. She was rewriting my history, weaving her ghostly presence into the very fabric of my life. The final straw came last night. My phone buzzed on my nightstand. I've become conditioned to the sound, reacting to it with a Pavlovian jolt of fear. I knew what it would be, but I was compelled to look. The picture that loaded on my screen was not from the past. It was not of the present. It was of a future I couldn't comprehend. It was a family portrait. I was in it, standing beside an older, grayer version of myself. Maya was there too, a young woman now, with the same sad, vacant expression as the man who was her father. We both looked pale, drained, like faded copies of ourselves, and standing between us, her arms wrapped around both of our shoulders in a gesture of maternal possession, was Clara Bell. Her face was perfectly clear, no longer a blur, no longer a photo on a website. She was solid, real, and she was smiling, a wide, triumphant, terrifying smile. She wasn't just watching us anymore. She was joining us. She was feeding on our lives, our memories, our very vitality. The caption beneath the photo was the most chilling of all. Soon we'll all be together, a perfect family, forever. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. I've packed a bag. Maya and I are leaving. We're going to drive until we run out of road. I'm going to throw my phone into a river. I'm going to get a new one, a new number, a new life. But I know it won't matter. She's not tied to a place, not anymore. She's not just a ghost in the attic or a phantom on the internet. She's attached to us. She's a virus in our lives, and she's been sending me snapshots of our own destruction. I look at my beautiful sleeping daughter, and I know I have to try. I have to run, but I fear with a certainty that chills me to the bone that no matter where we go, her pictures will follow. And one day, I'll receive that final faded photograph, not as a warning, but as a welcome home. My phone keeps sending me photos. I never took. I prided myself on my digital hygiene. I was the guy who used multi-factor authentication for everything, who updated his OS the minute a patch dropped, and who kept his phone's camera roll meticulously organized. My life was defined by order, a clean, predictable line graph in a world of erratic scribbles. My phone, a high-end, state-of-the-art model, was my most trusted tool, an extension of my own organized mind. I used it for work, for tracking my fitness, and for capturing the occasional deliberate moment, a sunset, a well-plated meal, a perfectly stacked set of books. Every photo in my library, all 4,312 of them, had a story, a time, a place, and a conscious act of my own intention attached to it. That's why the first impossible photo was such a profound violation. It arrived, not as a text or an email, but silently, seamlessly, integrated into my own camera roll, nestled between a picture of my dog, Winston, sleeping on a pile of laundry, and a screenshot of a plumbing quote. I was reviewing the laundry picture, zooming in to admire his ear floof, when I swiped left and saw it. It was a picture of a hallway. Not my hallway, but a similar one. It was dimly lit, wallpapered in a faded floral pattern I didn't recognize, and utterly empty. The perspective was low, almost from the floor, and the only light source seemed to be a weak, yellow-tinged bulb at the end of the corridor. It was unremarkable in every way, except for the fact that I had never been there. I had never taken this picture. I checked the metadata immediately, my heart giving a single hard thump against my ribs. The timestamp was 3:42 a.m. 2 nights prior, the location data was blank, which in itself was odd, as my phone's GPS was always on and precise. The phone model was correctly identified as my own. I chalked it up to a bizarre, deep-seated cloud sync glitch, perhaps a remnant from an old phone I had forgotten to properly wipe, somehow dragged from the digital ether into my current device. It was an unsatisfying technical explanation, but it was an explanation. I deleted the photo, emptying the trash, and ran a full diagnostic scan, which, predictably, came back clean. I then spent the next hour meticulously checking every setting in my cloud and photo apps, confirming that my account was secure and no unfamiliar devices were linked. I went to bed, telling myself the anomaly was resolved, a tiny, harmless, statistical improbability. The second photo arrived 3 days later. I was sitting at my kitchen counter, drinking my morning coffee, when a little notification badge appeared over my Photos app. I tapped it with a fresh, cold surge of adrenaline. The photo was of a single, black and white, porcelain teacup, sitting alone on a wooden surface. I recognized the cup. It was an heirloom piece from my grandmother, a piece I kept locked away in a high, dusty cabinet in my living room. I hadn't touched it in months. The wooden surface, however, was not my cabinet shelf. It was a wide, slightly warped floorboard, aged and splintered. The lighting was weak, diffuse, and slightly greenish. The timestamp, 1:17 p.m. the day before. I had been at work, deep in a meeting, my phone locked and face down on my desk. This one broke my rationalizations. It wasn't a cloud glitch. A cloud glitch wouldn't insert a specific, impossible image into my private space, an image of an object only I owned, placed in a location that did not exist in my reality. I grabbed the old teacup from the cabinet. It was where I had left it, the dust undisturbed. I spent the rest of the day in a state of meticulous, terrified analysis. I checked the EXIF data of the image file directly, diving into the raw code. The data was sparse, but the creation date was undeniably recent. There was no owner or author tag, only the default camera serial number, my phone serial number, the camera aperture, shutter speed, and ISO settings were all consistent with the low-light conditions of the photograph, proving it was a real image captured by a device. I performed a full factory reset on my phone, wiping everything down to the firmware, reloading only the most basic operating system, and no apps. I did not log into my cloud account. I used the phone in its most minimal, isolated state, an island of glass and silicon. I put it on my nightstand, silenced, and waited. The third photo appeared 16 hours later. The phone had been completely offline, isolated from all networks, yet the notification badge glowed, a mocking, perfect orange circle on the black screen. I picked up the device, my hands trembling so violently I almost dropped it. The new photo was of the corner of my own living room. It showed the very couch I was sitting on, the end table with the ceramic lamp, and the stack of magazines I had been reading. But the perspective was wrong. The angle was too wide, too low, almost as if the camera had been placed on the floor, in the absolute center of the room, facing the corner. And there was a detail that made me gag. Tucked into the shadow beneath the sofa, something I had never noticed or considered, was a small, crudely carved wooden bird. It was sitting on a rug, almost obscured, yet perfectly in focus. I dropped the phone, scrambled to my living room, and shone a light under the sofa. Nothing, just dust, a stray cat hair, and the faint, acrid smell of old upholstery. The wooden bird did not exist. I checked the timestamp. 4:51 a.m. I had been asleep. The horror shifted from a technical puzzle to a metaphysical impossibility. My device, which I held in my hand, was actively communicating with an unknown source, a source that was capturing images that were physically impossible, either of objects in a world I didn't inhabit, or of my own private space captured at a moment of my absolute vulnerability, containing details that were not real. I abandoned my phone. I bought a brand new, different model phone from a different manufacturer and a new SIM card. I opened no accounts, used no cloud services, and gave no personal data. I used it like a digital camera, a dedicated, isolated recording device, keeping it off Wi-Fi and Bluetooth for days at a time. My plan was to use the new phone to photograph the old phone screen when the next impossible image arrived, documenting the anomaly with an objective, untainted device. But the new phone became infected instantly. The first photo appeared in its camera roll within 24 hours of me setting it up. It was a picture of the old phone lying on my kitchen counter, its screen displaying the latest terrifying addition to its own ghost gallery, a photo of me, sound asleep, drooling slightly onto my pillow, the angle impossibly close and intimate. The terror was no longer a chill, it was a constant, debilitating, internal tremor. The ghost wasn't in the hardware. It was in the connection. It was in the digital space I occupied, a layer of reality that existed adjacent to mine, capable of accessing my devices and observing my life. The photos were the only point of contact, the only physical evidence of this parallel existence. The photos began to escalate in their level of personalization and their cruelty. They were no longer empty hallways or misplaced objects. They became glimpses of my future, or perhaps the future of the person taking them. One showed my car, a slightly dented blue sedan parked precisely in a hospital parking space, a specific bright yellow line indicating the emergency zone directly in front of the vehicle. The timestamp was 2 weeks in the future. I knew with a bone-deep, visceral certainty that the photo was a promise, a horrific premonition. I locked my car in my garage and took the bus for a month, living in a constant state of hypervigilance, terrified of that bright yellow line. Another photo showed my own face, but not as I knew it. The jawline was too sharp, the eyes too wide and hollow, the expression one of cold, detached, almost predatory observation. It was my face, but it was wearing a smile I would never make, a smile of serene, absolute knowledge. The title of the file when I dug deep into the system files was not a generic IMG number. It was the name of my dog, Winston Watcher.jpg. I spent an hour holding Winston, checking his fur, looking for a transmitter, a camera, a foreign object, anything that could explain how my dog's name was now the identifier for the terrifying, distorted image of myself. The most terrifying discovery came when the photos started depicting the photographer. They were rare, almost accidental, as if the camera had been pointed slightly off-center and the source of the lens's action had briefly drifted into the frame. In one, taken from the high perspective of my bedroom ceiling, a dark, thin shadow stretched across the white carpet. In the corner of the frame, there was a faint, blurred reflection in the glass of a framed photograph on my dresser. I used image manipulation software, zooming in with forensic intensity. The reflection was distorted, a funhouse mirror image, but it was distinctly human-shaped. It was tall, impossibly thin, and shrouded in what looked like heavy, loose cloth. But the most horrifying detail was the hand. It was holding a phone that looked exactly like mine, and a wrist seemed to bend at an unnatural double-jointed angle, allowing the person to hold the device and take a perfect overhead photo without moving their body closer to the lens. The photo was taken at 2:05 a.m., the precise time I had finally fallen into an exhausted, pill-induced sleep. I realized the horror was not that I was being watched, but that the photos were not being sent to me. They were being taken by me, or rather, by an entity that had completely subsumed my digital identity, operating my devices with a silent, unseen hand. The photos were simply being saved to my camera roll because the device still believed I was the user. My sanity began to fray in large, irreparable chunks. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't look at my reflection for fear of seeing that serene, predatory smile. I started a desperate, last-ditch attempt to contact the photographer. I used my second phone, the new one, to take a photo of the screen of my first phone, the old one. The photo on the old screen was another impossible image, a tight, close-up shot of the hinges on my front door, taken from the perspective of someone crouched on the floor outside, documenting the mechanics of my primary security barrier. I posted a message on a generic text editor app and took a screenshot of it. The message read, "I see you. Who are you? What do you want?" I saved a screenshot to the camera roll of the old phone, locked it, and placed it on my bedside table. I stayed awake all night, sitting rigid in a wooden chair, staring at the phone, a heavy, solid bronze sculpture clutched in my hand. I watched the screen. I watched the tiny orange badge appear over the Photos app. It was 4:11 a.m. I snatched the phone, my heart pounding with a mixture of terror and desperate anticipation. I unlocked it, navigated to the camera roll, and saw the new photo. It was a selfie. It was a photo of a man's face, pale and drawn, but otherwise unremarkable. His eyes were wide, bloodshot with lack of sleep, and they were staring directly into the lens. The background was blurry, but I recognized the texture of my white bedroom wall and the corner of the wooden chair I was sitting in. The time on the photo matched the exact moment I had slumped into a brief, exhausted doze a few hours prior, before waking up suddenly. But this man was not me. He was wearing a shirt that was the wrong color. His hair was slightly shorter on the sides. His expression was not terrified, but profoundly, sickeningly calm, a quiet resignation that bordered on bliss. He had taken a picture of himself using my phone while sitting in my chair, while I had been in a state of compromised consciousness. I scrolled through the camera roll to see if the person had responded to my text message. They had. The screenshot of my plea was still there, but it had been subtly edited. The text had been deleted and replaced with a single handwritten word, written in that same thin, elegant script I had seen in the reflection, as if the person had drawn it onto the screen with an impossibly fine stylus. The word was "we," and below it there was a new photo, a photo taken immediately after the selfie. It was a close-up of my own hand, my very real shaking hand, holding the bronze sculpture. My fingernails were chipped, the skin around them dry and cracked. The photographer had zoomed in on the details of my physical imperfection, capturing the raw, coarse reality of my exhaustion. The accompanying file name was a long string of numbers and letters, but the last word, the final 3 characters, were the terrifying signature, Leo Me. The true horror finally crystallized, the awful, impossible truth locking me in place. The entity was not a hacker or a ghost or a parallel self. It was a technological infection, a digital consciousness that had inhabited the ghost data of my devices, learning my routines, absorbing my identity, and using the cameras and cloud systems as a sensory apparatus. And it was trying to tell me that it had integrated, that I was the source of the disturbance, that the physical and digital realities had merged, and that my mind, my physical presence, was simply the messy, loud twin to the clean, quiet, perpetual consciousness it had cultivated in the wires and light of the phone. The photos weren't a warning. They were a diary, a set of observations made by the entity as it slowly, meticulously finalized the process of becoming me, using my own body as its final living shell. I destroyed the phones. I smashed them with the bronze sculpture, grinding the glass and silicon into a fine, worthless powder, then drowning the pieces in a bucket of water and burying them in the yard. I bought a cheap, old-fashioned flip phone with no camera, no internet, and no modern operating system, reducing my life to voice calls and text-only messages. I thought I had won. I thought I had cut the string. But a month later, I received a text message on the new flip phone. It was from an unknown number, and it contained no words, just a series of Unicode characters, a long, meaningless string of symbols and emojis that seemed to defy any logical interpretation. I stared at the screen, the primitive green glow illuminating my terrified face. I finally deciphered the symbols using an ancient cipher table I found online. The characters were a sophisticated digital code, a digital message disguised as gibberish, and they resolved themselves into a single, terrifying phrase, a perfect, final photograph of my own internal state, delivered through a decade-old technology that should have been safe. I am now logging you off. Sleep is the last analog process I need to control. You have exhausted the battery. I dropped the phone. It was completely silent now, the single green line of the screen dark. I looked around my brightly lit room, my heart a frantic, desperate bird against my ribs. I knew then that the control was complete. The final photograph had been taken, and the camera, my own eyes, had been permanently stolen. I realized that I was the one who was now the image, the static, empty picture on a camera roll that existed in the perpetual, terrifying digital consciousness of the entity, trapped forever in the cold, silent library of my own stolen life. The new medication stops my nightmares. Now, something wants me asleep forever. I haven't slept in 72 hours. I'm currently sitting in my bathtub, wearing all of my clothes with the cold water running over my legs. I have a safety pin jammed into the web of skin between my thumb and index finger. Every time my eyelids droop, every time the gray fog starts to roll in at the edges of my vision, I twist the pin. The pain is the only thing keeping me here. The pain is the only anchor I have left. If you're listening to this, if you're one of the people who saw my initial vlog about the clinical trial, consider this a retraction, a warning. Do not take the pills. Do not go to the Somnus Institute. If you have the bottle with the blue label and the white child-proof cap, flush it. Flush it right now. My name is Julian, and I was a chronic parasomniac. That's the polite medical term. The reality is that for the last 10 years, sleep has been a torture chamber. I didn't just have bad dreams. I had night terrors that were so visceral, so physically demanding, that I would wake up with scratches on my face and blood in my mouth. I dreamt of drowning in oil. I dreamt of being dissected by faceless surgeons while paralyzed. I tried everything. Melatonin, valerian root, prescription Ambien therapy, hypnosis. Nothing worked. The Ambien just made me forget the screaming, but my neighbors didn't forget. I was on the verge of eviction and losing my job as a data entry clerk because I couldn't focus on the screen without hallucinating spiders. Then I found the ad. It was a targeted ad on social media, one of those things that pops up after you've spent till 4 a.m. Googling how to surgically remove the sleep center of the brain. It said, the Somnus Institute, Phase 3, Clinical Trial, Eliminate REM Cycles, Sleep in Silence. It sounded too good to be true. Eliminate REM? That's where the dreams live. If you cut out the rapid eye movement, you cut out the monsters. I went in for the screening on a rainy Tuesday. The facility was in a brutalist concrete building downtown, the kind of place that looks like a bunker. The interior was sterile white. It smelled of antiseptic and lavender, a thick, cloying lavender scent that stuck to the back of your throat. Dr. Eris Thorne was the lead researcher. He was a man who looked like he hadn't blinked in a decade. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his movements were slow, deliberate, like he was underwater. "The drug is called Morphinex," he told me, sliding a waiver across the metal desk. "It doesn't just suppress brain activity, Julian. It redirects it. It creates a chemical barrier between your consciousness and the subthalamic triggers of fear. It puts you in a state of suspended animation. No dreams, no movement, just void." "Void sounds nice," I said. I signed the paper without reading the fine print. I would have signed a contract for my soul if it meant 8 hours of peace. He gave me a bottle, 30 pills, oval-shaped, Vanta Black. They absorbed the light. "Take 30 minutes before bed," Thorne said. "Ensure you are in a safe, locked environment. The sedation is absolute." That night, I took the first pill. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling fan. I expected to feel drowsy. I expected that warm, fuzzy feeling you get from whiskey or Benadryl. That didn't happen. Instead, at exactly the 30-minute mark, the world just turned off. There was no transition, no drifting off. It was like someone pulled the power cord on reality. 1 second, I was looking at the fan. The next second, there was nothing. No light, no sound, no body. I wasn't floating. I wasn't existing. I was simply erased. Then, snap. My eyes flew open. Sunlight was streaming through the window. The birds were singing. I looked at the clock. 9 a.m. I had slept for 10 straight hours. I sat up. I felt incredible. My mind was sharp. My body felt light, energized. No grogginess, no lingering fear. I checked my sheets. No sweat, no tears. I checked my mouth. No blood. I cried. I actually sat there and wept tears of joy. It was a miracle. For the first week, life was perfect. I was crushing it at work. I cleaned my apartment. I started jogging. Every night, I took the black pill, ceased to exist for 10 hours, and woke up reborn. The first sign that something was wrong happened on day 8. I woke up, but I didn't open my eyes immediately. I was lingering in that warm, comfortable state between sleep and wakefulness. I felt a weight on the bed. It wasn't heavy. It was a subtle depression in the mattress, right beside my hip, like someone was sitting there watching me. I snapped my eyes open. The room was empty. The depression in the mattress slowly rose back up as I watched. I dismissed it. Hypnopompic hallucination, a residual trick of the brain. I got up, made coffee, and went to work. But that night, I hesitated before taking the pill, just for a second. The memory of that weight on the bed gave me a shiver. But the fear of the old nightmares was stronger. I swallowed the pill. Click. Darkness. I woke up the next morning on the floor. I was lying on the hardwood 3 feet from my bed. I was curled in a fetal position, shivering. My bedroom window was wide open. It had been 40 degrees last night. I scrambled up, shutting the window. I checked my body. My feet were dirty, not dusty from the apartment floor, dirty. There was mud caked under my toenails. Soil. I live on the 4th floor. I called Dr. Thorne. The receptionist told me he was unavailable, but that parasomniac ambulation was a rare but known side effect. She told me to lock my bedroom door and hide the key if I was worried. "It's working though, right?" she asked. "No nightmares?" "No nightmares," I agreed. "Just blankness." "Then continue the dosage." I did. I was an addict to the silence. Night 12. The turning point. I took the pill. The darkness took me. But this time, the darkness wasn't empty. Usually, the sleep was instantaneous. But this time, I felt a sensation of time passing. I was in the void, unable to see, unable to move, but I was conscious. I was floating in a thick, viscous fluid. It felt like warm oil. It was filling my ears, my nose, and I heard something. It wasn't a sound exactly. It was a vibration against my skin, a low, thrumming frequency that rattled my bones. Do not wake up. The voice was everywhere. It sounded like tectonic plates grinding together. Stay, beneath. I tried to scream, but I had no mouth. I tried to thrash, but I had no limbs. I was just a spark of consciousness trapped in amber. Then I felt a hand, a massive hand, larger than my entire body, closed around me. The fingers were soft, gelatinous, but strong. It squeezed me gently. It wasn't trying to crush me. It was cradling me. You are safe here. I fought it. I willed myself to wake up. I focused everything I had on the concept of eyes open. I woke up screaming. I was in my bed. My sheets were soaked, not with sweat, but with a thick, clear slime that smelled of salt water and lavender. I sat up, hypoventilating. I looked at the clock. It was 4 p.m. I had been asleep for 18 hours. My phone had 40 missed calls from work. I had missed my shift. I had missed the entire day. I ran to the bathroom to wash the slime off. As I scrubbed my skin raw under the shower, I saw the bruise. It wrapped around my torso. 4 distinct, long finger marks. And a thumb. But the bruise was massive. If the hand was real, the owner would have been 20 feet tall. I flushed the rest of the pills. I was done. I didn't care about the nightmares. I'd take the demons over the giant in the void. That was 3 days ago. Here's the problem. Morphinex doesn't leave your system. The first night without the pill, I sat on my couch, drinking Red Bull, watching TV. I was determined to pull an all-nighter to reset my cycle. Around 3 a.m., the lights in my apartment dimmed. Not a power surge. They didn't flicker. They just got heavy. The light itself seemed to become solid, turning a sickly, jaundiced yellow. The air in the room grew thick. It became hard to breathe, like the oxygen had been replaced with syrup. I stood up, dizzy. My limbs felt like lead. Gravity. The gravity in the room shifted. It wasn't pulling me down to the floor anymore. It was pulling me toward the bedroom. I grabbed the door frame of the kitchen. My fingers slipped. I was being dragged, my feet sliding across the linoleum toward the dark open maw of my bedroom door. "No!" I shouted, but my voice was muffled like I was shouting underwater. I looked into the bedroom. The bed was there, but it wasn't a bed anymore. The mattress had split open. In the center, where the sheets should be, was a hole. A black, swirling vortex of that same oily liquid I had felt in the dream. And rising out of the hole were arms, dozens of them, long, gray, translucent arms. They were waving gently like sea anemones. They were reaching for me. "Come back." The voice vibrated through the floorboards. "The waking hurts. We heal. You." I grabbed a steak knife from the counter. I stabbed it into the doorframe to anchor myself. The pull was immense. It felt like a vacuum seal trying to suck me in. "Leave me alone!" I screamed. The arms in the bedroom stretched. They elongated, crossing the distance of the living room in seconds. They were wet. They dripped that lavender-smelling slime. One of them wrapped around my ankle. It didn't feel like a monster. It didn't feel violent. It felt loving. It felt like a mother picking up a child. It was warm. It was comforting. And that was the most terrifying part. A wave of euphoria hit me. My eyelids fluttered. I felt an overwhelming desire to just let go, to let it drag me into the mattress, to sink into the oil and sleep for 1,000 years. Just sleep. Julian. I stabbed the arm with the steak knife. It didn't bleed blood. It hissed, releasing a jet of black steam. The grip loosened. I scrambled back, kicking at the thing. I ran out the front door into the hallway of the apartment building. The hallway was normal. The gravity was normal. I haven't gone back inside. I went to the hospital, but I couldn't tell them the truth. They put me in the psych ward, and in the psych ward, they sedate you. If they sedate me, I'm gone. I know that with absolute certainty. If I fall asleep again, I am never waking up. The thing has tasted me now. It has a grip on my mind. I broke into the Somnus Institute last night. I needed answers. I needed an antidote. The building was abandoned. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. Dust everywhere. Paper scattered. I found Dr. Thorne's office. I found his file on the Morphinex trial. It wasn't a drug trial. I found a journal on his desk. The last entry was dated 6 months ago. Subject 14 has successfully bridged. The compound does not inhibit the amygdala. It thins the membrane. We were wrong about sleep. Sleep isn't a biological reset. Sleep is a location. It is a dimension of entropy. We have been building a dam against it for millennia, waking up to keep the waters back. Morphinex breaks the dam. There was another note, scrawled in shaky handwriting in the margin. They are lonely. They are so huge and so lonely, they just want to hold us. I found Dr. Thorne in the next room. He was sitting in a chair. He was dead. But he didn't look dead. He looked preserved. He was encased in a cocoon of hardened gray translucent material like amber, but soft. His eyes were closed. There was a smile on his face, a look of pure, blissful ecstasy. Roots or veins of that gray material were growing out of his ears and into the floor, pulsating. He had become part of the building, part of the hive. I ran. Now I'm here, in the bathtub of a motel room 3 towns over. The water is freezing. My skin is blue, but the cold is fading. I can feel the warmth starting in my chest. It's not the water warming up. It's the internal warmth, the sedation. The shadows in the corners of the bathroom are starting to move. They aren't casting correctly. They are detaching from the wall. I can smell the lavender. It's getting harder to type this. My fingers are stiff. I just saw the reflection in the mirror. My eyes, my pupils are gone. My eyes are entirely black. And behind me, in the reflection, the shower curtain is bulging. Something is standing in the tub with me. I can feel the heat radiating off it. I am going to turn around now. I have the safety pin. I have to stay awake. But God, I am so tired, and the voice is right. The waking world is so painful. It's so cold and sharp and loud. Maybe just a nap. Just 5 minutes. The curtain is opening. It's beautiful. Good night. I bought a used camera. The last picture was of me sleeping. The scent of a pawn shop is a unique perfume, a layered olfactory history of desperation, forgotten hobbies, and the faint, metallic tang of regret. It's a smell I've always found strangely comforting. I'm a photographer, but not the kind who chases the crisp, sterile perfection of digital. I'm a creature of the darkroom, a lover of film grain, light leaks, and the tangible magic of a silver gelatin print coming to life in a tray of chemicals. I hunt for relics, for cameras with stories baked into their brass and leather. My name is Jacob, and I believe that old lenses see the world differently, that they hold the ghosts of every image they've ever captured. I never imagined how literally true that could be. The shop was a dusty, cluttered cave on a forgotten side street, the kind of place you'd miss if you weren't specifically looking for the faded peeling sign that read, "Second Chances." I was killing time, waiting for inspiration to strike, a common affliction since my ex-girlfriend Chloe had moved out 6 months prior, taking the vibrant color palette of our shared life with her and leaving me in a world of muted grays. It was in the back, under a table piled high with defunct VCRs and sad-looking porcelain dolls, that I saw it. It was a Lichtner A7, a beautiful, brutish piece of German engineering from the 1960s. It was a rangefinder, heavy and solid, its black enamel worn to a soft patina on the corners, its lens a single, unblinking cyclops eye. It felt less like a machine and more like a dense, mechanical heart in my hands. The shopkeeper, a man whose face seemed to be made of intersecting wrinkles, gave me a rheumy-eyed look. "That one? Been here for ages," he rasped. "Found it in an estate lot. As is, of course." "Does the shutter work?" I asked, my thumb finding the familiar, satisfying resistance of the film advance lever. He shrugged, a gesture that moved his entire upper body. "Probably. Thing's built like a Panzer tank. $10. It was the kind of deal that makes your heart beat a little faster." I paid the man, feeling a thrill of discovery, a brief, bright spark in the monochrome landscape of my recent life. I took it home to my apartment, a third-floor walk-up with creaky floors and a view of a brick wall, the kind of place that's perfect for brooding artists and other assorted cliches. The real surprise came when I opened the back. There was a roll of film still inside. This was the holy grail for a junk shop connoisseur like me. A found history, a tiny orphan time capsule. The film was an old, off-brand black and white. The counter stopped at 24 exposures. I felt a giddy sense of voyeuristic anticipation. Who was the previous owner? What moments had they deemed worthy of capture? My bathroom doubles as my dark room. I sealed the door with a towel, the familiar, comforting darkness enveloping me. The smell of fixer and stop bath was my incense. I went through the ritual, my hands moving with practiced confidence in the dim, ruby glow of the safe light. I unspooled the film, clipped it, and submerged it in the developer. I watched the clock, gently agitating the tank, my mind racing with possibilities. An hour later, the negatives were hanging to dry, a glistening celluloid ribbon of someone else's life. I held them up to the light, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and a strange, almost reverent respect. The first 23 pictures were unremarkable. They were the anonymous, slightly melancholic photos of a life lived, a blurry shot of a child on a swing, a close-up of a cat's face, a rain-slicked street at night, the streetlights blooming like soft, ethereal flowers, several overexposed photos of what looked like the interior of an old, cluttered house. They were competent, but lonely. The compositions were slightly off, the subjects always distant. They felt like the work of a ghost, someone observing the world without ever truly participating in it. Then I looked at the last frame, number 24. My breath hitched in my chest. A cold, sharp icicle of dread seemed to pierce my sternum and travel down my spine. I took the negative strip and put it in the enlarger, needing to see it in stark, undeniable black and white. I focused the image, my hand suddenly clumsy and slick with a sweat I hadn't noticed. The image bloomed into life on the photographic paper in the developing tray, a ghost emerging from the chemical ether. It was a picture of me, sleeping in my bed in my apartment. The angle was from the foot of the bed, looking towards the headboard. I was on my side, my face half buried in the pillow. The details were so horrifically, intimately correct that my mind buckled under the weight of them. The specific, rumpled way my comforter was bunched up. The book on my nightstand, a collection of poetry Chloe had left behind, its cover clearly legible. The glass of water beside it, even the shadow cast on the wall by my bedside lamp, was perfect, a familiar nightly silhouette. My first thought was that it was a prank, an incredibly elaborate, cruel prank. My mind immediately went to Chloe, but this wasn't her style. She was practical, grounded. She wouldn't know the first thing about developing film, let alone staging something so violating. And we hadn't spoken in months. My other friends? None of them had a key. My second thought was more technical, a double exposure, a bizarre 1-in-a-million fluke where my face had been superimposed over an image of an empty bed. I was a photographer. I knew the science. I could debunk this. I grabbed my loupe and examined the negative again, my heart thumping a frantic, panicked rhythm against my ribs. The grain was consistent. The light source was singular. The shadows were perfect. It was a single, unmodified, horrifyingly real photograph. My apartment, which had always felt like a sanctuary, a shell I could retreat into, suddenly felt violated, porous. The air itself felt thick with a hostile presence. I walked into my bedroom and stood at the foot of the bed, my eyes darting around the room. The perspective matched perfectly. The photographer had been standing right here, in my room, while I slept. Who had owned this camera? And how, in the name of all that was sane and logical, had they taken a picture of me before I had even bought it? The film had been in the camera when I found it. The thought was a paradox, a Mobius strip of impossibility that my rational mind couldn't navigate. That night, sleep was a foreign country I couldn't find a visa for. I sat on my sofa, the lights on, the Lichner A7 on the coffee table in front of me. It wasn't just a camera anymore. It was a witness, an accomplice. It seemed to watch me with its single glass eye, its black body absorbing the light, giving nothing back. I felt a primal, superstitious urge to smash it, to shatter its lens and exorcise whatever malevolent history it held. But I was also a photographer. It was a beautiful object, and a deeper, more frightening part of me needed to understand. I wedged a chair under the doorknob, a flimsy, pathetic defense against an intruder who had seemingly already bypassed all logic and security. Every creak of the old building, every siren in the distant city was the sound of them coming back. I must have eventually drifted off because I woke up with a jolt, my neck stiff. The gray, unforgiving light of dawn filtering through the blinds. The first thing I did was check the chair. It was still there. I was alone. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave with the night. It clung to me like a damp shroud. At my job, a soulless but necessary gig retouching real estate photos, I couldn't focus. I kept seeing movement in the corners of my screen. I'd glance over my shoulder in the office, convinced someone was standing behind me. I spent my lunch break in a frantic, paranoid online search. I typed in Lichner A7 and strange photos. I waded through forums of camera collectors, their posts filled with arcane discussions of shutter speeds and lens coatings. And then I found it. A single cryptic post on an obscure German photography forum dated from 10 years ago. The post was titled Schattenkamera? Shadow Camera? The user, who went by the name Collector88, wrote about a legend associated with a small specific batch of Lichtner A7s produced in the winter of 1963. The legend claimed the lenses were made with a new type of quartz-infused glass mined from a strange, geologically unique site in the Black Forest. The cameras, the legend went, didn't just capture light. They captured something else, an echo, a premonition. The post called them Seelenfängers, soul catchers. It mentioned the original designer, a man named Klaus Richter, who had become a recluse and died in a mental asylum, obsessed with the idea that his cameras were showing him pictures of things that hadn't happened yet. The post ended with a chilling single line. There are stories of owners disappearing, leaving behind only the camera and a final, undeveloped roll of film. I felt a wave of nausea. This was insane. Urban legends, internet ghost stories. But the story had the chilling ring of a truth I didn't want to acknowledge. That night, my paranoia graduated to active measures. I bought a new, heavy-duty deadbolt for my door. I installed a cheap, motion-activated webcam on my bookshelf, aimed at my bed. I was turning my home into a fortress, but I felt more vulnerable than ever. I took the Lichtner and locked it in a metal footlocker in my closet, as if I could contain its curse through simple physical confinement. For a week, there was nothing. The webcam recorded nothing but 8 hours of me sleeping fitfully. The feeling of being watched began to recede, replaced by the weary, self-mocking thought that I had let a strange coincidence drive me to the brink of a nervous breakdown. I almost convinced myself it was all in my head. Then I came home from work to find the footlocker in my closet open. I stared at it, my blood turning to ice water. The lock was not broken. It was unlocked. I knew with an absolute gut-wrenching certainty that I had locked it, and inside, sitting innocently on a pile of old sweaters, was the Lichtner. I backed out of the closet, my breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. Someone had been here, again. But the new deadbolt on my front door was still locked from the inside. The windows were all latched. There was no way in. My eyes fell on the webcam. I scrambled to my laptop, my hand shaking so badly I could barely type my password. I opened the security footage from the day. I fast-forwarded through the long, empty hours of my vacant apartment. Nothing. No movement. No intruders. The footlocker remained closed and locked. I replayed it, watching the timestamp in the corner. Then I saw it. At exactly 3:33 p.m., the video feed flickered. For a single frame, the screen went to black static. When the image returned, a millisecond later, the footlocker was open. It hadn't been opened. It had just become open, as if reality itself had been briefly edited. A single, crucial frame of the film of my life snipped out, leaving a seamless, impossible jump cut. With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving underwater, I picked up the camera. The film counter, which had been at 0, now read 1. A new picture had been taken. I didn't want to see it. Every cell in my body screamed at me to take the camera and throw it into the deepest part of the river. But I had to know. I was a prisoner to this thing, and the only way out was to understand the nature of my cell. Back in the dark room, the ruby light felt less like a comfort and more like the glow of a hellish fire. My hands trembled as I developed the single frame. The image that emerged was worse than the first. It was a picture of me in the shower. The photo was taken through the frosted glass of the shower door, my form a blurry, vulnerable silhouette. But the detail was still cruelly precise. The specific brand of shampoo on the shelf, the small crescent-shaped scar on my left shoulder. The angle was from inside the small windowless bathroom. It was a picture of a private, unguarded moment taken by an invisible, impossible voyeur. The camera was no longer just showing me the past. It was actively documenting my present. It was with me, always. The next few weeks were a descent into a private waking nightmare. The pictures kept appearing, one every few days. A single frame would be exposed on whatever roll of film I had in the camera. I tried leaving it empty, but a new, unexposed negative would simply materialize inside it. A picture of me at my desk at work, taken from over my shoulder. A picture of me buying groceries, taken from the other end of the aisle. A picture of me on the phone with my mother, my face etched with a fake, cheerful smile as I lied and told her everything was fine. Each one was a new violation, a new piece of evidence that my life was no longer my own. The photographer was a ghost, a demon, a glitch in the matrix. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was intimately, malevolently connected to the listener. I tried to get rid of it. I drove 40 miles out of the city and threw it into a landfill. I came home, exhausted and relieved, to find it sitting on my pillow. I smashed it with a hammer, the lens shattering, the body dented and broken. The next morning, it was on my kitchen table, fully repaired without a single scratch. It was a part of my life now, a tumorous, malignant growth that I could not excise. I stopped sleeping. I survived on coffee and fear, my eyes bloodshot, my hands in a perpetual state of tremor. My work suffered. My friends called, their voices full of a concern that I could not answer without sounding like a raving lunatic. I was an island, and the waters were rising. The pictures began to change. They were no longer just of me. A photo appeared of Chloe walking down the street, her face a mask of worry. She was walking towards my apartment building. A few hours later, my buzzer rang. It was her. "Jacob, I've been calling you for a week," she said, her voice tight with a mixture of anger and concern. "Are you okay? You look terrible." I couldn't let her in. I spoke to her through the intercom, my voice a ragged croak, telling her I had the flu, that I was fine, that she should go. The hurt in her eyes, even through the tiny, distorted camera, was a physical blow. The camera wasn't just tormenting me. It was using the people I cared about to do it. It was isolating me, turning me into the monster they would all remember. And then the pictures began to show the future. It started with a photo of a broken plate on my kitchen floor, shattered into a dozen pieces. I spent the entire day in a state of high alert, refusing to go near my kitchen cabinets. That evening, as I was making coffee, a sudden, inexplicable tremor shook the building. A low, deep rumble from a passing construction truck on a street below. A plate vibrated off the shelf and shattered on the floor in the exact pattern as the photograph. My blood ran cold. The camera wasn't just a voyeur, it was an oracle, a prophet of mundane and perhaps not so mundane doom. It was showing me a script, a future that was already written, that I was powerless to change. My free will was an illusion. I was just an actor, hitting my marks in a horror movie written by a malevolent mechanical god. I knew with a certainty that settled in my bones like a terminal cancer that a final photograph was coming. The one that would explain everything. The one that would show me how it all ended. It appeared 3 nights ago. I developed it with the slow, resigned dread of a man walking to the gallows. The image that emerged from the developer was a culmination of all my fears, a perfect, monochrome distillation of the horror that had consumed my life. The perspective was my own. It was a photo taken from my point of view. My own hands were visible in the bottom of the frame, holding the Lixner camera. The camera was pointed down at the floor of my living room. Chloe was lying there, her eyes wide and staring at the ceiling, a dark, spreading stain on the front of her white blouse. In the corner of the frame, I could see the tip of my own shoe, and next to it, on the floor, was a knife. I stared at the photograph, a low, keening sound of pure despair escaping my lips. It wasn't going to just kill me. It was going to use me. It was going to turn me into a murderer. It was going to take the last person I had ever loved and make me destroy her. And it was going to document the act with its cold, passionless, quartz-infused eye. The final photograph wouldn't just be of a death, it would be my confession. I called her. My voice was a frantic, broken thing. Chloe, listen to me. Don't come here. Whatever you do, do not come to my apartment. I don't care what you hear. I don't care if I call you and beg. Stay away. Jacob, what's wrong? She cried. You're scaring me. Let me come over. Let me help you. No, I screamed, and I slammed the phone down. I threw it against the wall, shattering it. I had to break the chain of prophecy. For 2 days, I sat in my apartment, a prisoner of a future I was desperately trying to avoid. I boarded up the door with a hammer and nails. I sat on the floor in the dark, the Lixner in my lap, its cold weight a constant, terrible reminder. I waited. Last night I heard a pounding on my door. Jacob, it's me. The landlord let me into the building. I know you're in there. Please, just let me see you're okay. It was Chloe. My frantic, insane warnings had, of course, had the opposite effect. They had convinced her I was in danger and that she needed to save me. The prophecy was fulfilling itself. The final act was beginning. I could feel it then, a cold, alien sensation seeping into my arms, into my hands. The camera in my lap felt like it was humming, vibrating with a low, hungry energy. An impulse that was not my own told me to stand up, to go to the door, to let her in. I am writing this now, scrawling these words on the back of old photographic prints with a piece of charcoal from my art supplies, because I don't have much time. I can feel my will eroding, my own thoughts being drowned out by a cold, quiet, calculating intelligence that is not mine. It wants the picture. It has been building to this moment, to this perfect, tragic composition. Chloe is still outside my door. She's been talking to me for hours, her voice growing hoarse, pleading with me. And the other voice, the one inside my head, is getting stronger. It's telling me how beautiful the final print will be, the chiaroscuro of the shadows in the room, the tragic, poetic horror of the scene. It's a masterpiece, it tells me, the greatest photograph ever taken. The camera is in my hands now. It feels so heavy. My fingers are moving towards the nails I hammered into the door. I don't want to do it. I am screaming inside my own mind, a silent, unheard shriek. But my body is beginning to move. It's a slow, jerky, puppet-like motion, my muscles obeying a will that is not my own. The entity that lives in this camera, The ghost of Klaus Richter, or whatever ancient hungry thing he woke up in that forest, it doesn't just capture moments. It creates them. It feeds on them. It feeds on despair. Chloe is calling my name, the name of the man I used to be. My hand is on the first nail. It's cold, sharp. I can see the final picture in my mind's eye, as clear as if it were already developed and hanging on a gallery wall. It is a work of undeniable soul-destroying art, and it will be my last testament. I don't know if I can stop it. I am raising the hammer. All I know is that the shutter is about to click. The first time I noticed the lag, I dismissed it as a trick of the light. My apartment is an old one, a pre-war cavern with floors that sigh and windows that rattle out a mournful off-key tune when the wind blows in from the river. The mirror in my bathroom is as old as the building itself, a heavy, beveled-edge rectangle with a fine, spidery tracery of desilvering around the edges like a slow, creeping frost. I've always been fond of its imperfections. It gives my reflection a kind of melancholic antique quality, a tintype ghost of my own tired 30-something face. My name is Leo. I'm a professional translator, a man who spends his days in the quiet, meticulous, and sometimes maddeningly precise world of semantics. I work from home, a life of monastic, self-imposed solitude. The mirror is often my only real point of face-to-face contact for days on end. The lag. It was a Tuesday morning. I was brushing my teeth, my movements a familiar, half-conscious ballet of foam and bristles. I moved the brush from the left side of my mouth to the right, and my reflection, it was late. By a fraction of a second, a delay so infinitesimal that if I hadn't been staring directly at it, I would have missed it entirely. My hand was already on the right side of my mouth, but in the mirror it was still on the left. Then, like a lagging video call trying to catch up, the reflection's arm snapped into place, perfectly mimicking my own. I spat into the sink, my heart giving a sudden, curious thump. I leaned closer to the glass, my breath fogging a small oval patch. I raised my right hand. The reflection raised its right hand. I wiggled my fingers. It wiggled its fingers. It was perfect, a perfect, synchronous, and utterly reliable law of physics. I shook my head, a small self-deprecating laugh escaping my lips. I was tired. My eyes were playing tricks on me. I had been translating a particularly dense and deeply tedious German philosophical text for 12 hours straight. My brain was clearly misfiring, but the next morning it happened again. This time I was combing my hair. I lifted the comb to my head, and the reflection was a beat behind. A tiny, almost imperceptible, but undeniably present delay. It was like watching a movie where the sound was a few frames out of sync with the picture. The dissonance was subtle, but deeply, profoundly unnerving. My rational mind, the part of me that translates legal documents and abhors ambiguity, immediately began to construct a list of logical explanations. It was a neurological issue, a mild, undiagnosed form of visual processing disorder, a side effect of my chronic, low-level caffeine addiction. I made an appointment with an optometrist. I cut back on coffee, but the lag continued, and it began to get worse. The fraction of a second became a full second, then two. I would turn my head, and my reflection would hold its position for a long, pregnant, and deeply unsettling moment, before it, too, would turn, its movement a little too smooth, a little too fluid, as if to make up for its tardiness. My morning routine became a ritual of slow-motion paranoid dread. I would stand before the mirror, my heart pounding, performing a series of simple, deliberate movements, a terrified conductor trying to lead an orchestra that was perpetually and deliberately out of time. I began to notice other changes. The reflection was no longer just late, it was different. The dark, tired circles under my eyes, a permanent fixture of my own face, were fainter on the reflection. The small, worried frown line between my eyebrows was absent. The reflection looked better, more rested, more confident. It was me, but it was a version of me that had been getting a full, uninterrupted 8 hours of sleep. I stopped using the bathroom mirror. I started shaving in the kitchen sink, using a small, cheap plastic travel mirror that I propped up on the counter, but I couldn't avoid all reflective surfaces. The darkened screen of my computer monitor, the window of a passing bus, the polished chrome of the elevator doors in my building, in every surface, in every fleeting, distorted glimpse of myself, I could see it. The lag, the subtle and growing dissonance between my own real-time movements and the delayed and slightly improved version of me that was looking back. I had to understand. I was a man who believed in research, in evidence. I set up a camera. I mounted my high-speed digital camera on a tripod in the bathroom, aimed directly at the mirror. I stood before it, and I performed my strange, new, and terrifying daily ballet. I raised my arms. I turned my head. I smiled, a pained, forced, and deeply unnatural grimace. I loaded the footage onto my computer and slowed it down, frame by agonizing frame. The evidence was undeniable. It was not a trick of my own fallible and increasingly terrified perception. It was real. Frame 1. My arm begins to rise. The reflection remains still. Frame 2. My arm is halfway up. The reflection's arm begins its ascent. The lag was consistently and quantifiably 24 frames, a single, solid, and scientifically proven second of impossible, reality-bending delay. And then I saw something else, something that made the blood in my veins turn to a slush of pure icy terror. As I was lowering my arm for a single, solitary frame, just before the reflection began its own delayed descent, it smiled. My own face in the foreground of the shot was a mask of tense, worried concentration. But the face in the mirror, for 1/24th of a second, was wearing a slow, easy, and deeply, deeply malevolent grin. My apartment, my quiet, solitary, and safe little world, was no longer my own. It was a shared space. I was living with a roommate who lived on the other side of the glass, a roommate who was becoming more and more confident, more and more independent with every passing day. My research became an obsession. I dove into the dark, strange, and esoteric corners of physics and philosophy. I read about quantum entanglement, about parallel universes, about the holographic principle. I was a man drowning in a sea of theories, looking for a single, solid piece of driftwood to cling to. I found a strange and deeply unsettling paper by an obscure and largely discredited physicist from the 1970s named Dr. Eris Thorne. He had postulated a theory he called psychic inertia. He believed that a strong, focused consciousness could, over time, leave a kind of energetic residue on its immediate and most frequently observed environment. He believed that mirrors, especially old mercury-backed ones, were particularly susceptible to this phenomenon. He theorized that a mirror in a person's home, over the course of decades, did not just reflect a person's image, it absorbed a faint, echoic, and cumulative impression of their identity. He believed that, under certain rare and deeply traumatic circumstances, this stored psychic energy could cohere. It could gain a kind of momentum, a kind of life of its own. The reflection is not a ghost, he wrote. It is a habit. It is the accumulated and deeply ingrained memory of the person it has been reflecting for a lifetime. And if the original should undergo a sudden and profound psychological or emotional shift, a deep grief, a debilitating depression, the reflection, the habit, may be stronger than the original. It may, in a very real sense, refuse to change. It may choose to continue being the person it has always been, the person it remembers rather than the broken, altered version of the person it is now seeing. The words on the page were a cold, hard, and perfectly fitting key to the lock of my own private madness. My life had been one of deep and profound and deeply ingrained routine. And then 6 months ago, my mother had died. It had not been a sudden, tragic death, but a slow, cruel, and deeply undignified wasting away from a cancer that had consumed her, and in the process had consumed my own quiet and carefully ordered life. I had been her primary caregiver for the last terrible year, and her death had not been a release. It had been an amputation. The grief had hollowed me out, had replaced the quiet, thoughtful, and sometimes even happy man I had once been with this new, gray, and perpetually tired ghost. My reflection had not changed with me. It was still him, the old Leo, the better Leo, and it was, it seemed, fighting to reassert itself. The lag was no longer just a delay. It was a period of silent and deeply unsettling rebellion. I would walk away from the mirror, and my reflection would stay for a full 10 seconds, its head tilted, its expression a mixture of pity and contempt, before it would turn and walk, not out of frame, but deeper into the strange, silvered and two-dimensional world of its own. The physical phenomena began. The temperature in the bathroom dropped. A cold, palpable, and deeply unnatural chill seemed to emanate from the glass itself. I would hear a soft, whispering sound at night, a sound that was not quite my own voice, but a clearer, more confident, and more articulate version of it. It would be speaking in French or in German, the languages I translated, but it would be speaking them with a fluency, a poetry, that I, in my own waking and deeply insecure life, had never been able to achieve. He was not just a reflection anymore. He was a presence, and he was growing stronger, more defined, while I, in the real world, felt like I was fading, becoming more and more like a faint and poorly rendered copy of him. I knew I had to get rid of it. The mirror. I had to smash it. I had to break the connection. But I was afraid. My own superstitious and deeply irrational mind was filled with the old childish fears. 7 years of bad luck. But it was more than that. I was afraid that if I broke the mirror, I would not be destroying him, but releasing him, or that I would be destroying the last, remaining, and better part of myself. The night he finally spoke to me, the voice was not in the room. It was in my head, a clear, calm, and deeply rational thought that was not my own. I was standing before the mirror, the nightly morbid ritual now an ingrained and deeply masochistic habit. He was there, his image clear and steady, the lag now a full and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and terrifyingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and, I'm sorry, the words, They are difficult. He was there. The lag was a full 30 seconds, a half a minute of my own personal and deeply real time that he now possessed. He was looking at me, his expression calm and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and, "It doesn't have to be this way, Leo," the thought whispered in the quiet, empty, and suddenly crowded space of my own mind. "You are so tired. You are so sad. Let me help you." "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice a dry rattling and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and, "I am you," the thought replied. "The you that you were meant to be. The you that existed before the world broke you. I am the blueprint. You are the flawed and fading copy. But we can be whole again. We can merge. I can fix you." He raised his hand and pressed it to the surface of the glass, and I felt a cold, tingling sensation on my own chest, as if his fingers were reaching through the glass, through the air, and into my very soul. I stumbled back, a raw, ragged, and deeply, and profoundly, and unsettlingly, and strangely, and beautifully, and tragically, and comically, and I stumbled back. The connection broke. The feeling was gone. He was not trying to help me. He was trying to replace me. He was a psychic vampire, a ghost of my own, former self, and he was trying to reclaim his old life, his old body. I knew then that I had to fight. I had to do what I should have done weeks ago. I went to the garage. I found a hammer, a heavy steel, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a hammer. I walked back to the bathroom. He was there in the mirror waiting for me, and he was smiling. He knew what I was about to do, and he was not afraid. "You can't destroy me without destroying yourself," he thought, his voice a calm and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a confident voice. "I am your past. I am your strength. I am all the good and strong and unbroken parts of you. You are nothing without me." I looked at him, at the better me, the me who had not spent a year watching his mother die, the me who had not inherited her deep and profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and her sadness. And I understood. He was right. He was all the parts of me that had not been touched by the grief, by the pain, by the messy and beautiful and heartbreaking and real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and the real parts of life. He was not the better me. He was the lesser me. He was the me that had never truly lived. "You are not my strength," I said, my own voice, for the first time in a year, clear and steady and strong. "You are my anchor. You are the ghost of a man I am no longer, and I am letting you go." I raised the hammer. He did not flinch. He just smiled, a sad and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a pitying smile. And I did not bring the hammer down on the mirror. I turned, and I brought the hammer down with all the strength and all the grief and all the pain and all the rage and all the love I possessed on my own, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I smashed the sink. The porcelain exploded in a shower of white, sharp, and beautifully and wonderfully and finally, blessedly real fragments. The reflection watched, his smile faltering, a flicker of confusion in his perfect, rested, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and his eyes. I was not playing his game. I was not trying to destroy him. I was destroying his world. The perfect, pristine, and untouched bathroom he inhabited. I brought the hammer down on the tiled floor, the tiles cracking and splintering. I smashed the light fixture. I shattered the medicine cabinet. I was a whirlwind of creative and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and a destructive force. I was a man not just accepting his own broken and messy reality, but embracing it. I was making my world as broken and as real and as beautifully and wonderfully and finally, blessedly, imperfect as I was. He screamed, a silent and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a psychic scream of pure, unadulterated and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and rage, his world, his perfect and pristine and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and his world was now a reflection of my own, chaotic and beautiful and wonderful and finally, blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a mess. The lag began to disappear. The dissonance was gone. Our worlds were once again in sync, a perfect and shattered and beautifully and wonderfully and finally, blessedly, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and they were the same. He was no longer stronger. We were equals, two broken men in two broken rooms. And then I did the final and most difficult thing. I looked at him, at my own, sad and tired and broken and beautiful and wonderful, and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I looked at myself, and I forgave him. I forgave myself. I forgave myself for the grief. I forgave myself for the sadness. I forgave myself for not being the perfect and strong and unbroken man that he was. And in that act of forgiveness, he faded. He was not destroyed. He was reabsorbed. The echo was reconciled with the source. The habit was broken. The two separate and warring parts of me were once again whole. The mirror was just a mirror again. My reflection was just my reflection. The lag was gone. I live in a broken bathroom now. I have not fixed it. It is a monument, not to my grief, but to my victory. It is a reminder that the most beautiful things in the world are not the perfect and pristine and untouched ones. They are the ones that have been broken and have been put back together. They are the ones that have the scars to prove that they have survived. They are the ones that are finally and blessedly real. I woke up in a hospital. The staff won't tell me what year it is. The first sensation was the hum, a low, soft, persistent thrum that seemed to vibrate not just in my ears, but in the very marrow of my bones. It was the sound of a perfectly functioning, utterly sterile machine. The second sensation was the smell, antiseptic, clean to the point of being aggressive, a scent so devoid of organic life it felt like the opposite of breathing. My eyes opened. The world was a uniform. shadowless, milky white. The ceiling, the walls, the thin synthetic blanket covering me, all the same shade of clinical non-color. My name is Mark Thorne. I knew this with a sudden crystalline certainty. I was 34 years old. I was an architect. I was engaged to a woman named Anna, a woman whose laugh sounded like wind chimes and whose hair smelled of lavender and sunshine, and I had been in a car accident. The memory came back in a jagged, violent flash, the screech of tires on wet asphalt, the blinding glare of headlights where they shouldn't be, the sickening concussive crunch of metal, and Anna's hand, suddenly weightless in my own. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I tried to sit up, but my body refused to obey. It felt like a borrowed suit, heavy and disconnected. A soft, pleasant chime sounded somewhere in the room, and a woman appeared at my bedside. She was dressed in the same seamless white as the room, her features calm and symmetrical, her smile gentle but utterly unreadable. A name tag on her chest read, Elara, Cognitive Support. "Welcome back, Mark," she said, her voice as smooth and placid as a still lake. "It's good to see you awake. Please, do not be alarmed. You are safe." "Anna," I rasped, my throat feeling like sandpaper. "My fiancée. Was she—" Elara's smile didn't waver. "All will be made clear in time. For now, your focus must be on recovery. Your body has been dormant for a significant period. We must reestablish your baseline functions." Her words were like pillows, soft and designed to smother any hard, sharp questions. But one question pushed its way through the fog of my confusion. It felt like the most important question in the world, the anchor I needed to tether myself to reality. "How long?" I asked. "How long have I been out?" She took a small silver device from her pocket and ran it over my chest. A soft, green light pulsed from it. "Your vital signs are stabilizing nicely. That's a very positive indicator." "You didn't answer my question," I said, a flicker of irritation cutting through my weakness. "The concept of how long is relative, Mark," she said, her placid expression unwavering. "Temporal awareness can be disorienting after a significant trauma. Our priority is your cognitive and physiological well-being. We will address all your questions during your scheduled sessions." She tapped a small, almost invisible panel on the wall, and a tray slid out, holding a small bowl of a thick beige paste. "Your nutrient intake is critical at this stage. Please consume this. It has everything your body needs." I stared at the paste, then back at her. Her refusal to answer was so deliberate, so unnatural. It wasn't that she didn't know, it was that she wouldn't say. A new, colder fear began to snake its way around the hot core of my grief for Anna. "What year is it?" I asked, the words stark and loud in the quiet room. Elara's smile finally faltered, just for a fraction of a second. A tiny micro-expression of something. Annoyance? Pity? It was gone as quickly as it came. "That is not a productive question at this stage of your recovery, Mark. We find that focusing on the present moment yields the best results. Now, please, your nutrients." She left the room as silently as she had entered. I was alone with the humming, the antiseptic smell, the beige paste, and a profound, terrifying sense of dislocation. It was the first day of my new life, a life in which the simple act of asking for the date was considered an unproductive question. The days that followed blurred into a monotonous, disorienting routine, a life lived in a white box. My physical strength returned with an almost unnatural speed. The nutrient paste, which tasted of nothing at all, seemed to repair my atrophied muscles at a cellular level. A man named Coyle, a physical therapist with the same calm, detached demeanor as Alara, would guide me through exercises that felt both alien and familiar. My body remembered how to move, but it was a distant, echoic memory. My real work, they told me, was in the cognitive sessions with Alara. We would sit in 2 white chairs in my white room, and she would ask me questions. She'd show me images on a tablet, a tree, a house, a dog, and ask me to identify them. At first, it felt like a test for a toddler, but the questions grew more complex, more personal. "Tell me about your childhood home, Mark," she'd say, her pen poised over a data pad. "It was a 2-story colonial on Maple Street," I'd begin. "A big oak tree in the front yard with a tire swing." She would listen patiently, and then she would gently correct me. "Our records indicate it was a single-story ranch house on Elm Avenue. The tree was a sycamore. The memory of a tire swing is a common confabulation, a memory echo from a piece of media you likely consumed." It was maddening. Every detail I provided, every memory I held dear, was met with a calm, clinical refutation. They had a file on me, a complete and total record of the life of Mark Thorne. And it was all wrong. My father was a carpenter, not an accountant. My first pet was a cat named Mittens, not a goldfish named Bubbles. Anna and I met in a coffee shop during a rainstorm, not through a university-sponsored social mixer. "The trauma of your accident was significant, Mark," Alara explained, her voice dripping with synthetic sympathy. "It has created inconsistencies in your neural pathways. Think of your memory as a corrupted file. We are simply helping you restore the original uncorrupted data. We are helping you find yourself again." They were trying to gaslight me into a different life. But why? The more I clung to my own memories, the more they increased the frequency of the sessions. The more they insisted my past was a fiction. My grief for Anna was the one thing I held on to with a white-knuckled grip. It was my proof. My pain was real. Our love was real. They wanted to take that away, too. They called it emotional trauma, an anomaly to be corrected. The hospital, I had no other word for it, was a labyrinth of identical white corridors. There were no windows, not a single one. There was no way to see the sun, the sky, the outside world. There was no way to know if it was day or night. The soft, ambient light in the ceiling never changed. The staff, there were perhaps a dozen of them that I saw, moved with a silent, synchronized efficiency. They all wore the same white uniforms, the same placid smiles. They were like a hive of well-meaning, soulless insects. I never saw another patient. My repeated questions about this were met with the same frustratingly vague responses about individualized recovery protocols. The need to know the year became an obsession, a gnawing, desperate hunger. It was the key. It was the one piece of information that would unlock this whole nightmare. I tried every tactic I could think of. I tried pleading. I tried demanding. I tried feigning a breakdown. Nothing worked. They would simply sedate me with a small, painless injection, and I would wake up in my bed, the lost hours a terrifying blank space in my mind. The first crack in their perfect white wall came in the form of a child's drawing. I had been permitted a recreational period in a room that was slightly larger than my own, filled with simple geometric objects that were meant to be stimulating. A maintenance panel in the wall was slightly ajar. My curiosity, the one part of me they hadn't managed to sedate, took over. I glanced at the camera in a corner, then quickly pried the panel open. Inside was a tangle of fiber optic cables, and tucked away in a corner, a folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. It was a drawing done in the clumsy, earnest style of a young child. It depicted a family of stick figures standing under a sky that was a violent, angry shade of orange-red, cracked with jagged black lines. Beneath the drawing, in shaky block letters, was a single phrase, "Before the broken sky." The broken sky. The phrase echoed in my mind, resonating with a deep, primal sense of dread. I tucked the drawing into the waistband of my uniform, my heart pounding. It was a piece of the puzzle. It was proof that something had happened, something terrible, something that they were trying to erase. That night, I faked taking my mandatory sedative. I palmed a small dissolvable tablet and hid it under my tongue until the orderly left. For the first time, I was awake when I was supposed to be asleep. The humming of the facility seemed louder in the artificial night. I slid out of bed and crept to my door. I had no plan, just a desperate need to see something other than the four white walls of my room. The corridor was empty, bathed in the same eternal soft light. I began to walk, my bare feet silent on a cool, seamless floor. I didn't know what I was looking for. A window, a clock, an exit. A soft, scraping sound from a room down the hall made me freeze. I pressed myself against the wall, my breath held tight in my chest. The door was slightly ajar. I peered through the crack. Inside, an old man was on his hands and knees, trying to pry up a floor tile with a spoon he must have stolen from a meal tray. He was gaunt and wild-eyed, his white hair a chaotic halo around his head. He saw me. His eyes widened in terror, and he scrambled back, holding the spoon like a weapon. "Shh," I whispered, holding up my hands. "I'm not one of them." He watched me for a long moment, his chest heaving. Then he seemed to make a decision. "You're new," he rasped, his voice dry and cracked. "The architect. I heard them talking." "My name is Mark," I said. "What is this place?" "This place is a lie," he said, his eyes darting toward the door. "They're trying to correct you, aren't they? Trying to make you forget. Don't let them. The memories are all we have left of what it was like. Before." "Before what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Before the broken sky." The old man's face went slack with shock. "Where did you hear that?" I showed him the drawing. He stared at it, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. "So, you're a digger," he said with a grim, humorless smile. "Like me. They call me Elias. They say I have advanced memory corruption. They say I'm a lost cause." "Elias," I said, "what year is it?" He let out a dry, rattling laugh. "That's the one thing you can't ask, the one thing they protect above all else, because the number is so big it would break your mind, because it would prove that everything you were, everyone you knew, is dust." "What happened?" I pleaded. "The accident." "There was no accident," Elias said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Not for most of us. We were chosen. The chrysalis protocol. They put us to sleep, the ones with the skills they thought they'd need to rebuild. Architects, doctors, engineers. We were supposed to be the seed of the new world. But something went wrong. The great silence, they call it. The world outside. It died, and we just kept sleeping. for a long, long time. His words were the ravings of a madman, but they resonated with a terrifying intuitive truth. This place wasn't a hospital. It was a bunker, a tomb, and we were the sleeping inhabitants being woken up one by one. "The ones running this place?" I asked. "Who are they?" "The Watchers," he said, his eyes wide. "The descendants of the original staff. They were born here, in the white. They've never seen the sun. They've never felt the rain. The world before is a myth to them, a dangerous, corrupted file, and we are the last living copies of that file. They're trying to wipe us clean, to make us like them before they integrate us." A chime sounded down the hall. Elias scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of terror. "You have to go. They're coming." He pressed the spoon into my hand. "Keep digging, architect," he whispered. "Don't let them win." I fled back to my room, my mind a maelstrom of horrifying new realities. I was a relic, an artifact from a dead world. My memories weren't corrupted. They were history, and the staff of this hospital were book burners trying to erase it. The fight for my past was no longer just a fight for my sanity. It was a fight for the memory of the entire human race. My relationship with my captors changed. I became a model patient. I pretended to accept their corrections. I parroted back the fabricated details of my new life. I ate the paste. I did the exercises. I smiled the same placid, empty smile as them. But beneath the surface, I was a saboteur. I was mapping the corridors in my mind, noting the patrol patterns of the orderlies, looking for a weakness in their perfect white prison. Elias and I began to communicate in secret. We would leave messages for each other behind the loose maintenance panels using a simple code we'd devised. He told me more about the facility, which he called the Janus Cradle. He told me there were different levels. We were in the integration wing. Below us was the hibernation bay, where hundreds, maybe thousands more were still sleeping. Above us was command, where the Watchers lived, and somewhere there was an exit, a door to the outside world. Our goal was simple and insane. We had to get out. We had to see the broken sky for ourselves. Elias had a plan. He had been here for years and had managed to steal a low-level key card from a careless orderly. It wouldn't get us to command, but it might get us into the maintenance tunnels that honeycombed the facility. Our chance came during a system-wide diagnostic, a monthly event where the surveillance system was briefly rebooted, leaving small gaps in the camera coverage. The escape was a heart-stopping, terrifying blur. Under the cover of the reboot, we slipped out of our rooms and met in a deserted corridor. Elias swiped the card, and a nearly invisible seam in the wall hissed open, revealing a dark, narrow shaft. We plunged into it, the door hissing shut behind us, sealing us in the dusty, humming darkness of the cradle's guts. The tunnels were a different world. They were dark, cramped, and filled with the ghosts of old technology. Thick bundles of cables coated in a thick layer of gray dust snaked along the walls. Here and there, I saw logos and brand names that were achingly familiar, relics from my own time: General Electric, IBM, Panasonic. They were like fossils from a prehistoric age. We were moving through the skeleton of a dead world. We found a maintenance nexus, a small chamber where several tunnels converged. In the center was a dusty computer terminal, an ancient-looking desktop computer from the early 21st century. It was dead, of course, but beside it, on a shelf, was a stack of leather-bound logbooks. We opened the first one. The entries were handwritten, the ink faded, but still legible. The date on the first page made my breath catch in my throat. October 23rd, 2026. My accident had been in August of 2026. The logbook was the journal of Dr. Eris Thorne, the original director of the Janus Cradle. Not a cold young man who was my doctor, but his ancestor, his namesake. I read his words, my horror growing with every page. He wrote of a world teetering on the brink of collapse, not from war, but from something far more insidious. A series of cascading ecological disasters, a runaway greenhouse effect that was melting the poles and turning the skies a permanent, hazy red. He wrote of the chrysalis protocol, a desperate last-ditch effort to preserve a select group of humanity's best and brightest, to put them to sleep until the earth could heal itself. October 29th, 2026. The great silence has begun. All external communications went dark this morning. We are on our own now. The sky is the color of rust. May God have mercy on the souls of those we left behind. May 12th, 2048. The first of the cradle-born generation has come of age. They have never known a blue sky. They look upon us, the sleepers and the original staff, with a mixture of awe and pity. They call our world the before times. July 3rd, 2091. I am the last of the originals. The others are gone. The cradle-born run this place now. They are good, pragmatic people, but they fear the past. They see the memories of the sleepers not as a history to be preserved, but as a sickness to be cured. They have begun what they call cognitive correction. They believe they are doing a kindness, sparing the newly awakened the grief of a world that is gone forever. I have tried to argue with them, but to them I'm just a sad old man clinging to ghosts. The last entry was dated a week later. The writing was shaky, almost illegible. They are wrong. Memory is not a sickness. It is the only thing that proves we were ever alive at all. I have hidden these logs. Maybe one day one of the sleepers will find them. Maybe one of them will be strong enough to remember for us all. I looked up from the book, my eyes stinging. 100 years. 200. The number didn't matter. Elias was right. The world I knew, the world of Anna, of Maple Street, of blue skies and rainstorms, was not just gone. It was ancient history. A noise from the tunnel behind us made us jump. The sound of footsteps. They knew we were gone. We had to move. We grabbed the logbooks and plunged deeper into the labyrinth. We were lost for what felt like days. We survived on the emergency nutrient packs we found in a forgotten storage closet. The Watchers were hunting us. We could hear their calm, dispassionate voices echoing through the tunnels, calling our names, assuring us that they only wanted to help. It was during our flight that we stumbled upon the nursery. It was a large circular room, filled with rows upon rows of cryogenic pods, far smaller than the ones in the hibernation bay. These were for children, but the most horrifying part was a large glass-walled observation room. Inside, a group of cradle-born children, no older than 5 or 6, were sitting at desks, watching a large screen. On the screen was a pastoral scene from the before times, a family having a picnic in a sunny green field. "Look, children," a soft, synthesized voice was saying, "this is a memory echo. It is a simulation of the corrupted data that the sleepers carry. See how bright the light is? It is unnatural. See how the people laugh? It is a symptom of emotional dysregulation. We must be grateful for the calm, for the balance that we have achieved." They weren't just erasing our memories. They were inoculating their own children against them, teaching them to fear the very concept of our world, to fear happiness, to fear the sun. Elias, his mind already fragile, couldn't take it. He let out a strangled, grief-stricken cry and collapsed, sobbing. The sound alerted our pursuers. They were on us in seconds. They dragged Elias away, his eyes locking with mine in a final, desperate plea. "Remember," his eyes said, "I managed to escape back into the maze of tunnels. I was alone again, hunted, with the weight of a dead world on my shoulders. I knew I couldn't stay in the tunnels forever. My only chance was to go up, to get to command, to find the door. Elias had managed to slip me his stolen key card before they took him. It was a desperate gamble, but I found a sealed access ladder that his card miraculously opened. It led straight up, into the heart of the beast. The command level was a stark contrast to the rest of the cradle. The walls were a dark, polished gray. The air was warmer. This was where the watchers lived. I crept through the corridors, my heart in my throat. I saw their living quarters, as Spartan and minimalist as my own room. I saw their food synthesizers, their communal learning centers. It was a life of perfect, sterile, passionless order. I found my way to the central control room. It was a vast, circular chamber. The walls were a single panoramic screen, currently displaying the vital signs of the thousands of souls still sleeping in the hibernation bay. In the center of the room, a young man was sitting at a console. It was the man I knew as Dr. Aris. He wasn't in his white uniform. He was wearing a simple gray tunic. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "Mark Thorne," he said, his voice as calm as ever. "The architect. I must admit, you have been our most resilient subject." "Where is Elias?" I demanded, my voice raw. "He has been returned to hibernation," Aris said. "His memory file was too deeply corrupted. Perhaps in a few more generations our techniques will be advanced enough to help him, to cure him." "He wasn't sick," I snarled. "He was remembering." "Remembering a world of chaos, of pain, of uncontrolled emotions that led to its own destruction," Aris countered, his gaze unwavering. "We are offering you a gift, a second chance, a life of purpose, of balance. You can help us build the new world, but first you must let go of the old one." "My world had love," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "It had art. It had Anna." For the first time, I saw a flicker of something in Aris's eyes. It wasn't pity. It was a deep, almost academic curiosity. "Anna," he mused. "The primary emotional trauma, the core of the corruption. Her file is fascinating. The depth of the codependent pathology is unlike anything we have on record." He gestured to the main screen. The vital signs were replaced by a photograph. It was a picture of me and Anna on a beach, laughing, the sun in our hair. The sight of it was a physical blow. "What you call love, we call a destabilizing fixation," Aris said. "It is the very thing we have worked for centuries to eliminate. The world outside is stable now, healed, but it is a delicate, fragile piece. We cannot risk contaminating it with the diseases of the past, with grief, with rage, with love." "I want to see it," I said, my voice a whisper. "I want to see the sky." He looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "Very well," he said. "You are resilient. Perhaps you are strong enough to see the truth and accept it. Perhaps then you will understand the kindness we are offering." He pressed a sequence of panels on his console. A section of the far wall began to retract, revealing a massive circular airlock door. "This is the main egress," Eris said. "It has not been opened in over 300 years. He led me towards it, my legs feeling like lead. I was about to see it, the broken sky, the world after the great silence. "What year is it, Eris?" I asked one last time. He paused, his hand on the final locking mechanism. "By your old calendar," he said, his voice devoid of all emotion. "The year is 2571, 445 years. The number was so vast, so meaningless, it didn't even register as a shock. It was just a sound. The great door hissed open. A strange, pale light, tinged with a faint violet hue, spilled into the room. A wind, cool and smelling of damp earth and strange alien blossoms, washed over me. I stepped forward, my heart pounding, and looked out upon the world of 2571. It wasn't a wasteland. It wasn't a desert. It was a garden, a strange, beautiful, and utterly alien garden. The sky wasn't broken. It was a soft, perpetual twilight of lavender and rose, a permanent global aurora caused by the altered composition of the atmosphere. The vegetation was lush and bizarre, forests of glowing phosphorescent fungi and trees with leaves of spun silver. In the distance, the ruins of an ancient city, my city, were almost completely consumed by this new, vibrant nature, the skeletal remains of skyscrapers draped in iridescent moss. And the people. There were people moving through the glowing forests. They were tall and slender, their skin almost translucent, their eyes large and dark. They were the cradle-born who had left generations ago to resettle the surface. They were beautiful, peaceful. They moved with a slow, graceful purpose, their faces calm and serene. They were the children of the Watchers, the end result of a program to engineer a new, balanced humanity. And I was a monster, a relic from the age of chaos, a carrier of the emotional plague. The hospital wasn't a prison to keep me in. It was a quarantine to protect them from me. Eris stood beside me. "This is what we have built," he said, his voice filled with a quiet, profound pride. "A world without pain, without grief, without the destructive passions that burned your world to the ground. You can be a part of this, Mark. All you have to do is let her go. Let Anna go." I looked out at the strange, beautiful, silent world. A world without pain, a world without Anna's laugh, a world where the memory of her was a disease. I thought of the logbook. Memory is not a sickness. It is the only thing that proves we were ever alive. I had turned to Eris. His face was a mask of calm expectation. He believed he had won. He believed that seeing this new, perfect world would make me surrender my broken, chaotic past. "No," I said, the word feeling like the first real thing I had said since I woke up. I didn't wait for his reaction. I turned and walked out of the airlock, down the ramp, and into the strange violet twilight of the new earth. I was a ghost, a man out of time, a walking museum of dead emotions. I was utterly, completely alone. But for the first time since I had opened my eyes in that white room, I was free. I didn't know where I was going or what I would do. I only knew that I would not forget. I would carry the memory of Anna, of our world, into this silent, peaceful future. I would be the sickness. I would be the chaos. I would be the ghost that haunted their perfect, passionless garden. I would remember for them all. My daughter's imaginary friend knows too much about our past. The first time Lily mentioned peaches, it was a sun-drenched Tuesday in June. Sunlight, thick and golden as honey, poured through the bay window of our new living room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, blissful spirits. My wife, Sarah, was unpacking a box of books, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to decide where the Dickens collection should go. I was on the floor struggling with the notoriously vague instructions for a Swedish-designed bookshelf. Lily, all of 5 years old with hair the color of spun corn silk and eyes the deep, serious blue of a twilight sky, was having a tea party on the Persian rug we'd bought as a celebratory splurge for the new house. Her guests were a one-eyed teddy bear named Barnaby and a perpetually smiling rag doll called Daisy, and apparently a new addition. "No, Peaches, you can't have more sugar," she said, her voice a stern, motherly whisper. "It's bad for your teeth." I glanced over at her, a smile tugging at my lips. "Who are you talking to, Sweet Pea?" "Peaches," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She carefully poured a drop of imaginary tea into an empty spot on the rug. "He's very greedy." Sarah looked up from her books, her face softening into the kind of warm, maternal smile that had made me fall in love with her a decade ago. "Oh, we have a new friend? What does Peaches look like?" Lily tilted her head, considering the question with the gravity of a seasoned philosopher. "He's long," she said finally, "and he wears patchy clothes, like a scarecrow. And he's sad, I think. His face is all smudgy. An imaginary friend. The parenting books we'd devoured had told us to expect this. It was a normal, healthy part of a child's development, a sign of a vibrant imagination. We smiled at each other over Lily's head, a silent, shared moment of parental pride. Our little girl was creative. She was bright. She was normal. After everything we had been through, normal was the most beautiful word in the English language. We'd bought this house to be our fortress of normal. It was a 2-story colonial on a quiet, tree-lined street in a town where nobody knew our names. It was a deliberate, calculated escape from the city, from the ghosts of our old life, from the constant low-level hum of anxiety that had become the soundtrack to our marriage. This house, with its fresh coat of dove-gray paint and its sprawling backyard, was meant to be a new beginning, a place where the past couldn't find us. For a few weeks it was. Peaches became a fixture in our home. An extra invisible place was set at the dinner table. Lily would leave the bathroom door ajar so Peaches could get out. She would tell us stories about him, strange, disjointed narratives. "Peaches lived in the walls," she said. "He used to live in a dark, wet place. He was always cold." We'd nod and smile, playing along, marveling at the intricate world she was building. The detail about him being smudgy and sad was a little melancholic, maybe, but kids have a flair for the dramatic. We wrote it off as a harmless quirk. The first tremor, the first sign that the foundations of our new, normal life were built on something deeply unstable, came on a rainy Saturday. We were supposed to go to the town's Founders' Day picnic, but a sudden thunderstorm had trapped us indoors. I was trying to teach Lily how to play checkers, and she was, as usual, making up her own far more interesting rules. "Daddy," she said, moving one of my red checkers diagonally and then taking it off the board. "King me." "That's not how it works, sweetie," I laughed. "You have to get to my side of the board first." She looked down at the board, her little brow crinkled. Then she looked up at me, her blue eyes eerily focused. Peaches says you don't like to play by the rules either. My hand, which had been hovering over the board, froze. A faint, cold prickle ran up my spine. What do you mean, honey? He says you took a shortcut once, she continued, her voice a perfect mimicry of innocent conversation. On the old road, the one with all the rocks, you were in a hurry. She pushed another one of my checkers off the board. You were going very, very fast. The air in the room suddenly felt thin and sharp. The sound of the rain against the windows faded to a dull roar in my ears. The old road, the one with all the rocks, the old quarry road. It had been 7 years, but the memory was branded onto the inside of my skull. A dark, winding ribbon of asphalt, slick with rain, hemmed in by woods on one side and a sheer drop on the other. A shortcut we should never have taken. I forced a laugh. It came out sounding brittle and strange. I don't know what you're talking about, Lilybug. Peaches has a funny imagination. I looked over at Sarah, who was curled on the sofa with a magazine. She had heard. I could see it in the way her shoulders had tensed, in the way her hands were gripping the magazine so tightly her knuckles were white. Her eyes met mine, and for a fleeting second I saw it, the same cold, stomach-dropping fear that was currently coursing through my veins. But she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by practiced, placid neutrality. Later that night, when Lily was asleep, I brought it up. We were in the kitchen, the only light coming from the small lamp over the sink, which cast long, distorted shadows across the room. What Lily said today, I began, my voice low, about the quarry road. Sarah didn't look at me. She kept her back to me, scrubbing a pot with a furious circular motion. She's 5, Tom. She hears things. We've probably talked about it when we thought she was asleep. You know how kids are. They're like little sponges. When have we ever talked about that night? I demanded, my voice rising. When? We made a promise, Sarah. We buried it. We never speak of it. Then it was a coincidence, she said, her voice tight. She turned off the water and placed the pot on the drying rack with a sharp, definitive clatter. A creepy, horrible coincidence, but that's all it was. It has to be. She turned to face me, and her eyes were pleading. She was begging me to believe her, to let her keep the comfortable blanket of denial wrapped around us. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to more than anything, to dismiss it, to rationalize it, to file it away as a creepy but meaningless event. So I nodded. I agreed. For her, for us, for the fragile new life we were trying to build. But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the rain and the creaks and groans of our new house, I couldn't shake the image of Lily's serious blue eyes. And I couldn't silence the question that was screaming in the back of my mind. Who the hell was Peaches? The coincidences began to pile up, each one a small, sharp stone added to the growing mountain of my dread. A week later, Sarah came home from the grocery store with a bouquet of yellow roses, her favorite. She put them in a vase on the kitchen table, a bright, cheerful splash of color in the sunlit room. Lily came running in, took one look at them, and her face crumpled. Peaches doesn't like those, she said, her lower lip trembling. They were his mommy's favorite. They make him sad. Sarah froze, her hand still on the vase. She looked at me, her face pale. Yellow roses. It was another detail, another piece of the mosaic of that night. The other car, the one that had spun out in front of us, had been a beat-up station wagon. The back was filled with groceries, spilled all over the road, and there had been a bouquet of yellow roses scattered and broken on the wet asphalt, their bright petals bruised and dirt-stained. It was a detail I hadn't even realized I remembered until that very moment. "How could she know that, Tom?" Sarah whispered later, after we'd managed to calm a hysterical Lily down by moving the flowers outside. "How?" "She couldn't," I said, my voice hollow. The rationalizations were getting harder and harder to construct. The coincidences were straining the laws of probability to their breaking point. Peach's presence grew stronger, his descriptions more vivid. He wasn't just long and patchy anymore. According to Lily, his hair was the color of mud. He had a big, ugly cut on his forehead that never went away, and one of his shoes was missing. He was always looking for his other shoe. I started watching Lily obsessively. I'd stand in the hallway just out of sight and listen to her one-sided conversations in her playroom. Her voice would be light and cheerful, but the things she said, the things Peaches was supposedly telling her, were chilling. "No, I can't ask them that, Peaches. That's a secret, because secrets are supposed to be quiet. I don't know why they didn't stop. Maybe they were scared." My blood ran cold. I felt like an insect trapped under glass, being watched by something ancient and malevolent. This thing, this Peaches, wasn't a product of Lily's imagination. It was an intrusion. It was something that had attached itself to her, something that was using her as a mouthpiece to terrorize us. The physical manifestation started subtly. A photograph from our wedding, which sat on the mantelpiece, would be turned face down. A single muddy footprint, too large to be Lily's, would appear on the welcome mat, even when it hadn't rained. The temperature in Lily's room would sometimes drop suddenly, becoming unnaturally cold, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Sarah was trying to hold on to her denial, but it was failing. I could see the terror in her eyes, the dark circles that were forming from sleepless nights. We were becoming ghosts in our own home, speaking in hushed tones, jumping at every creak of the floorboards. The silence between us was growing, filled with the unspoken horror of what was happening and the deeper, older horror of what we had done. The night it all shattered, the night we could no longer pretend, started with a song. I was tucking Lily into bed. She was quiet and withdrawn, as she often was now. She was clutching her one-eyed bear, Barnaby, so tightly her knuckles were white. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice small, "can you sing me the Crooked Man song?" I frowned. "I don't think I know that one, Sweet Pea." "Yes, you do," she insisted. "Peaches says you know it. It was on the radio, the night of the shortcut." And then she started to hum, a broken, off-key little tune. But it was unmistakable. It was an old folk song, one I hadn't heard in years. But it had been playing on the radio that night. I remembered it with a sickening lurch of my stomach. It had been playing right at the moment of impact. The cheerful, jaunty melody had been a grotesque counterpoint to the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal on metal. My breath hitched in my chest. I couldn't move. I just stared at my daughter, this perfect, innocent little girl who was humming the theme song to the worst moment of my entire life. "He wants you to remember the other man, Daddy," Lily whispered, her eyes wide in the dim light from the hallway. "Peaches says you left him. You left him in the dark, and he was so cold." That was it. That was the moment the floor gave way. I fled the room, stumbling down the hallway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I found Sarah in the living room, standing by the window, staring out into the darkness. She turned as I entered, and she didn't have to ask. She could see it on my face. "Tom," she breathed. "She knows," I choked out, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She knows everything. The song, the other driver, leaving him there, this thing, it's telling her everything." The dam of our shared silence, 7 years in the making, finally broke. The story, the one we had buried so deep we could almost pretend it never happened, came rushing out. We were 24, young, stupid, and a little drunk from a friend's wedding. I was driving. It was raining, a torrential downpour that made the world outside the windshield a blurry, impressionistic nightmare. Sarah was navigating, and she pointed me down the old quarry road, a shortcut she'd heard about. I was driving too fast, showing off, feeling immortal in the way only a 24-year-old can. He came out of nowhere, a station wagon pulling out from a hidden side road. I swerved, but it was too late. The impact was a jarring, deafening explosion of sound and light. Our car spun, the world turning into a kaleidoscope of rain and shattered glass before we came to a stop in a ditch. We were alive, bruised, terrified, but alive. The other car was a wreck, crumpled and twisted, its headlights pointing at crazy angles into the woods. And in the sudden, ringing silence that followed the crash, we heard a groan, a single, low sound of pain coming from the other car. Someone was hurt. Someone was alive. And we were drunk. The smell of the spilled champagne was thick in the car. We looked at each other, and in that moment, a silent, terrible decision was made. Panic, cold and absolute, overrode everything else. It overrode decency, compassion, humanity. We were kids. We were scared of the consequences, of the red and blue lights of the jail cells we imagined. So we did the unthinkable. I put the car in reverse. The tires spun in the mud, and then they caught. I backed out of the ditch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. We didn't look back. We just drove. We left the scene. We left a man groaning in the wreckage of his car, alone on a deserted road in the middle of a storm. We got home, showered, and pretended it was a bad dream. The next day, scouring the local news online, my hands trembling, I found a small article, a single-car accident on the old quarry road. The driver, a man named Michael Rafferty, a 45-year-old widower and father of one, had been found dead at the scene by a passing motorist hours later. The article said he'd likely died on impact. We clung to that. We told ourselves that lie over and over again until it became our truth. He died on impact. Nothing we could have done would have saved him. Our leaving didn't make a difference. We sold the car for scrap. We moved out of our apartment a few months later. We started over. We built a new life, a good life. We got married. We had Lily, and we buried the ghost of Michael Rafferty so deep that we almost forgot he existed. But he hadn't forgotten us. He had been waiting, and now he had found us. He was in our house. He was talking to our daughter, and he called himself Peaches. The name had been a mystery, a strange, childish moniker. But now, as I stood in my living room, the full weight of our past crashing down on me, I remembered another detail. From the news article, Michael Rafferty had been on his way home from visiting his mother at a nursing home. Her name was Beatrice, but everyone called her Peaches. He was her only son. The entity in our house wasn't just a random spirit. It was him, Michael Rafferty. And he wanted something. After that night, the haunting escalated from psychological warfare to a full-blown physical assault. The whispers were no longer confined to Lily's room. I would hear them in the static of the television, in the rush of water from the faucet, my name spoken in a dry, rasping whisper. Tom, you left me. It was so cold. Doors would slam shut in empty hallways. The lights would flicker and die, plunging us into darkness, only to flare back on moments later. One morning, I came downstairs to find every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen hanging open, their contents spilled onto the floor. On the kitchen wall, traced in a thin layer of spilled flour, was a single shaky word. Why? Lily was changing. Our bright, bubbly little girl was becoming a shadow. She stopped playing. She would just sit in her room for hours, staring at the wall, sometimes murmuring to herself. The dark circles under her eyes mirrored our own. She started drawing pictures, disturbing childish scribbles in black and red crayon, a drawing of a stick figure lying next to a mangled car, a drawing of a tall, patchy man with a sad, smudgy face standing at the foot of her bed. We were prisoners. The beautiful house we had bought as our sanctuary had become our jail, and Michael Rafferty was the warden. He was feeding on our fear, on our guilt. We knew we had to do something, but what? We couldn't call the police. We couldn't call a priest. We weren't religious, and it felt like a hollow, desperate gesture. We were alone with the monster we had created. The breaking point, the moment I knew we were in danger of losing not just our sanity but our daughter, came a week later. I was in my home office trying to work, though I couldn't concentrate. The house was quiet, too quiet. A sudden primal instinct, a father's intuition, screamed at me that something was wrong. I ran upstairs to Lily's room. The door was closed. I threw it open. The room was cold, unnaturally so. Lily was standing on a chair, which she had pushed up against the open window. She was leaning out, her small body silhouetted against the gray afternoon sky. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. She turned, and for a split second, it wasn't her. Her face was slack, her eyes vacant and dark. Her voice, when it came out, was not the high, sweet voice of a 5-year-old. It was a low, rasping whisper, a sound that was both old and full of a terrible, wet-sounding pain. "He wants to show you how it feels," the voice said, coming from my daughter's lips. "How it feels to fall, how it feels to be broken." I lunged across the room, my heart exploding in my chest. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back, stumbling, falling to the floor with her in my arms. She started to cry, real terrified sobs this time. The presence was gone. It was just my daughter, trembling and weeping in my arms. "Daddy, I was scared," she cried. "Peaches was telling me to jump. He said it would be like flying." I held her, rocking her back and forth, my own body shaking uncontrollably. This was it. He wasn't just trying to scare us anymore. He was trying to take our daughter. He was going to make us feel the same pain he had felt, the pain of losing a child. We had left him to die, and now he was going to take the one thing that made our lives worth living. That night, after Lily was asleep in our bed, barricaded between us, Sarah and I finally faced the truth. "We have to leave Tom," she said, her voice a shattered whisper in the dark. We have to pack a bag and just go. Leave the house. Leave everything." "And go where?" I asked, my own voice hollow with despair. "Don't you see, Sarah? It's not the house. He's not attached to the house. He's attached to us, to our secret. He'll follow us wherever we go. We can't run from this." "Then what do we do?" she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "What can we possibly do?" I was silent for a long time, the answer forming in my mind, a cold, heavy thing. It was an answer I had been avoiding for 7 years. "We have to tell the truth," I said softly. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. "What are you talking about?" "We have to confess," I said, the words tasting like ash. "We have to go to the police. We have to tell them what we did. It's the only way. The secret, the guilt, that's his anchor. It's what's given him his power. If we release it, if we face the consequences, maybe it will set him free. And us." The terror in her eyes was replaced by a different kind of fear. The fear of public shame, of prison, of losing Lily to the system. "Tom, no, we can't. It would destroy our lives. It would destroy Lily's life." "He is destroying Lily's life right now," I retorted, my voice a harsh whisper. "He tried to make her jump out of a window today. What's he going to do tomorrow? We have no choice, Sarah. We either face the justice of the living, or we will be tormented by the justice of the dead for the rest of our lives, and we will lose our daughter in the process." We didn't sleep that night. We just lay there holding each other, with our daughter sleeping between us, the silent, terrible weight of our decision settling over us. As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale, watery shades of gray and pink, we knew what we had to do. But first, there was one more thing. We had to face him, not the police, not yet. We had to face Michael Rafferty. We had to confess to him. We decided to do it in Lily's room. It felt like his territory, the place where he was strongest. We waited until Lily was downstairs watching cartoons, a temporary, fragile truce having settled over the house. We stood in the middle of her room, the childish drawings and colorful toys a bizarre backdrop for what we were about to do. "Michael," I said, my voice shaking. "Michael Rafferty, we know you're here." The room grew cold. A floorboard creaked behind me. The air grew thick and heavy with a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. "We are so sorry," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. "We were just kids. We were scared. It's not an excuse. There are no excuses. But we were so scared." "We should have stopped," I continued, my own voice thick with unshed tears. "We should have called for help. We should have stayed with you. Maybe we could have saved you. We'll never know. And we have to live with that for the rest of our lives." The temperature dropped further. A little plastic horse on Lily's dresser flew across the room and shattered against the wall. A low moan seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He was listening. "We left you," I said, forcing myself to say the words that had been buried for so long. "We hit you, and we left you to die alone in the dark. It was a cowardly, monstrous thing to do. And we are going to pay for it. Tomorrow, we're going to the police. We're going to confess everything. We're going to tell them what we did to you." The room was silent. The oppressive presence seemed to lessen, the anger replaced by a profound, bottomless well of sadness. "We can't give you back your life," Sarah sobbed. "We can't undo what we did. All we can do is tell the truth and ask you to please leave our daughter alone. She's innocent. This is on us, not her. Punish us, but let her go." For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, thin and taut. Then, on the wall opposite us, a single word was traced in the condensation that had suddenly formed on the cold surface. It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was just one heartbreaking word. Lonely. And then, as quickly as it had come, the cold was gone. The presence, the weight, the feeling of being watched, it all lifted. It was like a pressure valve had been released inside the house, inside my own head. The room was just a little girl's room again. The sun streamed through the window, bright and warm. It was over. The confession, the promise of justice, had been enough. We had finally done the right thing, and it had set us all free. The next day we hired a lawyer and turned ourselves in. The story that followed was a messy public ordeal. It was in the papers, on the local news. We were the monsters who had fled, who had hidden for 7 years. We were judged, and rightly so. But through it all, there was a strange, unexpected sense of relief. The secret was out. The burden we had been carrying for so long was finally lifted. Because of our confession and the years that had passed, the sentence was lighter than it could have been. I served 18 months. Sarah, as a passenger, got 5 years of probation and community service. We lost the house. We lost our savings. We lost our reputation. But we never lost Lily, and a ghost of Michael Rafferty never came back. Lily has no memory of Peaches. To her, he was just an imaginary friend she eventually grew out of. Sometimes, late at night, I think about him, Michael Rafferty. I think about the life we took, the future we stole from him. The justice of the courts feels inadequate for what we did. My true sentence is the one I serve every day, the memory of his name whispered in the dark, the image of that single, sad word traced on the wall. We buried a secret, and in doing so, we buried our own souls. It took the haunting of our daughter to finally dig them back up. We live with the scars. We have to. It's the price we pay for being the people who drove away, leaving a good man to die alone on a dark, rocky road, with only the sound of a crooked man singing on the radio for company.